Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter became a master of alchemy and immortality. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's journey takes a new turn as he trains under Nicholas Flamel, unlocking the secrets of alchemy and the path to immortality. But with ancient mysteries and hidden dangers lurking, will his newfound knowledge be a blessing or a curse? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter just barely managed to stifle a yawn as he sat on a seat next to Mrs. Croft while both he and her watched Lisa's dance lessons. The effects of the potion had worn off, and while he did not suffer from any kind of crash, without the energy from the pepper-up potion keeping him going, he was close to running on empty. It was just a little over 8 hours since he'd had breakfast with Celine. Nicholas and Perenelle had found them a few minutes after they had finished eating and whisked them away, him to the alchemy lab where he began working on his next transmutation circle, and Celine to Paris after Perenelle had mentioned something about the girl needing more clothes. Which was understandable, seeing as the only pair she had were the ones Harry found her in. Even though he had fixed them and washed the blood off, magic was dead useful for that one pair of clothes were not enough for someone to wear while staying on an undetermined extended visit. Still, did they really have to buy so much? The last Harry saw of them before using the time turner was both women carrying what looked like an entire department store's worth of clothes. Well, he guessed with the Philosopher's Stone they could afford it. It wasn't like money was an issue with them. Are you all right? Startled, Harry blinked several times as he realized he had been nodding off again. He turned his head to look over at Mrs. Croft, who was staring at him with worry. "I'm fine," Harry replied almost reflexively. "You look tired," she countered. Harry grimaced. "I didn't sleep that well last night." He hated lying, especially to her. If there was one person Harry disliked lying to almost as much as Lisa, it was her mother. She had always been so kind to him that keeping things from her felt like he was doing her a great injustice. But what else could he do? It wasn't like he could just tell her that the reason he was tired was because he was using a time turner to go back in time 8 hours each day, thereby ensuring that the normal 5 hours of sleep he usually got was no longer enough. He just could not see that going over well. "You didn't have to come if you were tired," Mrs. Croft said gently, as only a mother could. "I'm sure Lisa would have understood if you stayed at home to get some sleep. It isn't like this is a dance recital or anything." "I made her a promise," Harry told her stubbornly. "I told her I would come to watch her practice." Mrs. Croft sighed, shook her head, then smiled. "You are the most stubborn child I have ever met," she declared, partly in mirth and partly in worry. Harry just grunted, feeling more annoyed that she had called him a child than anything else. Still, what's done is done, and Lisa's session is just about finished, so I guess there's no point arguing over it. Indeed, the dance class was close to concluding. Harry could see Lisa and the other girls in her class finishing their class with some stretching. The dance class was much like Master Wei's Dao, only without the sparring mat, weapons, and various scrolls. There was also the fact that all of the people in this class were girls, while most of the students his martial arts instructor had were boys, with 1 or 2 girls like Katrina who preferred learning martial combat to dancing. The age range for the girls in class were also a bit more varied. Harry could see ages ranging from girls around Lisa's age and younger, to full-grown women. Master Wei's class was much more structured when it came to age. Most of the older students had a higher belt, unless they were new, so the older ones were in the classes that happened later in the day. As the dance class finally came to an end, Lisa said goodbye to her friends, who giggled as they said something that made her blush a fierce red while both parties gave discreet looks at Harry. With a small huff of what sounded like frustrated, or maybe embarrassment, the young girl with brown hair walked over to the 2 people watching her. "So what did you guys think?" she asked both of them, though her attention was really just focused on Harry. Her mother looked amused. "You did well," Harry complimented, his posture straightening from the slouch it had been in since the start of her class before she could notice. "I can tell you've been practicing a lot, and you've gotten much better than when you started." "Ah," Lisa gave a small gasp, her face turning to hide the irrefutable redness of her cheeks. Not that it did much good. "Gee, thank you," she mumbled, looking down at her dance shoes. Had Harry not been so tired, he would have snickered a bit at how cute she was being. No matter how many times he committed it to memory, watching his best friend get all embarrassed over a simple compliment never ceased to amuse him. "Come on, you two." Mrs. Croft stood up from her seat, prompting Harry to do the same. "Let's head back home." Less than 15 minutes later, the three of them were in the car as it drove down the street. Harry found himself once more nodding off as he looked out through the window, watching buildings, people, and street lamps go by. His eyes were becoming increasingly heavy, and his mind felt strangely fuzzy, like it was being filled with static or some other form of electromagnetic interference that blocked or otherwise hampered his ability to process thoughts logically. "Harry," Lisa's concerned voice caused him to jerk awake just as he had been about to fall asleep. Blinking, his tired eyes traveled over to Lisa, who looked very worried about him. "Are you okay?" "Just not sleeping well is all," Harry offered the girl a tired smile. She just frowned at him. "You should get some rest," she told him firmly. "It will take about half an hour to home. Why don't you get some sleep before then? I'll wake you up when we get home." Harry opened his mouth to offer a protest, but all that came out was a very prominent yawn. As if a dam had suddenly burst inside of him, Harry began to feel increasingly drowsy as the seconds passed. His body soon betrayed him, as did his mind. His eyes began shutting without his permission, his mind began to grow more and more dim as if a fog was covering it, and his muscles began relaxing to the point where he started to slump over. A familiar scent soon hit him as his nose found itself buried in soft strands of what he absently recognized as hair. Vanilla. He would know that scent anywhere. Even before his Jaguar-enhanced sense of smell came to be, Harry had known the smell. He had come to associate it with comfort and friendship, maybe even family. The last thing he felt before sleep took at him was the feeling of an arm sliding around his back and the familiar warmth of Lisa as she let him lay against her. Irritation did not begin to fully cover how Harry felt at that moment. He was tired, the bags under his eyes could tell anyone that. The pepper-up potion he had made came with a minor problem, it seemed. While it did not give the invariable crash that came from the standard potion, when consumed in large quantities the body built up an immunity to it, making the potion all but useless after 5 or 6 doses. He was irritable. Lack of sleep had caused him to become very snappish, especially when people suggested he get more rest. He could not rest, not now. There was far too much for him to do that getting more rest would be not only be counterproductive to his goals, but also hinder him. Harry was also not making much progress with his next transmutation circle. He was now learning how to combine multiple elements in a circle in order to create an object that was made from more than one elemental composition. It was his hope that he could combine wind and earth of the 4 classical elements with mercury of the 3 essential principles to create an ornate chair similar to the ones in the Flamel Mansion. Now that he understood the basics of the 3 essential principles, and mercury in particular, he could use the knowledge to transmute more than just mercury, which he now understood represented metal and not just the chemical composition of the element itself. Unfortunately, he was not making any progress. It was incredibly frustrating to know so much yet not have a single idea on how he should go about making his transmutation circle. Of course, all of these issues were but a facet of the many reasons he was irritated. There was another reason he was in such a foul mood. That reason being, "Damn it, Celine, would you stop staring at me while I'm trying to work?" He was doing his work in the lobby of the Flamel estate, sitting at a table while he worked. On the couch behind him was none other than Celine, who he could feel gazing into his back. Said girl was laying on her stomach, her feet idly kicking in the air as she bent her legs at the knees. Her elbows were resting on the couch to raise her forearms so she could rest her head in the palms of her hands. She looked completely and utterly relaxed, and amused, as she watched Harry work. It was driving him absolutely insane. "Such a foul temper you have today, amore." She did not seem at all bothered by his harsh words. Indeed, it seemed almost as if she had not even heard them. The only way one could tell she had heard him was the amused smirk on her pretty face. You need to learn how to relax. You're not going to get any work done if you don't get some rest. I can't. Harry would have glared at her if he could be bothered to turn his head. He didn't want to look away from his work. I've got too much work to do. I have to get this finished as soon as I can so I can begin learning the more advanced lessons from Master Flammel. The month of July is almost up and I'm only going to be learning from him for a few more weeks. I can't afford to get lackadaisical now. It probably had something to do with the fact that he was not looking at her in conjunction with just how quiet Celine could be, but heard barely more than a whisper of cloth rustling against cloth as she stood up. Her footsteps were near silent as she made her way to him, closing the distance quite quickly. His body became stiffer than a board as a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. If it were possible, he would have gone even stiffer when a pair of developing beasts pressed themselves against his back. Since that was not possible, his face turned a shade of red that had yet to exist in this world. Had his mind been sound, he probably would have questioned how something as simple as physical contact could make him feel so odd. He had shared intimate moments with Lisa many times, and had received a number of hugs from Tracy and Hermione. Even Daphne had her moments, and though those times were very restrained, there was something incredibly intimate about them. Like they were sharing more than just physical contact. Had he not been so tired, he would have at least questioned Celine on her actions. Why was she doing this? They had just met, and even though he had saved her they were not really friends. Why then was she getting so close to him? And finally, had he been more experienced when it came to women, or perhaps older, he probably would have realized what she was doing. But he didn't. As much as Harry liked to think of himself as an adult, there were some things that he was just too young to understand. Not even those romance novels Lisa loved reading so much could prepare him for what the vampire behind him was doing. Not that he would have used them as a reference for this kind of moment anyways. Those books were fiction, untrue, false. They didn't give a realistic and in-depth look inside of the female mind at all. Those books were just some fool's attempt at creating a story where two people got together and began procreating for no discernible reason, as they were obviously not doing it to have children. I know you want to keep working. Celine's hot breath tickled his ear as she whispered into it. Harry tried not to shudder. Tried, and failed miserably. I do understand. You are a very hard-working young man. Harry's stomach began doing flip-flops, so many it felt like it was trying to bounce its way out of his throat. He felt almost like he was going to regurgitate his breakfast, only, not at the same time. It was, like most of the sensations he had experienced when in the presence of this girl, something he had no clue how to clarify or handle. But you must learn that you can't keep doing this. Your body is tired, your mind is tired. If you keep this up, it won't matter how long or hard you work, you won't be able to get any better. You won't learn, you won't grow, and you may end up making mistakes that could hurt you. Words tried to come out of Harry's mouth, but like the rest of his body, he could not seem to make them work. This girl's scent, her body pressed against his, her arms as they wound their way around his neck, everything about her was causing him to feel delirious. And was she rubbing her cheek against his? I am worried about you, she continued, and Harry realized with a shudder that, yes, she was rubbing her cheek against his. A tender caress of skin on skin that sent jolts of lightning through him, starting from where her body was touching his all the way to his feet. You are burning yourself out, and if you keep this up, I am worried that you will get hurt. So please, oh God, that voice, that pleading voice that awakened something undeniably primal in him was almost too much to bear. Let me take you out to lunch so you can relax and then get some rest. Harry, bless his soul, managed to get his brain working enough that he could actually respond with words. Showing just how stubborn he was, he clung to that last little bit of desperation to finish his work. I can't. I need to finish this before. If it is really that much of an issue, you could just use the time turner twice, once to return to this point in time, and another to go back 13 hours. 13. For some reason, that number caused his mind to restart slightly. Just slightly. Why 13? So you can get some extra sleep, of course. You've been going back 8 hours only each day, meaning you only get 5 hours of sleep for every 16 hours awake. Actually, I usually only get 5 hours of sleep for every 19 hours, Harry muttered almost absently as he corrected her. Celine blinked, but went with it. Then that's even worse. You're only getting 5 hours of sleep for every 27 hours. You could easily just go back 13 hours and use one of the guest rooms to get some extra rest before portkeying home after your past self leaves. It's not like using the time turner actually ages you or anything. You can afford to use it a little more. Time turners were very interesting devices. What they did was create a sphere, or a bubble, in which the person using the time turner remained stationary while the rest of the world moved backwards. It was an interesting bit of magic, one made even more interesting by the fact that the person using the time turner actually moved backwards in time relative to everyone else, but was not affected beyond that due to being within the time turner's sphere of influence. Harry, had his mind been working, would have cursed himself for not having come up with such a simple method of getting more rest. Why hadn't he thought of that before? It was such a simple solution that his mind seemed to have not even bothered thinking of it as a viable option. "Will you agree to relax now, amore?" asked Celine. Harry, unable to even think of conjuring up another counter-argument for why he should not do as she suggested, could do little more than nod. His brain was still mostly stuck in limbo. The key on the cheek he received for his silent answer was almost enough to jolt him back into conscious thought. Almost. Good. Celine unwrapped herself from around Harry and stood up, dispersing the strange tension that had been in the air like someone popping a balloon with a needle. Harry blinked as she took one of his hands in her own, pulled him to his feet, then began leading him to the entryway so they could portkey out of the Flamel estate. "There's this lovely restaurant I wanted to go to when I was shopping with Perenelle, but did not get the chance." Rue de la Magie, or Magic Street, was the French equivalent of Diagon Alley. It was the largest shopping center for magical beings within France, with hundreds of stores that sold all kinds of magical paraphernalia. Harry could see everything from potion stores to stores that sold cauldrons to broom shops, wands and more. It looked like everything Diagon Alley had, Rue de la Magie had as well. Of course, even if the two places were of the same mold, they were not of the same make. Where Diagon Alley possessed the feel of a bazaar taken straight from medieval times, Rue de la Magie was a fascinating combination of Renaissance-styled buildings and modern architecture that seemed to create a seamless flow between the two styles. Both were beautiful in their own way, but also vastly different from each other. As the name implied, Rue de la Magie was a street, a thoroughfare that connected several different streets within the magical community together. Unlike Diagon Alley, which wavered and turned and twisted with small paths that felt like they had been placed completely at random, France's magical community had order to it. Streets were straight and pristine, the roads were standard Muggle roads that did not deviate from their narrow lines. Branching off from the main thoroughfare were several smaller streets and back alleys that led to more shops and stores. There was also much more life within Rue de la Magie. Human life, yes. Being in the mainland meant there were more people here than at magical Britain. But there was also a lot of plant life. Lining the street on either side were several trees, Ubiquito's London plane from the looks of them, that were planted in a square patch of dirt roughly half a meter wide spaced over 2-meter intervals. They created a just as stark contrast to Diagon Alley as the architecture was, which had no flora or fauna to speak of. And the trees were not the only existing plant life in the magical district. Several parks had been strategically placed to offer children an area to relax and play while the adults sat down and conversed outside of shops and open-air cafes while they rested from their shopping excursions. That was another thing that just showed how different the culture in France was from Britain. While the English were nowhere near as bad as Americans, who were almost as bad as goblins with their need to rush everywhere as if wasting even 1 second was anathema to them, they still maintained a more time is money approach to most things. This difference in culture was never shown more clearly to Harry than now. At Diagon Alley, there was always a rush. Always. People were constantly hustling from one area to the next, rarely taking time to just stop and relax. The crowds would push and shove as they tried to bustle off to their next stop so they can get their shopping done as soon as possible. Here, such was not the case. While even busier and more crowded than Diagon Alley, Rue de la Magie possessed none of the urgency Harry often sensed lurking within the other magical community. The pace of people as they walked was slower, some people were even just standing around as they conversed. He could see a number of people sitting down at open-air cafes, sipping a cappuccino or latte either alone or with friends. It was so different from the more aged-looking Diagon Alley. Even the magic here felt different. While it still hummed vibrantly within the back of his mind, it felt more relaxed in a way. If he had to describe the feeling of the magic here with a word, he would say it felt lucid. Sitting at a table inside of the salon of the restaurant he was eating at, Harry could admit, if only to himself, that he was actually grateful Celine had made him come out here. The restaurant was called Maxim's, and it was a literal temple of Art Nouveau. As was the case with Art Nouveau, the decorations within the restaurant held a complete disdain for straight lines and sharp edges, preferring a more natural theme with graceful waves and billows. The main theme behind the art was flora, plant life. Painted along the walls, the ceiling, and even stitched into the carpet were intricate illustrations of various flowers that were interwoven together in a beautiful blend that seemed to capture the essence of nature. The restaurant was one of the few located within the magical district of Rue de la Magie. It was also one of the more expensive places to eat, which would explain why there were so many nobles sitting around in expensive wizarding robes as they ate their meals and made light conversation. Harry had no idea how Celine had managed to get them entrance. All signs pointed towards Perennel's aid. "You know, I'm very surprised you can actually eat human food." Harry's comment had Celine look up from her glass of wine, a Cabernet Sauvignon, with a slight smile. She was wearing an expensive black gown with a plunging V-neck that went all the way down to her solar plexus just below the bust and allowed for an enticing view of her creamy, milk-colored cleavage. Harry tried not to pay attention to the sway of her bosom caused by the slight movements she made. He was too young to be interested in such things. "You are." She sounded amused. "Yes." Harry nodded his head as he gestured towards the food Celine was eating. Filet de bœuf au poivre, a grilled filet mignon in a rich peppercorn red brandy cream sauce. "I hadn't realized vampires could eat regular food. I thought you only drank blood." "We don't need to eat regular human food," Celine admitted with an elegant shrug. "And most of us don't. However, there are a rare few who enjoy eating food like this." She absently swirled her wine just a bit before taking a small sip. "My father, for one. He may be a hard-liner when it comes to vampire traditionalism, but he will never turn down a rare steak and red wine." "I see." Harry took her words in stride. "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" "You just did," Celine said with a smile. Harry rolled his eyes. "Very well. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?" Celine hummed for a moment, as if taking his question under serious advisement. After several seconds of watching Harry's face become more and more uncomfortable, she smirked. "Go ahead. You said your last name was Dracul," Harry began. "I was just wondering if you were related to Vlad III, the member of the House of Draculesti who later on went to become known as Vlad the Piercer." Celine was silent for a moment. "And if I was," she asked finally, "what would you do?" "What would I do?" Harry blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "I wouldn't do anything. It's not like I care who you're related to. I was just curious." For just a second, Celine looked well and truly shocked. It was almost worth all those strange feelings and desires this girl brought to the fore in him to see her look like she had just taken a metaphorical curveball to the face. Almost. "You are proving yourself to be a more and more interesting individual, Amore." She sounded pleased for some reason. "Yes, I am related to Vlad III Dracula." So Vlad really was a vampire. Harry mused. The tales of Count Dracula made by Bram Stoker had been based off of Vlad the Piercer. Ever since he had learned that vampires did indeed exist, he had wondered if stories such as that held any truth to them. Celine shook her head. "No," she corrected. "Vlad was not a vampire, just a human with an insatiable bloodlust. Our family did not become vampires until after Vlad's death, sometime in the early 1500s, when a man bearing a grudge against Vlad cursed his family line to forever crave the taste of human blood. Or so the story goes. I myself don't know how true it is, but it is a story that's been passed down through my family for generations." "Ah," Harry said nothing more, turning the majority of attention to his own food, carre dieno, roasted rack of lamb served over a roasted garlic rosemary demi-glace and garnished with flageolet beans. It was an exquisite meal. Truly, the French knew how to make good food. The meal was finished eventually. As the waiter would likely not be there for a while, dinner in France was meant to be enjoyed with conversation, not rushed like you were eating at McDonald's. Celine used this time to open up dialogue again. Tell me, amore, have you ever tried wine tasting? Harry made a face, both at her pet name and her question. He was actually getting used to her name for him, but it still bothered him to be called love by someone he just met. It probably would have bothered him if anyone called him that. I'm not even 12 years old yet. What makes you think I would have ever consumed any kind of alcohol? A simple yes or no would do, Celine said. Then no, I have not. I thought not. Harry almost rolled his eyes again as Celine hailed down a waiter. Excuse me, she said, switching from English to French seamlessly. It was impressive. Harry could do it, of course, but he had eidetic memory, so everything he could do felt less impressive than it really was. Could I bother you for a bottle of Chateau Margaux and another glass? The waiter blinked, his eyes looking at the glass of red wine in Celine's hand, then cast a dubious glance at Harry. He was obviously connecting the dots and realized Harry was far too young to drink. Just how Celine had managed to get a glass of wine for herself was a mystery he had yet to solve. Celine must have seen this too, because she immediately sprung into action. Please, she asked, leaning over ever so slightly towards the waiter, a young man of about 20 or so. It was just enough that the waiter could see down the V-neck of her dress very easily. Harry grit his teeth to keep from grinding them when he saw the man begin to blatantly stare at Celine's chest. When the man licked his lips with his lust and desire obvious in his eyes, Harry nearly snapped. Hadn't this cretin ever heard of restraint? She was 14 years old, for Christ's sakes. Several feet away from where Harry and Celine were seated, several of the lights within the ceiling exploded in a shower of glass fragments that rained down upon the hapless guests. A number of screams of shock, surprise, and fear rose into the air. A threnody of voices all called out in unison as people began jabbering away at the frightful occurrence. Celine looked at Harry as he clenched his hands so hard they looked like they might bleed at any second. She smirked, before turning to look back at the waiter, grabbing his attention with a gentle tug on his sleeve. When the shocked young man looked back at her, she gave him one of those heart-fluttering smiles. Harry grit his teeth some more. About that wine. Oh, of course, the waiter stuttered, not even seeming to question her now. His eyes moved back down to her cleavage, and this time, Harry did begin grinding his teeth. I will be right back. Jealous? Asked a smirking Celine as she looked at Harry. Said Air just frowned. Why would I be jealous? He asked with a slightly irritable expression. I simply didn't like how he was looking at you like that. He's well over the acceptable age limit to be even eyeing someone as young as you. The ignorant, pompous cochon. He should have some restraint. You can't blame him for looking at me, Celine chided, the strangely pleased smile not leaving her face. He is a male. It is the prerogative of all males to stare at beautiful women such as myself no matter the age. It's human instinct. Harry felt like huffing, but didn't, as he felt it would make him seem childish. There is such a thing as human decency, he told her, still feeling irrationally angry. He should have known better not to stare at someone who's probably 10 years younger than him. Harry did not like the smile that appeared on Celine's face as she hummed in thought. A few seconds later, the waiter came back up and set a glass down in front of Celine. He was about to pour it for her, but she quickly placed her hand on the bottle and pulled it away from him. Thank you, she said before dismissing the waiter entirely. The young man blinked, then narrowed his eyes. Harry could not help but feel a tad vindicated as he watched the swine leave with an expression of anger on his face. Wine tasting is the sensory examination and evaluation of wine, Celine started, her tone taking on a far different quality than Harry was used to hearing from her. It sounded almost like she was reciting something someone else had once told her. There are 5 basic steps of wine tasting: color, swirl, smell, taste, savor. Or if you'd prefer, See, swirl, sniff, sip, savor. I'm surprised you know anything about wine tasting, Harry commented as he watched her uncork the bottle with a slight pop. My father enjoys a good wine, Celine said with a smile. It is one of his many foibles. She grimaced. I have often had to listen to him lecture about how a good red wine is almost as good as blood. Now Harry understood. She must have learned about wine tasting from hearing her father talk about it so many times. Interesting. He decided to remain silent for the rest of the lesson. While he didn't really care for wine, there may come a time where he had to entertain guests. Knowing how to properly taste wine would probably be a boon in helping him with that endeavor. At the very least, his knowledge may impress the rich nobles who enjoy a good wine. After pouring the wine into the glass, Celine stood up and walked over to Harry's side of the table, glass in hand. She gently set the glass down and moved behind Harry. Said boy felt a jolt of shock, embarrassment and something else he could not determine but was pleasurable nonetheless as the daughter of Dracul pressed herself against his back. Grabbing his right hand in her own, Celine guided Harry to take the glass of wine. The first step, Celine's hot breath whispered in his ear, causing him to shudder. Is judging the color. We do this on a white background because white is a combination of all colors and won't cause us to see colors within the wine that may not actually be there. That day, Harry Potter was taught the art of wine tasting from Celine. It was a very, very good thing he had eidetic memory, or he would have not remembered a single word she said. It was later that night that Harry appeared within his room at the Dursleys' residence with a silent pop. After eating out with Celine, Harry had felt much better, though also incredibly flustered for some reason. His good mood had improved even more when he took a long, 6-hour nap before using the time turner to go back 14 hours so he could do all of the activities he normally did in England. Lisa had commented on his very much improved attitude from his recent grouchiness. Walking over to his desk, Harry set down the stack of letters in his hands. He had gone over to Andromeda's that night for dinner after spending an entire day, minus the 2-hour sparring session he had with Katrina, with Lisa Croft, and retrieved the mail that had been sent to her residence for him. Harry was very pleased to see that his idea to ensure his mail was not intercepted worked. He also had to thank both Lisa Turpin and Tracy Davis for sending word along to his other friends. Hedwig had not been as pleased as he was. His partner had made her displeasure known with a rather nasty pecking to the forehead when he got home the first time after getting his mail from Andromeda. He had only managed to make her stop by suggesting she stay with his advisor/barrister for the duration of his summer, or until he managed to catch the fool trying to steal his mail. Andromeda had not been very pleased, especially when Hedwig attacked an owl bringing mail to her. Looking over the letters, Harry took note of who they belonged to. He had one from each of his friends minus Blaise, who was still in Italy and would not be back until the end of July, and Hannah and Susan, both of whom were in the States. Reading over the letters, Harry took care to reply to each one. Nothing had changed since he had seen Lisa and Tracy 2 days ago, so his response was very short. Terry had gotten a new Muggle telescope, which he was going on about in his letter. Harry decided it would be a good idea to direct him to some of the more advanced Muggle telescopes the Ravenclaw could observe at one of the science centers he had been to. Daphne's letter was the same as always, asking how he was doing while unloading a few of her frustrations about her father. He wished he could do more for her, but until he found out what it would take to convince Nathaniel Greengrass not to sell his daughter off like chattel, there was little else he could do but listen. The letter that interested him the most was the one from Neville. To the heir apparent of the ancient and most noble house of Potter. Hey Harry, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. That Muggle sport you mentioned, martial arts, sounds really interesting. I really want to learn it. I even tried to convince my gran to let me sign up for classes, but she turned it down saying I needed to get stronger before she would do something like that. I'm hoping I can do that this year when we get back to Hogwarts and begin doing those workouts. Did you know that our birthdays are in the same month? I always knew, but I wasn't sure if you did because you live with your Muggle relatives and I never told you my birthday. The reason I'm telling you this is because my gran suggested the two of us having a small party at our house. I've already sent invitations to our friends, and I am hoping you'll be able to come as well. The envelope is actually a portkey that will take you to Longbottom Manor. The password to activate it is birthday. The party will start at noon. Hope to see you there. The heir apparent of the ancient and most noble house of Longbottom. Neville Longbottom. Harry read with a thoughtful look. How interesting. He had not actually known when Neville's birthday was, seeing as the other boy had never told him. Of course, everybody knew when his birthday was because he was a wizarding celebrity for the most ridiculous of reasons. Which would explain why Neville knew their birthdays were in the same month. Harry absently set down the letter and picked up the envelope. It was made from a heavy, thick parchment, the kind Harry had come to expect from old magical families. The wax seal was of the family crest, a squarish shield with rounded tips at the bottom and a sharp point in the center. The shield was divided into 3 segments by a thick line that gave the 3 segments multiple rounded bumps. Within each segment was curved Nordic-style horn tied to a string. Above the shield was a knight's helm, highly detailed with a flat top and sharp visor. Flaring out behind it were large, leaf patterns that wove around the helm and shield. At the bottom of the family coat of arms was the family motto, Labor Omnia Vincit, work conquers all. It was a surprisingly Hufflepuff motto for a family that has been traditionally Gryffindor for the last 5 centuries. The choice of whether or not he should go to the party was not hard. It just meant he would be using the time turner twice on July 31st. He would need to get permission from Nicholas Flamel, as this was outside of the jurisdiction of what his teacher had allowed him to use it for, but if there were no problems on that front, then he would be good to go. It looked like he would be celebrating his birthday twice this year. How fun. So the Dracul family isn't the only vampire coven out there? Harry asked as he and Celine once again found themselves sitting out on the veranda eating breakfast. As usual, Harry was eating 6 eggs, sunny side up this time, with his Greek yogurt fruit bowl. Instead of orange juice, this time he had a cup of steaming Earl Grey tea. Meanwhile, Celine was having her usual fare right down to the foam-covered cappuccino. It had become something of a tradition between them to always have breakfast together before Nicholas pulled Harry away to begin teaching him. Harry in particular enjoyed these moments because it was a chance to pick Celine's brain about vampires and vampire traditions. He often found himself captivated by the depth of knowledge this girl told him about her race. That's right, Celine nodded her head as she picked up her cappuccino and took a sip. When she pulled away there was a mild amount of foam on her upper lip, making it look like she had a light brown mustache. The Dracul family is actually a newer coven. We've only been around for a little less than 500 years. Some of the older covens have existed for well over 2,000 years. I know of at least 13 covens who are far older and more powerful than the House of Dracul. That means they were around before the time of the founders, Harry murmured to himself. Now that was interesting. The 4 founders who had built Hogwarts had been around since before the start of the new calendar. If he recalled his information correctly, Hogwarts had originally been built during the late 1st century, and both Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin had been almost a century into their life before then. It was interesting to note that witches and wizards back then lived much longer than they did now. By the time he had died, Godric Gryffindor was 322 years old. Dumbledore would be lucky if he lived to be 200. Despite his mind registering and cataloging the information in the space of his brain where he stored all the knowledge he had acquired on vampires, his attention was elsewhere. Namely, it was the foam that was still on Celine's upper lip. Celine, Harry coughed into his hand to get her attention. Celine looked up at him, a small smile playing on her face. You have a little something on your... Harry pointed to his upper lip, trying to indicate that she had foam on her lip without sounding rude. He was actually surprised she had not wiped it off yet. It was pretty thick foam. Had she truly not noticed it? Something on my what? Asked Celine, tilting her head to the side in what passed as general inquisitiveness. Harry grimaced. He was now sure she was doing it on purpose, not wiping it off because she knew it would bother him. She was trapping him because she knew he would not be able to talk with her while foam was covering her mouth like that. And damn it if it didn't work. It was beginning to drive him to distraction. Here, Let me get that for you. Grabbing his napkin, Harry leaned over and gently wiped off the foam from Celine's upper lip. Judging from the smile on her face, he knew this was what she had wanted. Just why she had wanted it was something he still had yet to discover. Thank you. Celine grabbed his hand before he could take it away, her vampire speed and strength far exceeding his natural human strength. It bothered him tremendously that she was so much stronger than him physically simply because she was a pureblood vampire while he was just human. He wouldn't take it out on her, because it wasn't her fault, but that did not stop it from annoying him. She took the napkin from his hand, setting it on the table before allowing it to join her other hand in holding his. Slowly, she pressed her lush, red lips against his palm, keying it. You're always such a gentleman. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. For whatever reason, Celine always acted like this when he was around. He assumed it was just her personality, how she always acted regardless of most circumstances. By this point in time he had pretty much grown used to her antics. Desensitization, he believed it was called. You're welcome. Harry played along. It was easier to let her have her fun. Less embarrassing that way as well. He had expected Celine to do what she usually did when he got caught in her trap. Smile, say something to try and make him blush, then allow him to regroup. It was what she usually did. When, after several seconds, Celine did not let go of his hand, Harry looked back at the young vampire currently in his company. His first, immediate observation of Celine was to note that her eyes were partially glazed over and half-lidded. They were different from the usual half-lidded look she often gave him, the one that still managed to set his heart racing for some reason beyond his comprehension. That gaze looked like it was piercing him, stripping him, devouring him. This gaze just looked hungry. Another thing he took careful notice of was that his hand was still near her face and she was sniffing it. Yes, she was sniffing his hand. He could feel the small amount of wind caressing his skin as she proceeded to inhale and exhale through her nose. The action tickled his skin. Celine, breaking out of whatever thoughts were going through her head, Celine looked over at Harry who had a mildly concerned look on his face. Are you all right? Celine blinked once, her eyes cleared, then she took in her surroundings. Noticing that she still had Harry's hand in her own, she closed her eyes and took a slow breath before carefully letting it go. Harry flexed his hand for a moment. It was a bit numb because she had been holding it tighter than normal, but feeling was already beginning to return to it, so he wasn't worried. Rather, he was more worried about the girl sitting with him. He didn't know what had just happened, but it was not something that had happened before. Was something wrong with her? Or was this a one-time thing? I'm fine, she told him, her eyes opening again as she gave him a smile. Just a little hungrier than I expected to be, I guess. While most people would probably think the comment innocuous, Harry had been around Celine long enough to know her words usually had an underlying meaning to them. Considering her actions and just who, or to be more precise what she was, he had a good guess as to what she was talking about. Celine, Harry said carefully, eyeing the older girl. How long has it been since you've had a proper feeding? Another blink. Celine actually looked mildly startled by the question, but much like the professional at keeping her emotions hidden that she was, she managed to mask the look quickly. A while, she answered neutrally. There was a slight shifting of her body in her seat that told Harry she was not exactly comfortable discussing this with him. Because he was human, maybe, possibly. I haven't actually ingested blood for a while, and the last transfusion of it I had according to Perenelle was when she was healing me. Meaning she had likely not actually fed on blood for somewhere around a week and the last time she had fed was using the blood he had given Perenelle to help her heal. Did that mean she would need to feed soon? Just how long could a vampire last before they needed blood anyways? Don't worry though, Celine gave Harry a quick wink, her racy smile back in place. I won't bite you or anything. At least. Not unless I want you to, Harry finished for her, his voice dry. Celine's smile just grew, but he was not paying as much attention to it as he normally did. How often do pureblood vampires need to feed on blood? Celine's smile grew slightly pensive at his question. He was apparently stepping into uncomfortable territory again. Still, she answered him to the best of her abilities. A pureblood doesn't need blood very often. A glass once every week at most. Almost as an afterthought, she added, but we can also prolong that period by eating anything with a lot of blood in it. Which would explain why you've been eating so much rare steak, Harry nodded. That's right, Celine gave him a nod. With all the extra rare steak I've been eating, I should be able to last another week or so before I'm forced to feed. Harry just managed to contain his grimace. Forced to feed was a very mild euphemism that did nothing to describe the true horror of what would happen if she didn't feed. Vampires were a rather odd race of supernatural magical creatures. They lived off blood, needed it to survive. If they went without blood, their bodies would begin rejecting their souls and their minds would induce them into a bloodlust state where the only thing that mattered to them was feeding on something, anything, to get that needed nourishment. At the same time, if a vampire drank too much blood, they would lose themselves to bloodlust as well. It was a highly unusual affliction. A vampire had to drink blood within a certain amount of time in order to retain their sanity, but if they drank too much they would lose their sanity just as surely as they would if they did not drink enough. Any more or less than the exact amount needed would result in the same problem, the vampire in question losing their mind to their bloodlust and becoming a mindless beast. This would usually end up with them being put down. They would feed and feed and feed and never stop until someone killed them. Vampires who lost themselves to bloodlust were a risk to the entire race, and so those who lost themselves were killed before they could go on a killing spree and prove their existence to the entire world. Harry. Celine's voice was an echo of her confusion as she watched Harry pull out his mother's wand and use his minor skills in conjuration to create a small glass cup. Raising his left arm and holding it over the cup, he pressed the tip of the wand against it and slowly started to draw it across his wrist. Blood quickly began pouring out of the wound as Harry sliced through both the radial vein and artery in one go. The crimson-colored life-giving liquid gushed out of his arm and trickled into the cup like a small waterfall from a stream, filling the cup quickly. "What are you doing?" A look over at Celine showed Harry that the girl was shocked. Not surprised, but well and truly shocked. Her glowing, silvery blue eyes had grown quite wide, wider than he had ever seen, and her mouth was hanging open like a bad impression of a fish out of water. He had to admit, it was nice to be able to actually get one over on the girl who had caused him so many troubles within the few days she had been here. It also gave him a possible understanding of the young vampire. If this was why Celine was so set on making him lose his composure, he could see why she did it. It was terribly amusing to see someone lose their normally collected head when something unexpected happened. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Harry asked gruffly. He was beginning to feel lightheaded from blood loss, but thankfully wouldn't need much more. The cup was almost full. "I'm not going to have you suffering from lack of blood when I could do something to help. I didn't rescue you from those Vatican-hired mercenaries just so you could go crazy with bloodlust." Technically, he had not meant to rescue her, it had just turned out this way. It still did not change the fact that he had rescued her. But I mean, you don't have to." Harry had to admit that it was very amusing to see the girl who had always seemed so calm and collected even when she was being overly affectionate and sensual to him seem so flustered. While Harry would not call himself a vindictive person, he would admit to enjoying the way she could not form a coherent sentence and how her cheeks became suffused with a lovely shade of pink as her eyes locked onto his before straying to the side when she found herself incapable of maintaining eye contact. Sometimes payback was a dish best served cold, or with blood. When the cup was finally full, Harry withdrew his arm and quickly began pumping as much magic into it as possible. He had never healed cut arteries or veins before, not knowingly at any rate, so he did not know how much magic he needed. Healing broken bones required a lot, however, and since this was just as if not more important than a bone, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was fascinating to watch the wounds on his arm sealing up. It was almost like something was crawling over his veins, arteries, muscle tissue and skin. First the artery and vein healed up, followed by his muscles knitting together. Last, but not least, the small slit in his skin where he had cut himself sealed up with a slight hiss. After several seconds, the wound was healed. Harry wiped off the blood that stained his arm, revealing clear, perfectly healthy skin. It was as if Harry had not just sliced open his arm. Here, Harry set the glass of blood in front of the still shocked to silence Celine. The girl was looking at him as if she had never seen him before. It was slightly unnerving, the way her eyes never blinked or moved from his face as she gaped at him. Eventually, however, she did respond. Her pale cheeks became several shades lighter as a pinkish-red hue suffused them. Her left hand came up and gently grabbed hold of the glass and lifted it up. She looked over at Harry as she brought the glass near her mouth, before quickly looking away, her cheeks turning an even darker shade of red. Harry watched Celine slowly drink his blood. Her eyes had closed the moment the red liquid had touched her lips. Every few seconds her body would give little shudders, and Harry thought he heard strange noises coming from her mouth. He didn't know what those sounds were, as they did not sound like a gulp and they were too soft and too muffled by the glass for him to properly categorize. A few seconds later, Celine brought the now empty cup back down, setting it on the table. She looked over at Harry and, once again, he got to lay witness to the girl who had often spent most of her time trying to see how red she could make his face blush. It was so nice to see the shoe on the other foot for a change. "Thank you," she mumbled so softly that were it not for his enhanced hearing, Harry would have missed it. "You're welcome," Harry said. "I really mean it, Harry," Celine continued, calling him by his name for the first time ever. Her hand came out and she laid it against one of his, the one currently resting closest to her on the table. She swallowed, then flushed a bit more as she turned her head. "You don't know how much this means to me. This was the first time anyone has ever let me drink their blood. Actually, this is the first time I drank blood that wasn't from a transfusion pack. Is me giving you my blood really that big of a deal?" asked Harry, honestly confused. He couldn't quite see what the big deal was. He bled so much during sparring sessions when he got punched in the face that the idea of giving someone some blood hardly mattered to him at all. Maybe there was some kind of sentimental value involved that he just wasn't understanding. A vampire thing, perhaps. Celine looked at him in honest shock. "Harry," she said, her voice trembling in a way it never had before. "Do you really not get it?" "No," Harry shrugged. "Harry," she repeated, "you are a wizard whose magic is very potent. Magic is in the blood. For you to just give me blood to drink, it's..." She paused, searching for the right words before shaking her head as she realized there were no right words to describe what had just happened. "It's unheard of. No wizard would ever willingly let a vampire drink their blood. That's like one of the ultimate signs of trust you could possibly give a vampire." "Really?" Harry blinked, then shrugged. "I didn't know that." Then again, he did not know much about blood beyond its effects in alchemy. And while he had heard of blood magic and had most definitely heard the dogma spewed by people like Draco Malfoy about purebloods, and how superior they were to normal witches and wizards, he did not know much about that branch of magic and had never put much stock into blood superiority. "Would you?" Celine squirmed a bit in her seat, her fangs worrying her lower lip. For some reason, this shy Celine made Harry's heart race just as much as the one who gave him those predatory smiles with half-lidded eyes did. "What a troublesome young lady." "Would I what?" asked Harry. "If..." Celine took a deep breath, seemingly to gather her courage. "Now that you know this, would you have still given me your blood if I needed it?" "I don't see why not." At Celine's shocked face, Harry decided to elaborate. "I'm not like most wizards, especially most pureblood wizards, who is biased and prejudiced against everything that is not considered pure by their standards. Nor am I like muggles, who are superstitious and have grown to fear things like vampires and werewolves out of a lack of understanding. I base my judgments on others by who they are, not what they are." The Drillsees had hated him simply for being a wizard. They hated him for what he was, not who he was. That, perhaps more than anything else, bothered Harry about his vile blood relatives. That unjust prejudice against someone who was different. It was the reason Harry had taken these beliefs on treating others based on who they are as people and not what race they belong to in the first place. "I do not care that you are a vampire. You could be an alien for all I cared. What matters to me is not what race you belong to, but who you are as a person," Harry continued, now only slightly aware of the way Celine was staring at him like he was the sole center of her universe. He was once again in one of his elements. That of someone who was giving a passionate speech. The politician, as Daphne once called it when they were speaking privately. And you, Celine, are a good person from what I have seen. For a long moment not a word was spoken between the two. Harry had already said his piece, and Celine looked like she was having trouble digesting his words. She had probably grown up being taught that witches and wizards would always hate vampires because of they were, Harry mused, so to find one who didn't give two squats, for lack of a better term, was no doubt mind-blowing. I see. Eventually, Celine did regain the ability to speak, as well as her previous composure. She gave Harry that same smile she normally did, however, this time there was something different about it. It looked like gratitude. Yes, that was there, but there were other emotions as well. A good number of them that Harry could not quite identify because they were so jumbled together on her face. In her expression. Still, Harry felt he understood the gist of them, and they were generally revolving around gratitude towards him. You truly are a most interesting individual, Amore. So I've been told. Ah, there you are, apprentice. Harry almost rolled his eyes at the overly exaggerated tone in his teacher's voice. As if the man did not know where he had been the moment he had arrived at the Flamel estate. He had been eating out on the veranda with Celine for the past 2 days, and each time his teacher had found him here. Logic dictated this was where he would be then. Conclusion. Flamel was probably just trying to get on his nerves, like he always did. Turning around, Harry and Celine both saw Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel walk out onto the veranda. Come, Nicholas said, clapping his hands together once. All the dishes disappeared as if they had never existed. It's time for our next lesson. Today we'll be learning how combining more than 3 of the 3 essential principles and 4 classical elements can interact with each other. Definitely not something you'll want to miss. Alright, Harry, looking visibly excited by his next lesson, ignored his teacher's eccentric behavior and stood up. This was one of the lessons he had been waiting for. And you, young one, will be coming with me, Perenelle told Celine after her husband's joyful chattering was finished. I'm going into Paris again today to do some shopping and felt I could use some company while walking amongst the masses. Of course, Celine stood up, grinning. I always enjoy seeing more of Paris. I don't get out of the Coven compound very often. I would imagine so. Perenelle turned to look at Nicholas and Harry. We will see you two after your lesson. She gave them both a look of warning, causing the two to gulp. I expect you will not stay in that lab for more than a few hours, yes? Of course, dear. Of course, Nicholas reassured his wife, earning him a quick peck on the lips. Harry tried not to gag. He never understood why people had to show such public displays of affection. He completely ignored the fact that they were at their house and not in a public setting. Come along, Harry, come along. Time to begin our next lesson. Very well. Harry turned to Celine. I'll see you later, Celine. Of course, Celine smiled at him. I look forward seeing you again in a few hours, Amore. Harry felt his bones crack as he stretched in his seat. The lesson Nicholas had given him was a very long one, having easily spanned well over the allotted few hours of time Perenelle gave them. Despite having been in the alchemy lab for over 5 hours talking alchemy, Nicholas was still only halfway through his lecture. We'll have to pick this back up again tomorrow, Nicholas told him, frowning a bit. He looked almost as disappointed about the lesson coming to an end as Harry was. Then again, this man lived and breathed alchemy, so it was probably just him not liking the idea of not being able to discuss his life's passion for as long as he liked before the missus came down and began growing feathers again. If you're going to work on another transmutation circle, don't try combining more than 3 elements right now. As good as you are, I have yet to teach you everything you'll need to know to do the more complicated transmutations. Understood. I will be a bit more prudent when drawing up my circles, Harry said, standing up for the first time in 5 hours, wincing as he did so. Maybe stopping for today was a good idea after all. His bottom was actually feeling a little numb. Master Flamel. I was wondering if I could borrow the time turner for a day. What's this? Borrow my time turner. Nicholas Flamel frowned at his apprentice. Time is not something that should be trifled with, my young apprentice. You know that. Using the time turner more than once a day could cause problems that I would rather not deal with. I have no talent when it comes to space-time magics, and would rather not have to deal with a tear in the fabrics of time and space. I know, and I'll be careful, but I really need to borrow it, Harry pressed. When he saw that Flamel still did not look convinced, he added. And it's just for one day. Nicholas Flamel raised an eyebrow. And what do you need to use it for? Ah, well, Harry took a breath. You see, July 31st is coming up and, well, it's my birthday. I am well aware of that, Flamel replied dryly. In fact, I do not think there is a single witch or wizard in Western Europe who does not know that. Harry flushed a bit, but continued on regardless. Normally, this wouldn't be much of an issue, but I find myself in a small bind, he said carefully. You see, for the past 5 years I have always spent my birthdays with Lisa Croft, my Muggle friend. I was going to do that this year as well, but I got a letter from the Dowager Longbottom, inviting me to celebrate a joint birthday party for myself and Neville, who also happens to have a birthday on the same month as I do. Harry was silent for a moment, then added, and one does not refuse an invitation from the Dowager Longbottom. Harry had heard stories of Neville's gran. The woman was supposedly a hard case, a woman who could cause people to run away screaming with a mere look. She was also the leader of one of the few neutral parties who took a firmer stance in politics. Because of this, Harry especially did not want to turn down an invitation from her and make it seem like his friendship with Neville and, just as importantly, that the Longbottom Potter alliance meant nothing to him. He had to go. I still do not see the problem, Nicholas Flamel told him in a bland voice. Harry sighed. His teacher did understand his problem, but wanted Harry to spell it out for him. Probably in an attempt to annoy Harry. I cannot turn down an invitation from the Dowager Longbottom, but knowing my friend as well as I do, she has already planned a surprise party for me. It would devastate her if I did not show up and I dislike the thought of hurting Lisa, however inadvertently. Please. Harry bowed to the man. Not one of those incline of the head bows, but a full bow from the waist. If you could grant me this one boon, I would never ask for another again. Harry did not like doing this. He disliked showing this kind of deference to anyone. It meant this person was above him, better than him. And even if that was true, that did not mean he liked to admit it. But he would do it. For Lisa if no one else. If meant she would be happy, he would swallow his pride and show such deference to another. For what felt like hours to Harry, no one spoke a single word. The young heir to the Potter fortune could feel a wellspring of anxiousness bubble forth, making him sick to his stomach. He knew he was asking for a lot. Harry understood how dangerous using the time turner more than once a day was. There was so much that could go wrong. Tears in time and space that could send him either forward or backwards hundreds of years. His entire body could be ripped to shreds and each piece misplaced in another time. His very existence could be erased, effectively changing the course of history and screwing up the present timeline. There were an infinite number of things that could go wrong. Harry understood this. Nicholas Flamel had lectured him on it quite a bit before letting him use the time turner. At the same time, he could not in good conscience let either of his friends down by not showing up for a party where he was expected. These were not mindless sheep, a flock meant to be led and skinned for the fur they shed. They were his friends. To do such a thing to people who had earned his friendship and loyalty was anathema to him. The sound of a door clicking drew Harry out of his stupor for a second. He looked over to the door, but upon seeing it still closed and locked from the inside, turned his attention back to Nicholas Flamel. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Nicholas Flamel sighed. You are very lucky I like you so much, apprentice. Harry's posture straightened. You mean, yes, I will allow you to borrow the time turner. When Flamel saw the joyous expression on Harry's face, he quickly held up a finger. But, I want you to promise me that you will only use it twice. Once to turn back time for this party at the Longbottoms, and the other for your Muggle friend. I am taking a big risk by letting you do this. Do not abuse my trust. I promise. Very well then. And just like that, The stern expression from Flamel's face melted and the amused and slightly mocking grin Harry had grown used to appeared. Now, I believe this is the part where I tell you to be responsible, or something like that, but I don't really care, so I'm just going to tell you to enjoy your birthday parties. How odd. Anyways, have fun. You only turned 12 once. Yes, Master Flamel, and thank you. Think nothing of it. I am only doing what I can to ensure my cute little apprentice doesn't feel bad for not showing up at either party. Harry's right eye twitched. He was not cute. It was official. Harry hated magical transportation devices more than anything else in the world. He had disliked them before, but now he hated them. Truly hated them. How anyone could actually think of something like these wretched creations was beyond him. They were the most dizzying, stomach-churning, and altogether unpleasant modes of travel he had ever had the displeasure of using. And it seemed they hated him just as much as he hated them, for it almost seemed like each time he used a portkey, the experience got 10 times worse. His hatred of portkeys may have also had something to do with the way he landed in an undignified heap on the floor as he felt his stomach rebel and just barely managed to contain his breakfast, but that was neither here nor there. Harry wasn't one for such banal semantics. I had been told that you were rather ungraceful when using magical methods of transportation, but I had expected you to only be this bad when using the flow. As the voice penetrated the fog that had gathered in his brain from the sickening experience gained from portkey travel, Harry Potter looked up to see a stern yet somewhat amused-looking Augusta Longbottom and a grinning Neville. "All right there, Harry?" asked Neville as he held a hand out to help the young Potter air up. "I'm fine." Harry grabbed onto the hand and allowed his friend to pull him up. "Or I will be in a few seconds." He grimaced. "I don't think I'll ever get used to portkey travel. It's even worse than using the flow." Remembering his manners, Harry turned to Augusta Longbottom and keyed the hand she proffered to him. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Longbottom." "And you as well, Mr. Potter," Augusta replied with a minimalistic nod. "I trust your summer has been enjoyable so far." "Very much so, thank you." With the proper introductory greeting with the head of the family out of the way, Harry turned to Neville and smiled. "It's good to see you, Neville." Harry Potter, the boy who lived, top of his class, can't travel using a portkey to save his life, Neville joked with a wry chuckle. Harry blinked, surprised by the confidence in his friend's voice. Was it because he was at home that he was like this? Or because it was just them and no crowds of random strangers around? "You seem to be much more confident these days," Harry decided to comment on it. Neville shrugged a bit, and Harry could see some of his self-confidence issues rise now that it had been mentioned. "I guess I've just been feeling a bit better about myself lately. I mean, my gran and all my relatives were so proud about how high my grades were. I guess I've just been feeling good about myself, you know." "That's good," Harry nodded. "Always remember it's important to feel pride in who you are. With pride comes confidence, and by being confident you will be able to come into your true potential. Just be sure not to let confidence become arrogance, or that old saying, 'Pride comes before the fall,' may end up coming to bite you." Neville shook his head and smiled. "Already giving me speeches, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "Sorry, I can't help myself. It's become a bit of a habit, I think." "I've noticed," Neville said a tad dryly. "Neville," Augusta interrupted their conversation, bringing all attention on her. "Why don't you show Mr. Potter around the manor? The rest of our guests will be showing up in about half an hour. Meet me in the lobby when you two are done." "All right, Gran." Neville gestured for Harry to follow him. "Come on, I'll show you around. Longbottom Manor is a big place." The party was officially in full swing. It was a very informal party, Harry noticed, featuring only Neville's immediate family, a few friends of Augusta's, their children if they had any, and the friends Neville and Harry had made during their time at Hogwarts. The party was taking place within the ballroom. It was a very long, rectangular room that was about half the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. The room was very tall, with a curved ceiling that held a mosaic of the Longbottom coat of arms. The image, made up of what Harry could only guess was millions of tiny pieces of jewels, had been animated so that the helmet would open and close every 5 minutes and the leafy patterns around the shield shifted and flowed as if caught in a breeze. Augusta Longbottom had already introduced him to several members of their family, including great-uncle Algy, who had nearly killed Neville several times trying to force some magic out of him. To Harry, that was almost as bad as his relatives trying to stamp the magic out of him. It was no wonder then that he was only as polite as needed when he had been introduced to the man. Despite having met some of Neville's less than pleasant family members, it was nice being surrounded by his friends again. I'm telling you, this year is Puddlemere's year. They are going to rock the British and Irish Quidditch League. Even if two of his friends were neck-deep in a debate over which Quidditch team would do better during the coming season. And I'm telling you, Terry replied to Tracy's sycophantic remark about Puddlemere United. I did some research on the lineups this year, and the Falmouth Falcons are definitely the ones to watch out for. They've got a new seeker, and I've heard he's very good. The Falcons, peesh, they were nearly beaten by the Cannons last year in the 5th game of the season. What makes you think a new seeker is going to make them do better when their keeper beeps? Is it strange of me to admit that I missed listening to them argue? Asked Lisa as she stood next to Harry, Hermione and Neville, all of whom were standing off to the side as they watched the duo argue Quidditch. Several feet away, standing near the food tables, were some of the older students who went to Hogwarts. Harry recognized all 5 of them: Penelope Clearwater, Cedric Diggory, Roger Davies and Ewan Abercrombie. They had all spoken with the senior students for a while, but broke into smaller groups afterwards. Not really, Harry said, his eyes scanning the crowds. He could see Augusta Longbottom entertaining some of the older guests, political allies Harry figured. He recognized a few of the faces, 5 of them he had met at the New Year Gala during his first year. I kind of missed this as well. Watching these two argue just makes me feel a sense of nostalgia. You sound like an old man, Lisa teased, causing Harry to snort in amusement before taking a drink of his pumpkin juice. He just managed to withhold a grimace at the taste of the liquid. Why was it that all witches and wizards felt the need to use pumpkin juice for their parties instead of punch? So Daphne couldn't show up, huh? Harry changed the subject. He had been searching for his wayward friend, hoping she would show up. It was, he knew, a somewhat vain hope, but even though he had expected her not to show up, it was still disappointing. Doesn't look like it. Hermione took her attention off the debate between Tracy and Terry, which had now moved on to the "my team's brooms are better than yours" debate in order to look around the room. It's kind of expected though, isn't it? I mean, I saw her father and, well, I can't imagine someone so. Her face scrunched up like a chipmunk as she tried to find the correct word to describe Daphne's father. Stern, agreeing to let his daughter go to a party. That's not the reason he didn't let Daphne come, Harry corrected the girl. It's political. Nathaniel Greengrass does business with a lot of, let's say, fringe families. Families that are considered true neutrals as they sided with neither the light nor the dark when Voldemort rose to power. Like the Zabinis, the Longbottoms are a strictly light-sided family even though they are considered neutral. By allowing his daughter to attend, he is essentially declaring which side his house is aligned with. If he did that, he may end up losing allies. Harry wished they would have sent him his invitation at least a week in advance rather than a measly 2 days. He was sure that he could have convinced Nathaniel Greengrass to let his daughter attend his and Neville's party. The man would have done so if for no other reason than not granting the request of the boy who lived was tantamount to political suicide right now, especially after his debut at the New Year Gala. But that's ridiculous. Hermione looked furious. He won't let his daughter go to her friend's birthday party because he doesn't want to be seen as being allies with them. That's absolutely barbaric. That's the way things are, Harry shrugged. And I would suggest you keep your voice down. Especially if you are going to insult wizarding culture like that. But, Hermione, Harry interrupted the girl before she could speak. You must understand that the wizarding world has been run this way for centuries, even before the founding of the Ministry of Magic. And it's run this way because for the last couple dozen centuries or so it's worked. Actually, wizarding politics have been the same since the late 6th century after Britain managed to come back from an era of depression due to the death of King Arthur and the razing of Camelot. Lisa corrected Harry with her more canonically correct historic knowledge. Technically, It's been around 1300 years since our world has become set in its ways. Thank you. Harry nodded at the girl. It annoyed him a bit that she knew more than him, but he let it go since he was still reading up on wizarding history. Anyways, while the politics in the Muggle world may have advanced since then, the wizarding world's politics have not changed since that time. Magical Britain, most magical communities in fact, hold on to the belief that if it isn't broken, they don't need to fix it. Hermione's expression looked thoughtful, yet pensive. I sort of get that, but still, I am not saying that the way our world is run is necessarily right. Once more, Harry decided to nip the girl's thoughts in the bud. He could already see where she was going with this. Truth be told, I find some of the policies and laws in the wizarding world to be more than a little archaic, but by insulting the way we live, you are insulting the very culture of magical Britain and the rest of the magical world as a whole. And if you want to get a good job after you graduate from Hogwarts, then the last thing you want to do is insult the heritage witches and wizards of England hold so dear. This time, Hermione's expression was completely pensive. What do you mean? I mean that getting a good job in the wizarding world is not based on how good your grades were in school or how talented you were at magic, it's based on who you know. In other words, your connections. Why else do you think it is that pureblood wizards are the ones who always get the best jobs even when they are not fully qualified for that job? Harry gestured over to the people Augusta was speaking with. You see those men Lady Longbottom is talking to. All of them are large figures in the wizarding world. 5 of them were important enough that Minister Fudge invited them to the New Year's Gala last year, and 6 of them are members on the Wizengamot. The one on the far left owns a very large company that imports magical goods from the mainland, and the one with the large nose and spectacles owns 16 different shops that sell magical goods like potions and potion ingredients. Now, Harry brought Hermione's attention back to him. Even Terry and Tracy had stopped arguing to hear what he had to say. Do you think Lady Longbottom spends so much time and effort speaking with these people because she likes them? Hermione looked thoughtful while Harry scoffed. Of course not. Most of those people she is indifferent to, and some of those people she probably outright dislikes. But she speaks with them anyways because by keeping these connections open she has a chance of helping her grandson make it big in both politics and, if he chooses to, importing and exporting rare magical herbs. Neville blinked, then looked over at his gran with newfound eyes. I hadn't realized she was doing that for me. I'm not surprised, Harry responded. I only know those people because my advisor in wizarding culture and law gave me a list of important people in certain industries and fields of study. So you're saying that Muggleborns won't be able to get a good job without knowing people? Hermione frowned. That hardly seems fair. You're right, it's not, but that's life. Harry shrugged, as if to say, what can you do? Besides, it's the same way in the Muggle world too. Most people get jobs because they know someone in the industry they want to get into and can get them to give the company they work for a referral. In that sense, the magical world and Muggle world are pretty much the same. It was interesting how even purebloods such as Lisa, Neville and Terry knew so little about how the magical world actually worked. Though a part of this may have just been because they were too young to really be concerned with that yet. Harry suspected they would not be taught all this until they were nearing 5th year when they would have to take their owls. This knowledge would not truly become important until then. Harry's friends turned introspective as a new piece of information they had not really known came to light. Well, all of them except for Tracy, that is. She just wrinkled her nose as if smelling something horrid. All this talk of politics and job searching is totally killing the mood, she declared. So let's talk about something else. Did you know that Nimbus is coming out with a new broom? As Tracy Davis began going off about the Nimbus 2001, which apparently was even faster than the Nimbus 2000, Lisa and Hermione both groaned. They were not Quidditch or broom fans at all. Harry merely chuckled. Leave it to Tracy to destroy any sense of distress and introspection with all the subtlety of a troll at a tea party. Like every year during the 31st of July, Harry spent almost his entire day with Lisa. Technically, he spent his 3rd day of July 31st with Lisa, but getting into semantics over bending time twice in order to live a single day 3 times was not something Harry felt the need to get into. They had done all the things they normally did together. Lisa had taken Harry out to get some pizza for lunch. It wasn't something he usually ate, but he sometimes would on special occasions like his or Lisa's birthday. They had also gone to the British Science Museum which, ironically enough, had a special exhibition about astronomy that Terry would have loved to see called Cosmos and Culture. It was a rather fascinating exhibition that showed how astronomy changed the way people view the universe. The exhibition had contained many devices, both ancient and cutting-edge, that allowed one to trace the history of people and the stars through different stories drawn from around the world. While not something Harry truly enjoyed, like chemical science, economics, magic and history, it was still something that managed to catch his attention and make him wonder if there was some way to apply Muggle astronomy with wizarding astronomy. An endeavor for another time, perhaps. After the Science Museum, Mrs. Croft took them both back home where the pair proceeded to sit on the couch watching movies while she cooked dinner. "So what should we watch this time?" asked Lisa as she and Harry rummaged through the collection of movies they were allowed to watch. "You're the birthday boy, so it's your choice." Harry frowned as he looked over the selection. There weren't any movies he really wanted to watch. At least, there were none that they had available. And he didn't feel like watching another movie over again. That was another problem with eidetic memory. He had already seen all of these movies at least once and they were now permanently etched within his mind, and unlike Lisa or anyone else, he remembered everything that happened in them with perfect clarity. It made watching reruns dreadfully boring. How about? Harry grimaced as he tried to find something that might be able to at least hold his attention. Finally, he grabbed a random video case and looked at it. He blinked. "When did you get this?" he asked, holding up the case to a new cartoon movie called Aladdin. This movie had not been there the last time he and Lisa sat down to watch a movie. "Oh, that." Lisa took the video from him and smiled. "Mum bought it for us a few days ago. I was going to ask if you wanted to watch but, well," she adopted a sheepish look, "I kinda forgot." "You forgot?" Harry sighed, before allowing a small chuckle to escape his mouth. "It's good to know some things never change." "Oi, why don't we watch it now then?" Harry suggested, taking the video back and putting it into the VCR. "I would rather watch something new than a bunch of movies I've seen 100 times already." Lisa rolled her eyes. "Now that's a mighty big exaggeration if I ever heard one." As the opening introduction to Arabian Nights began playing over a desert scene that soon ended up showing a cartoon version of a classical-looking Arabic city with a large palace in the background, Harry and Lisa sat down on the couch. Once more, as soon as they sat down, Lisa, ever the affectionate young girl that she was, quickly used this opportunity as an excuse to snuggle herself into Harry's side. This time, however, something very different than what usually happens occurred. In most cases, when Lisa cuddled against him, Harry would just accept the actions for what they were, a young girl wanting to be as close to her best friend as possible, and would act accordingly by hugging her back. By this point in time, it had literally become ingrained into his body to hug her back. He actually wondered if perhaps it had even become a muscle memory. When Lisa cuddled up to him this time, Harry stiffened as his mind went into overdrive. It was like a much more mild version of what happened the first few times he had been with Celine, only, it was different at the same time. In either case, it was something that never happened before and something he couldn't describe. "Harry," Lisa frowned in concern as she turned her head to look at him. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Harry quickly drew upon his occlumency lessons and emptied his mind. It helped him relax, though his muscles were still a little tense, something his friend easily picked up on. "Are you sure?" she pressed. "Yes." Taking a deep breath, Harry made his body relax into the couch even more. Feeling a bit better, he offered Lisa a smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Lisa Croft spent another second or two studying him intently, before seeming to decide that whatever had just happened was a one-time freak accident that wouldn't be happening again. With her concerns now quelled, she quickly burrowed herself into Harry's side, resting her head on his shoulder as she went back to watch the movie. Harry, on the other hand, was in a minor state of turmoil. Even though his body was now relaxed and his muscles loosened, his mind was a frenzy of activity. What had that been about? Never in his life had something like this happened before. No, that wasn't quite true, was it? This had happened before, with Celine. His body had reacted to Lisa's closeness the same way it had Celine's whenever she had shown physical affection. Harry had assumed that the cause of this reaction was something unique to Celine, or perhaps something unique to the vampire race. But now it seemed like Lisa was garnering this same reaction now. What did this mean? The moment Harry appeared within the entryway to the Flamel estate, he found himself being swept up by Celine, who locked her arms around his and began immediately leading him away. Strangely enough, while his reaction was subdued now that he had grown used to Celine's antics, it was stronger this time than it had been yesterday. He wondered if this was due, in part, because of how he reacted to Lisa. "Amore, you have been a very naughty young man." There was something about the way she said this that made Harry feel unsure of whether or not he should blush like some kind of schoolgirl or shiver. Naturally, he ended up doing both. "I am," he asked, and was relatively pleased when he did not let the strange feelings that, for some reason, had overcome him stronger than they had been yesterday's show. It meant that if nothing else, he was truly beginning to grow used to Celine's strange form of, he wasn't quite sure if it should be called physical affection, but he really couldn't think of anything else to describe it. In either event, the fact that he was not turning into a blushing, stuttering mess meant he was growing less inclined to be bothered by her constant need for physical closeness. Perhaps it was a form of desensitization, much like what was happening in the Muggle world with shows on the telly getting more and more graphic and people growing more and more used to them. Though Harry preferred to think it was more a case of him growing past his immaturity and incapability of dealing with the situation properly. "Yes," Celine said, smiling at him in an even stranger fashion than usual. It was still predatory, but there was something distinctly different about it. He would have continued to ponder this new look, but she spoke before his mind could truly delve into the mystery behind the slight variation in her smile. "You did not tell me it was your birthday yesterday." At her words, Harry paled. He hoped nothing unpleasant came from this. Considering her smile, he did not have much hope. Harry wondered if all women possessed some kind of innate power over men. From all of the observations he had made, all signs pointed towards that being the case. Lisa's father rarely ever did anything to anger Mrs. Crofton being delegated to the couch. Whether this was a metaphorical couch or literally a couch Harry did not know. Tracy's was apparently whipped, and Nicholas Flamel was often seen walking on eggshells with his wife whenever he said something Perenelle deemed to be stupid. Granted, his teacher sometimes deserved it. He did say stupid and sometimes downright insulting words quite often. Then again, maybe Harry was being biased because of all the times Flamel had commented on his young age in order to get him riled up. Whatever the case may be, Harry had determined that women held some kind of power over men that simply made it so that the male species would do the bidding of the female species with little fuss. Sometimes it came in the form of a look, a glare, a smile, large doe eyes that simply made saying, "No, impossible." Other times it came in the form of actions, a hug, a touch, a vice grip of Herculean proportions that made it feel like one's arm was being crushed by unfathomable amounts of pressure. In Harry's case, it had been a combination of both. Nicholas Flamel had given him the day off, claiming that since he was doing so well, he should take this time to relax. Have fun. Those had been his words right before Celine had dragged Harry away before the lecture planned for today could begin. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Those had been the words Nicholas Flamel had added just as he and Celine had disappeared around the corner. For some reason beyond his understanding, hearing those words had given Harry the inexplicable urge to punch the man in the face. Now walking down the streets of Muggle Paris with Celine on his arm, Harry found himself taking in some more of the sights. He had not been to the non-magical portion of Paris since rescuing Celine from her would-be killers/rapist, and he had never been there during the day. It was a much different experience than walking around the city at night. For one thing, it was much busier during the day than it was at night. All around him were people walking to and fro, chatting with friends as they moved about in large groups with a few singles and couples thrown in for good measure. The tables at the cafes were filled with people talking. There was a large number of cars driving down the street. Harry even saw several large, double-decker buses filled with tourists taking pictures of anything and everything as they pointed and gawked. Harry would probably be considered a tourist as well, except he did not gawk. "Are you going to tell me where we're going?" Harry asked finally as his patience began to wear thin. He had asked Celine that question when they first arrived in Paris and all she would say was that they were going to celebrate his birthday and he did not want to ruin the surprise. It would not come as a surprise to those who knew him, but Harry did not like the idea of just wandering around Paris when he could be back in Nicholas Flamel's alchemy lab unlocking the secrets behind transmutation. Even if his company was admittedly very pleasant. Celine offered him a throaty chuckle. "Patience, amore," she said, leaning down without letting go of his arm so she could plant a key on his cheek. Harry scowled and turned away, more to hide the irritating hint of redness on his cheeks than for any other reason. It seemed she still had a few tricks up her sleeve that she could use to get under his skin. He had not expected such a direct frontal assault like that. Realizing he wouldn't get anywhere with her, Harry decided to focus on his surroundings while Celine led him to wherever she intended to take him. His patience paid off, because less than 5 minutes later, Celine stopped outside of a movie theater. Le Grand Rex was a landmark of Art Deco-style architecture. Built on the night of December 8 in the early 1900s, it was considered one of the largest movie theaters in Paris and a national landmark. Harry Potter found his gaze looking up at the top of the squarish building where a large tower sat. The tower was obviously built to inspire awe. It was a 5-story cylinder with 8 pillars circling around it on all sides and another 5 growing inwards and getting taller as the tower grew in height. On each pillar was a headlight that Harry was sure would be on at night, shining their large rays of light particles to illuminate the big Rex lights at the top. It was an impressive piece of work to be sure, more so since it was made so long ago when they did not have the construction equipment they do now. "Come on," Celine said, dragging Harry's attention away from the architecture itself as she began leading him towards the building where a large line awaited them. Harry found himself very glad for his magically enhanced grace as it allowed him to keep up with Celine's supernatural gracefulness as she wove in between people in the crowd with little effort. They soon found themselves standing in a long line with many other people who were waiting to get their turn at the ticket booth. Harry took another glance around the theater. Judging from the large poster above them and just below the tower, the most prominent film they were playing was Bram Stoker's Dracula, which was a movie that had just come out in theaters and was based on the 1897 book Dracula written by Bram Stoker. "We're going to see Dracula." Harry looked over at Celine, a single eyebrow raised questioningly. Celine smiled at him. "It will be interesting to see what humans think of my kind." "You do know that this movie is rated 18, right?" Harry frowned at her. Celine's smile just widened. "Do not worry about that, amore." Once again, Celine gave him a key on the cheek. Harry was pleased that he barely even twitched this time, though his cheeks did heat up some. "You leave getting into the movie theater to me." Harry was not sure what was more worrying, how perturbing her statement was, or the smile she had plastered on her face. Both were enough to cause a small feeling of trepidation to burrow its way in his stomach and settle in his gut. He could only hope she wasn't planning on doing something that would get them in trouble. He did not want to have to use his magic in front of all these people to get out of trouble. Celine's plan soon became clear when they were the second to last people in line and Harry saw the person manning the ticket booth. It was a male somewhere around his late teens to early 20s. He was your average-looking French male, nothing very noteworthy about him. His looks did not matter anyways. It was his gender that mattered. As soon as they got up the front of the ticket booth and before Celine could even open her mouth, Harry stepped in front of her. "I would like 2 tickets please." Harry switched to flawless French as he spoke, his voice pulsing with magic as the young Potter heir opened up the gates keeping his magic sealed away just a smidgen. What he was doing wasn't really a spell, but more like a direct application of his magic. Essentially, he was enforcing his will on another with his magic. He called it the power of persuasion. It was a technique he did not use very often, mainly because he did not really need it. Harry would also admit he preferred not to use it on people for the sole reason that he should not need to. His words and the conviction he spoke them should be enough to convince anyone of the validity and rightness of what he was saying. Still, a part of him could not help but be amused at the way the man's eyes glazed over. Watching as the older teen's face became slack made him feel like a Jedi. If only Lisa could see him do this. Of course, the man droned, his hands automatically passing over 2 tickets to Harry. That will be 22 francs. Harry was about to pull out his wallet when Celine stopped him. I've got this, Amore, she said, reaching into the small black leather purse she had brought with her. Pulling out exactly 22 francs worth in banknotes, she set the money on the counter, grabbed the 2 tickets, then wrapped both of her arms around Harry's right one again and began leading him off. Harry was very proud of himself when he only released a minor shiver as Celine pressed his arm in between her well-developing bust. Still, there had to be something wrong with him. He was beginning to feel incredibly hot, and there was a strange temptation to take this girl attached to his arm and do something to her. He wasn't sure what, but the desire was there, and it bothered him. He really needed to sort these feelings out. You were amazing back there, Amore, Celine said. Harry twitched only slightly when he saw the smile on her face. For some reason, seeing that smile made him think he had just fallen into a trap she had set for him. I was impressed with how well you can do wandless magic. I almost didn't notice you using it to affect the rest of the crowd into making them forget we were there. You shouldn't be, Harry told her. I've seen you do the same thing. They soon entered Le Grand Rex Theater's main lobby. It was as impressive on the inside as it was on the outside. Dark red carpeting covered most of the floor and the dim lights from small chandeliers overhead set the mood. There were a number of posters featuring the movie that would be playing in the largest theater they had today, further emphasizing the whole classic theater vibe that Le Grand Rex gave off. What I did was far different than what you did, Celine informed him as they both gave their tickets to the usher, who looked at the pair incredulously when he realized they were far below the legal age limit to watch the movie they had bought tickets for. A wave of Harry's hand and the man was staring blank-faced as they moved past him. It also did not escape Harry's notice that he had been using magic when he didn't want to. To him, it was a small price to pay when the alternative would have been letting Celine do what she did to that waiter. How so? Asked Harry as they walked over to the concession stand. For one, you used magic, Celine answered. Harry cast a minor bubble around them that would muffle their conversation to anyone not within its sphere of influence, meaning no one but he and Celine could hear what the other was saying. It would not do for people to listen into this conversation. I do not use magic to persuade people into doing what I want. Or rather, I can't. Harry frowned. What do you mean? I mean, I have magic, but I can't actively use it. Vampires cannot use magic like witches and wizards can. We can only use it for blood rituals and the like. They stepped up to the concession stand after the person in front of them finished ordering. What would you like? I can pay for my own food, Harry grumbled a bit as he absently dispelled the bubble around them. He knew he was being a tad petulant, but he did not like feeling indebted to others. You could. Celine gave him an indulgent smile. But since this is your birthday, it is my treat today. Now, what would you like? Harry sighed before listing off his order, a small Coke and a bag of popcorn. He didn't normally like theater food, but seeing as Celine was right in a semantical sense as they were celebrating his birthday even though that had technically been yesterday, he decided to get something that was not really healthy for him. I would like 1 large Coke and a large popcorn, Celine ordered, causing Harry to frown. He was still frowning when their order came and Celine had him carry the drink while she carried the popcorn, something she did not fail to notice. It would enhance the experience if we just shared food and drink together, wouldn't you agree? Harry did not agree, but he also did not say anything. He did not want to cause a scene by telling her otherwise. There was no telling what she would do if he were to let her in on the truth of his feelings. Unbidden, an image of Celine pressing her lips against his cheek as she held him close came to his mind. He flushed and tried his best to dispel the image to the deepest recesses of his mind by remembering his occlumency lessons. It worked, but only partially. It did not help that Celine had grabbed onto his hand, entwining their fingers together and walking close enough to him that their shoulders touched. Harry was almost as tall as her. It seemed that her entire reason for making them each carry 1 item was so that she could still hold on to some part of his body. Of course, being a pureblood, My magic works slightly differently than other vampires." Celine continued where they left off, forcing him to recast his spell. Harry was grateful as it gave him something to focus on other than the innocent if slightly erotic images his mind was conjuring up. "My magic enhances my body naturally. Most vampires are only as strong as the blood they drink, meaning they only gain special properties if they drink the blood of a witch or wizard." Celine smiled proudly as she pointed to herself. "I was born with magic, which means I do not need to drink the magic of someone magical in order to gain any special properties, though doing so may boost my own natural abilities." "I see." Harry was very interested in what she was saying. Her words were easily causing the scholar in him to come out. "What special abilities do you have?" "As I said, my magic enhances my body. I'm sure you've noticed that I am much stronger than any other 14-year-old girl you've met." Harry snorted. She was much stronger than any full-grown man he had met. "While all vampires are naturally stronger than a normal human and witches and wizards, I am much stronger, and I can move faster, my reflexes are better, I have perfect hand-to-eye coordination. Basically, everything about me has been enhanced beyond what anyone else could hope to match, be they vampire or otherwise. Except for another pureblood," Harry added. "Yes, though their abilities might be different than mine." Celine looked slightly pensive at the thought of the other purebloods. "Not much is known about the other 26. At least, our coven knows very little about them. They may have properties completely different to my own. There is so little known about us because of our scarcity and how secretive most purebloods are." "You've been fairly forthcoming with information on yourself." Harry pointed out the small folly in her words. Celine just gave him a smile, one that was not in any way predatory but filled with an emotion Harry actually understood. "Gratitude. I trust you," was her simple reply. For some reason, those 3 words made Harry feel innately pleased with himself, though he did not fully understand why. They soon reached their seats, which was on the 2nd floor. Harry had to admit that the theater room was impressive. Very impressive. He had been to movie theaters before, but none that were this large. Le Grand Rex was an atmospheric movie theater. It featured an auditorium ceiling meant to give the illusion that they were sitting under an open night sky. The feature was well done, though not on the level of the ceiling within the Great Hall at Hogwarts. The rest of the theater was equally impressive. The room resembled that of a Mediterranean courtyard complete with interior fountains, statues, reliefs designed in the walls and vines hanging down from the Mediterranean stage architecture that had been built to act as a wall for the theater on either side. Aside from featuring Mediterranean architecture and a night sky overhead and having 2,800 seats, Le Grand Rex also featured the largest screen in all of Europe. Harry did not know how large the screen was, but he could take an educated guess just based on the size of the curtains that were being hung by the large archway over the stage. Did Bram Stoker's Dracula really rate being viewed in such a large place? Since the movie would not begin for another 15 minutes, Harry decided to readdress the topic they had been on before Celine started explaining how her powers worked. "So, if you didn't use any kind of magic, just how did you manage to procure that bottle of wine at Maxim's?" "That, I just used my natural beauty and a little say appeal." Celine gave him a fang-filled grin to express her self-satisfaction at what she had done. "You would be surprised at how easy it is for someone like me to manipulate men. Show off a little skin, give a flirtatious smile and voila, men will be eating out of the palm of my hand." Harry blinked once, twice, thrice. His mind turned over her words, dissecting them in a way only he could, and coming to a startling conclusion about what she did to the man in the restaurant. "You seduced him." In colloquial language and fictional literature, seduction was the process of deliberately enticing a person to lead astray, as from duty, rectitude, or the like. To corrupt, to persuade or induce to engage in sexual behavior. The word seduction stemmed from Latin and literally meant to lead astray. The term seduction was often seen negatively and involved temptation and enticement, often sexual in nature, to lead someone astray into a behavioral choice they would not have made if they were not in a state of sexual arousal. "Seduced is such a harsh word," Celine hummed, not at all bothered by the accusatory tone in Harry's voice. I would prefer to call it using the assets available to me in order to convince others that I should be allowed to do something I may not otherwise be able to do according to the law or some form of moral ambiguity. Blinking several times at the very long and wordy explanation that essentially was her not denying she had seduced the waiter at Maxim's, Harry came to another startling realization. Is this what you've been doing to me? Was this what she had been doing since they had first met? All those smiles, all those touches, caresses and silken words, had they all been given to him in order to seduce him? The thought that this might actually be the case was surprisingly hurtful. It felt almost like someone had stabbed a dagger into his chest. Why would you think that? Celine asked, looking genuinely pained by his words. She placed a hand over his, the one resting on the armrest nearest to her, in reassurance. He flinched, but was unable to jerk his hand away because she already had a firm grip on it. Damn vampire strength. It is true, what I have been doing to you is a form of seduction, she admitted softly. But I did not do so out of any desire to corrupt or influence you, beyond getting you out of that dungeon Nicholas calls an alchemy lab. Once more, Harry couldn't contain a flinch at her words, which Celine noticed. She brought his hand up to her face, forcing his hand to cup her cheek. His warm, calloused hand caressed her equally warm face. The silken smoothness skin of her cheeks presented a stark contrast to his rough palm and digits. Not all uses of seduction are bad, you know, Celine presented him with a new smile, something he had not yet seen from her, or anyone else for that matter. Her eyes had become incredibly soft, he supposed the correct word was. Her lips were turned upwards in an honest smile, one filled with genuine affection. It was a look that sort of reminded him of the look Lisa gave him in some ways, and a look he had occasionally seen breaking through Daphne's cold facade, but it was different as well. Stronger. That was the word. This look she was giving him was stronger than the ones he got from Daphne and Lisa. Then why? Harry swallowed. Why was his mouth so dry? Why have you been doing this to me? Didn't I already tell you? Celine's smile grew. You were my amore, my hero. You rescued me from those vile men who would have killed me because of what I am. You took care of me when I was unconscious for no other reason than it was the right thing to do. You don't care that I am a vampire, or that I am related to an infamous murderer. The only thing that matters to you is who I am. Not the pureblood vampire, or the heiress to the House of Dracul, but me, Celine Gallio. Harry's breath hitched when Celine brought his palm over her mouth and pressed her lips against it. Her mouth was incredibly warm and soft and slightly moist, but that just made her lips on his skin feel unusually pleasant. It felt like his palm was being lightly caressed with acromantula silk. And I am incredibly grateful to you. He could not see her mouth, but her eyes were smiling at him. More than you could ever know. Something had changed between us. I don't necessarily know what it was that had caused this change, or even what this change was. Even so, I could tell that there was some kind of shift in the strange relationship I had with Celine. Nor do I know whose end this change come from. Did it come from me? Or did it come from Celine? I didn't know. Strangely enough, the fact that I could not figure this out didn't bother me as much as I thought it would. As much I thought it should. The two of us just finished watching the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula about half an hour ago, and now we were sitting at a small open-air cafe eating sandwiches and drinking tea and a cappuccino respectively. I must confess, during the entire time we were in that theater, my focus had not been on the movie, but on the girl next to me. Not long after the movie had started, Celine had decided to lace her fingers with mine in a way similar to how Lisa sometimes holds my hand. Of course the feelings I got were different than what I felt when doing that with Lisa, which probably contributed to my inability to pay attention to the movie. There were other instances that kept me from focusing on the movie as well, like when I went to grab a handful of popcorn and her other hand would just so happen to be there to touch mine, or when I leaned over to take a sip of Coke and Celine would be conveniently drinking from the other straw at the same time and our noses would be practically touching. Small moments like that drove me to distraction and kept me from truly focusing on the movie. Were it not for the fact that I have eidetic memory, I am 100% positive I would have never remembered anything that happened in the movie. As it was, I did know, but only because my mind refuses to let me not know and remember something that happens within my presence that I can see or hear. Again, it was strange, but where once her antics might have bothered me, or simply been something I humored her with because I just couldn't bring myself to care anymore, this time I found myself somewhat enjoying her actions. It was like a little game between us. She would try to see if she could crack through my facade, while I would try to keep myself from allowing her to break me out of my carefully constructed mask. It was an enjoyable game, even if I didn't truly understand why we were playing it or why it was enjoyable. When the movie ended, we left, which brought us to where we were now, sitting down, enjoying a lunch in Paris. "Are you rubbing your foot against my leg?" I asked incredulously as the girl in front of me gave a coy smile. Perhaps. My eye twitched. That was definitely her foot rubbing against my pant leg. "Why are you rubbing your foot against my leg? I don't know what you're talking about." I sighed. "Of course you don't. Have you enjoyed your birthday so far?" "I have, surprisingly," I admitted. It wasn't as hard an admittance as it might have once been. The truth was I had a surprising amount of fun today. It was so strange since before I couldn't be in the same room as this girl without feeling completely confused and inadequate, two emotions I never enjoyed feeling at the best of times and hated feeling when they were combined like that. Surprisingly, Celine raised a delicate eyebrow. "Don't tell me you didn't think you'd enjoy yourself with me. I might cry." "Oh please," I shot back. I was surprised I actually could talk back. Not only because the foot she had taken to rubbing against me was distracting, which I believed she was doing on purpose for that very reason, but also because I simply wasn't the type to talk back. "You're not fooling anyone, least of all me." It seems you're beginning to learn." Celine gave me an approving smile. It was a smile that turned coy a second later. "And now that we have had a chance to enjoy your birthday together, I believe it is time for me to give you your birthday gift." I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Celine had already done quite a bit for me, taking me out to the movies, keeping me from driving myself to exhaustion because I was too stubborn to give up on something without a push. Yes, even I could admit when I was doing something stupid, teaching me what she knew of vampire culture. I didn't feel comfortable receiving a gift when I had already, admittedly, received more than I first realized. "You don't have to. No one ever has to," Celine countered. "They do so because they want to. Just like I want to give you a gift." I wondered if she knew that I had used a very similar but much more long-winded and wordy argument against Perenelle the night she and I met, though perhaps I should call it the night I met her since she was pretty much unconscious except for that one instance where she woke up. If I had won that argument, I would have never rescued Celine in the first place and we never would have. She would have been dead. It was almost funny how life's coincidences sometimes worked out. "Well, all right," I conceded. I could have argued further, but that would not have gotten us anywhere. Celine was surprisingly stubborn, and I just didn't care enough to keep arguing when I know she would just argue back. Better to just concede and let her give her gift. It would save me the hassle of arguing over something so pointless. "So, what is this gift?" "I have two gifts," Celine admitted. Now I was intrigued. "The first is Lady Celine." At the sound of Celine's name being called, she and I both jerked our heads in the direction of the voice. Coming towards us were two people I had never seen before, women. Vampires. I could tell right away. Their skin was pale, as if this was the first time they had ever stepped foot into the sun. Their eyes were much like Celine's, not in the color. Celine's was silvery blue while theirs was a pale green, but in the glow. They looked like sisters, with the same blonde hair, same tall and elegant stature. Even their facial features were nearly identical, with the only difference being that the one on the left had her eyes shaped a bit differently. Their clothing was surprisingly normal from what I had been expecting from vampires. Maybe it was because I only knew Celine, but I had been expecting that other vampires also enjoyed wearing ridiculously expensive clothing. What these two were wearing shot those beliefs out of the water. Of course, saying their clothes were normal did them no justice. They were not normal by any definition of the word. They just didn't look like they cost thousands of pounds for a single article. The one on the left was wearing an all-black business that covered her from the neck down. Everything except for her head was hidden. She was even wearing gloves. The girl on the right, however, was wearing something I could imagine some hillbilly from the States would wear. A white button-up shirt that was several sizes too small, ending just above her solar plexus, and tied together by the ends just under her very large beasts, leaving a sizable gap that allowed me to easily see the inner sides of her beasts. Wrapped around her well-defined hips was a checkered mini-skirt that did nothing to cover her legs, and halter-top shoes that gave her about 4 inches over the other girl. She was wearing her hair in pigtails, while the other had hers done up in a tight bun behind her head. "Therese, Jeanette," Celine exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. I raised a single eyebrow. "You know these two?" I asked. It was a rhetorical question, but Celine answered anyways. "They're servants who work for my father. I wonder how they found me." "Oh, Celine," the pigtailed woman squealed as she ran forward. Celine barely had time to stand up before she was engulfed in what looked like a back-breaking hug. "No, really. I think I actually heard Celine's back crack, though it could be my imagination. I hoped it was at any rate. Oh, I'm so happy you're safe." The woman was gushing as she squeezed the life out of Celine, who she had picked up off the ground, the younger vampire's feet now dangling several feet above the sidewalk. "When you didn't show up at the checkpoint, we feared the worst." Herc. Celine looked like she was struggling to speak. "I'm pleased to see you, too. Now, put me down." The blonde woman in pigtails did, allowing Celine regain her bearings. That was when the other female walked up, her hands on her hips and a no-nonsense attitude about her person. She reminded me of Professor McGonagall. "And just where have you been?" Celine looked sheepish, but the woman didn't give her time to answer. "You've had everyone worried sick. The entire coven is in an uproar and looking for you. Why didn't you head to the checkpoint like you should have?" "They caught me." The two girls beeped in a breath at the same time. "Did they?" The one who looked like a hillbilly started. Celine shrugged. "They tried." "How did you escape?" asked the other one, the one wearing the business suit. "I was rescued." At this, Celine smiled and quickly grabbed onto my hand, pulling me from my seat where she proceeded to wrap her arms around my arm. "This is my amore. He rescued me from the mercenaries who managed to track me while I was on my way to the checkpoint." The two shifted their gaze from Celine to me. The one in the business suit gave me a stern once-over, seemingly focused on my posture and clothes. I wasn't worried about her, it was the other one I was concerned about. She was looking at me like a piece of meat. So cute. Very concerned. Knowing that it would be rude not to introduce myself after Celine had given me the opportunity, I inclined my head respectfully. "Harry Potter. Pleased to meet you both." They beeped in their breaths again. Or at least appeared to. For different reasons this time. "Yes," Celine smiled before they could even open their mouths. "He is the Harry Potter." I could almost hear the capitalized T when she spoke. "And he rescued you?" the stern-looking one asked, her eyes now giving me a second look. I got the feeling she was reevaluating her opinion of me. Just what that opinion was, I didn't have a clue. "Ooh, that is so romantic." The other one gushed. She clasped her hands under her chin and I could almost see hearts forming in her eyes. I have to admit, I was a tad frightened. It's just like those novels I read. The prince comes to rescue his princess at the last second, saving her from the evil villain, then they fall in love and have hot, passionate sex. Correction. I was very frightened. I could just tell from that single statement that this girl was worse than Lisa ever could be. Though, thinking about how I rescued Celine, she did kind of have a point. Celine was a princess, sort of, and I had rescued her at the last second. At least I rescued her chastity at the last second. I don't know much about there being an evil villain, but those mercenaries were certainly not a pleasant sort. The only thing that was missing from her description was, "Oh no, 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 no. It couldn't be like that. There was no way my life could possibly be like one of those horrible, trashy, God-forsaken novels Lisa reads so much." I refused to believe it. Those novels were not conducive to how relationships went. That's why they were fiction. I glanced down at Celine, still attached to my arm. I flushed. "Oh, and he's blushing. How cute." "Celine," the stern woman interrupted her giggly counterpart before she could keep going. I found myself grateful to her. It gave me a chance to recoup and recover. Perhaps you can tell us why you were not at the checkpoint. It has been a little over a month since you've disappeared. Surely the time needed to recover from any injuries you sustained have long since passed. It was in this moment that I got to see another side of Celine. That of a girl who had just had her hand caught in a cookie jar. The young vampire was giving the business suit-wearing female a very guilty look, like she knew she had been caught doing something she shouldn't have, but was still trying to cover it up. It was dreadfully amusing, and terribly cute. Wait, what? I forgot. You forgot. The woman raised an eyebrow. The hillbilly girl remained silent, content to let this play out. Celine looked away, unable to withstand her gaze. Yes. The stern woman pinched the bridge of her nose, as if to stem the tide of a coming headache. Am I to assume that the young man you were with is the reason you forgot? Celine glanced at me, and I once more had the pleasure of seeing her blush. Blood rose to her cheeks in mass quantity until much of her face was red. She quickly looked away. I see, the woman mused, eyeing me once more, this time with minor hostility. I met her gaze evenly, raising my head just a bit. It might not have been the smartest move I ever made, matching glares with a vampire, but I would not allow myself to be intimidated by this woman. I've had enough of being frightened by women from Perennial. After a few seconds of our staring contest, the female vampire in the business suit snorted and broke her gaze off. I chalked this up as my win. Very well, I suppose we shall let bygones be bygones, the woman decided. He did save you after all. I narrowed my eyes. Now, come along Celine. Your father has been frantic with worry for you. I almost missed it, the way Celine's eyes tightened at the mention of her father. I wondered if she and her father were not on good terms. I will come with you in just a minute, Celine informed them. When the woman turned a heated look on her, she just raised her head and gave a glare of her own, daring the woman to challenge her. It's my amore's birthday today. Well, yesterday, but I am celebrating it today. And I have yet to give him his birthday presents. Ooh, presents. Unable to contain herself any longer, the hillbilly squealed happily. What are you gonna give him? Is it a key? Tell me it's a key. She was definitely worse than Lisa. The businesswoman sighed. Very well, she conceded. But make it quick. This sun has finally started burning through our sunscreen and I do not wish to feel its effects on my skin. Celine smiled at them. Of course. Letting go of my arm, she turned to me and took 2 steps back. With her back turned to the 2 women they could not see her face, but I could. She was smiling. Not that haughty smirk or the predatory smile, but the one I had seen in the theater and after I had given her my blood to drink. My heartbeat quickened. My first gift is this. Reaching around her neck, I saw her pull out a necklace that she must have been hiding underneath her clothes. I had occasionally got glimpses of what looked like a chain hidden beneath her shirt, but this was the first time I had it confirmed. The 2 women behind Celine gasped as the girl pulled out a platinum necklace with a blood-red gem shaped like an oval on it. The gem was encased in a gold band that surrounded it, and the light from the sun sent refracting beams along its surface. Even though I was not a jeweler by any means of the word, I could tell that this was not made through natural processes. Lady Celine, you can't be serious. The stern woman spoke up once again. The hillbilly seemed to have gone catatonic. Celine turned her head. I am dead serious. The woman looked ready to start lecturing. If your father hears about this he will do nothing. Celine whirled around, facing the 2 women with a hiss. I had just managed to catch a glimpse of the shifting emotions on her face. The way her eyes narrowed dangerously and the snarl on her lips. She was angry. He cannot decide who I can give my bloodstone to. That is my right and mine alone. And neither you, nor my father, nor the gods be damned originator can tell me who I can and can't give it to. The 2 women looked incredibly startled by this sudden display of anger. I was startled by this display of anger. In the time I have known her, I had seen Celine act in many different capacities with many different emotions. I've seen her playful, I've seen her surprised, I've seen her shocked, happy, grateful, endearing, shy, embarrassed and many other emotions. But in all the time I had known her, about a month and a week, I had never seen her angry. My body began to respond. Oh no, oh no, oh please God no, don't tell me this is what's been happening to me. I'm too young, it's too soon. I'm not ready. Heedless to my rising horror, the businesswoman continued to plead her case. Lady Celine, see reason. Your bloodstone isn't something you should give to just anyone. There are only 27 of those in the entire world. You don't have to tell me that. Celine hissed, still angry. I paled when my pants began to feel very tight at her tone. Dear sweet God, this couldn't be happening. I know everything there is to know about bloodstones. Do not forget that I am the one who created it. She turned to look at me and smiled. I felt like my body might suddenly spontaneously combust from overheating. This was not good, really not good. And Harry isn't just anyone. Celine turned to glare at the two again. You two could never truly understand what he's done for me. If there is someone worthy of receiving this, it's him. My Lady Celine. The stern one tried to argue again, but Celine was having none of it. If you continue to argue with me, Therese, I will challenge you to trial by combat over this. The woman's entire body went stiff as a board at the same time the hillbilly's eyes widened almost comically. I was just glad to finally know who was who. It gave me a chance to focus on something other than the way my body was reacting in a way it shouldn't yet. When neither woman spoke up, and Therese began looking uncomfortable, Celine nodded, satisfied. Do not forget, dear sisters, that I am stronger than you both. I don't know what surprised me more. Celine's words about her being stronger, or that she called them her sisters. Weren't they supposed to be servants? Or was this a part of vampire culture I was as of yet unaware of? She turned back to me. Thankfully, by this point in time I had managed to at least hide my reaction to her by shifting my pants. Here, Celine took the chain and placed it around my head, letting it settle with the bloodstone against my chest. She placed a hand on my chest, right next to where the stone was now nestled. I could feel the warmth of her skin through the fabric of my clothes. So long as you have this on you, we will most definitely meet again. They was certainly not the most eloquent words I had ever spoken, but I think I can be excused this one time. Thankfully, I did manage to recover my voice enough to give a proper response eventually. Are you sure you should give this to me? I don't want you to get in trouble with your father or anything. Celine's eyes narrowed for a moment, before disappearing behind her smile. Do not worry about my father, she said confidently. I will deal with him. I frowned. She didn't sound as confident as she usually did. A part of me wanted to argue with her, since it was obvious she felt some trepidation at the thought of facing her father, but I also didn't want to injure her pride, which this girl seemed to have a lot of. In the end, I decided to accept the gift. I'll even admit that knowing she was willing to risk getting in trouble with her father to give this bloodstone to me made me feel very strange. Warm, among other things. And now, she smiled, for my second gift. This time, I did open my mouth to protest. She had already given me something that was apparently very precious. Any more would be too much. Celine, I really don't think this is necessary, MMMPH. My words were hampered. I couldn't have said them even if I wanted to. Because Celine had just keyed me. Celine had just keyed me and it was unlike anything I had ever experienced before in my life. I had heard about keying. With a friend like Lisa, how could I not? But I had never really put much stock into all the hype. To me, keying was just the act of two lips touching and an exchange of saliva. It actually sounded kind of disgusting. But now I knew. I could now comprehend why Lisa always went to such great lengths to describe those keying scenes in her novels, and why she would sigh so dreamily whenever she finished reading one of those parts. I understood why so many of the older students talked about which girl they were snogging, a very derogatory term for keying, in the Hogwarts broom closet. I finally understood the reason behind the hype. Keying felt good. Everything around me seemed to dissolve until I could see nothing but the girl in front of me, whose hands were on either side of my face as she gave me my first key. I could focus on nothing else but her lips as they were pressed against mine. I had always known those lips were soft. They had been like silk when pressed against my hand or cheek, but I don't think any of those pecks truly gave an accurate analysis on just how soft her lips were. Even if my brain did not feel like it was being fried beyond repair, I don't think I could have properly described how soft her lips were. And then the key S ended. I blinked. Brown eyes were staring back at me. You see, Harry, said Lisa, smiling. I told you keying was amazing. This is what you get for not listening. Now, why don't you pucker up for another one? Like a man who had just been rescued from drowning, Harry Potter awoke with a gasp. His eyes were wide and unseeing as his body shot up into a sitting position, flickering around frantically as if expecting to see either Celine or Lisa, or both in his presence. Harry shuddered at the thought of seeing them both. As cognizant thought began to return to his frantic mind, Harry realized that neither Celine nor Lisa were there, and that, there, was actually his bedroom. His enhanced vision could easily make out the brand new desk and comfortable Renaissance-style chair he had made using alchemy, as well as the armoire where he kept all his clothes. His body began to relax. That's when he noticed something else. Looking down, Harry found that he had made an absolute mess of his bed sheets. A very sticky mess that was not just made from an accumulation of sweat. Harry could not quite contain the groan escaping his lips as he pressed a hand to his sweaty face. This was the second time in 2 days he'd dreamed of that memory, the memory of Celine's departure. It was also the second time he had made a mess of his sheets, which was a problem he was really hoping to solve. He had a theory behind why this was happening, but he really didn't want to go there until he was 100% positive that his hypothesis was correct. For perhaps the first time in his life, Harry was hoping he was wrong. While this had not been the first time he had dreamed of the day Celine left, this was the first time Lisa had invaded that dream. She had not done so the last time, so why had she done so this time? Without warning, Harry's mind conjured up a perfect image of Lisa wearing a short denim skirt, sandals and a tank top. Her brown hair was let down, framing her cute face with her doe-like eyes, small nose and soft lips. The skirt she was wearing showcased her athletic legs gained from 3 years of dance lessons, and the tank top showed off her developing. Harry's cheeks began heating up. At the same time, the sheets covering him formed a small tent. Gods, there must be something wrong with him, thinking about Lisa like that. She was like his little sister. Not someone he saw in that particular light. Like someone he was inclined to love romantically. She was practically family. Wanting to dispel these thoughts, Harry quickly began practicing some of the more advanced forms of occlumency meditation. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Conjure an image of something plain, something that can be pictured easily. A grassy plain under a clear blue sky that stretched out for miles before dipping far beyond the event horizon and showing blue snow-capped mountains in the distance. Nothing else existed except that plain and those mountains. Taking one more deep breath, Harry felt some of the tension in his pants bleed out. The problem was still there, but he had read that a cold shower would fix that. Which was why his next stop was the bathroom. As Harry stepped into the ice-cold water and began going through the meticulous process of cleaning himself, his mind began wandering. He needed help. That much was clear. While Harry had an idea of what was wrong with him, he really wanted someone else to confirm it before he decided what his next step would be. Of course, he wasn't going to actually mention what he was going through. There was no way he was going to tell someone about the dreams he's been having of Celine's departure, of that incredible key she had given him. It was bad enough he had to ask for help in dealing with this matter. Nothing on this good green earth would convince him to actually admit he might be having a problem. There was still the matter that he needed to talk to someone, an expert in wizarding biology and growth. This was not a problem he could solve on his own without acquiring more information. Fortunately, he knew someone who could help him. Someone he had met last year at the New Year Gala. He just had to send her a message and schedule an appointment. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was the only magical hospital within all of Britain. That was not to say that it was the only place for treatment for magical injuries and maladies. Purebloods often had their own private medical staff for anything not life-threatening, and Hogwarts had the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey awaited to take care of any sicknesses or injuries. But those places were not hospitals, no true hospitals at any rate. Funded sometime in the 1600s by Mungo Bonham, St. Mungo's was the first of its kind in Wizarding Britain. The first, and still the only. Like all places within the magical community, it was hidden away from the prying eyes of those who could not use magic by powerful enchantments. To anyone looking, St. Mungo's Hospital would appear to be nothing more than an abandoned, rundown department store called Purge and Dows, Limited. Harry Potter examined the entrance with a critical eye, his irises scanning over the dull red bricks that looked chipped and cracked in several places. He observed the sign naming the store. The lights no longer turned on and the sign was stained and dirty. No one who didn't know what this place was would have been able to find it. Except for Harry and maybe a few others. While his enhanced vision did not grant him the ability to see magic at work, his incredible sense of spatial awareness and sensitivity to magic allowed him to feel it. The magic here was very different than what he felt at King's Cross. Where that one felt like some kind of gateway, a link between one place and another, a portal, this one felt much less defined, less solid. If he had to guess, he would say that the hospital was being hidden by a well-placed and powerful illusion. Walking forward, his wizarding cloak fluttering behind him, Harry made his way over to the image of the rundown department store and stepped through the front window. And in doing so, stepped into what looked like an entirely different world. The place Harry now stood in was a reception area and waiting room. One half of the room was made of white tiles while the other half had an off-white carpet. In the carpeted area were several comfortable-looking armchairs and a few tables that had newspapers and magazines such as the Daily Prophet and Teen Witch Weekly. A few people were sitting there, many with what looked like the most unusual problems Harry had ever seen. Sitting nearest to the entrance was a very thin man with graying hair, a small nose and the largest pair of lips Harry had ever laid eyes on. For a moment, he almost thought they were naturally that large. It was only when spotting how puffy they were and the fact that they randomly changed color after every 6-second interval that he realized the man was suffering under some kind of illness or maybe some kind of curse. It looked like he ran afoul of a prank the Weasley twins might have cooked up. There was another man sitting there with a little girl, his daughter presumably, who kept sneezing. Every time she sneezed something would happen. Her hair would change color, her father's hair would change color, the carpet and seats would change color. There was even one time where the items near her had sprouted wings and start flying after a particularly loud sneeze. At the end of the tiled side of the room was a reception desk marked, Inquiries. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged witch with a slightly protuberant nose, black hair and eyes filing her nails. It was the reception desk that Harry walked up to. "Please state your name and reason for being here," the witch said without looking up from her nail filing. Harry raised an eyebrow, wondering whether he should be amused or appalled by the lack of professionalism this woman exuded. He recovered quickly though, deciding that her lack of decorum wasn't important. Besides, revenge was a dish best served cold, or with blood, but since she was not a vampire, served cold would have to do. Harry Potter, watching the woman's head whip upwards quick enough that her neck emitted a loud crack was almost as amusing as watching her mouth drop and her eyes pop wide open when she saw his scar. Over in the waiting room, the other patients there had stopped what they were doing and stared too. Except for the little girl who was pointing him out to her father, still sneezing and making both her and his hair color change. "And I am here for my 12:15 appointment with Emily Smith." "Mr. Potter," the witch breathed in shock. It took her a moment to remember what he said. When she did, the woman hastily placed the tip of her wand in a small microphone device and spoke into it. "Mrs. Smith, there is a Mr. Harry Potter here to see you, ma'am." There was a moment's pause before a familiar voice made itself known through the microphone, which seemed to also double as a speaker. "Thank you. Tell him I will be down in a moment." "I heard her," Harry said before the witch could speak. "I'll just grab a seat and wait." "Of course, just relax, Mr. Potter." The witch was looking awfully flustered by his presence now. Such was the price of being a celebrity before he could properly pronounce the word. It was annoying, but it had its uses. "She will be down in just a moment." "Thank you." "Also," the woman trailed off, causing Harry to raise an eyebrow. When she flushed, his eye almost twitched. "I just wanted to say it's a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Potter." "A real honor." "The pleasure's all mine." Harry gave her an incline of the head. Best not be rude. This was a public place. Keep up the good work. The woman preened under his words, almost causing him to shake his head. Instead he walked over to one of the seats in the waiting room and sat down. It really was quite comfortable. They must have put cushioning charms on them. While he waited for Emily Smith to come down and meet with him, the little girl that kept on sneezing took this opportunity to move away from her father and over to him. She was a cute little thing, with wide blue eyes and a small button nose. Her hair was currently blue. "Are you really Harry Potter?" she asked with the inquisitive innocence only a child could pull off. She sneezed again and her hair turned pink. Before Harry could answer, the girl's father came over and made to grab the girl. "Miley, don't bother him now. Mr. Potter is a very important person and too busy to deal with sick children." The man, an average-looking fellow with graying hair, a goatee and gray eyes, looked at him apologetically. "I am terribly sorry about her bothering you, sir." "It's quite all right," Harry said, containing his amusement at being called sir by someone at least a decade older than him. His words just went to show how most people in the wizarding world really were nothing more than simple-minded sheep. He turned back to the little girl, deciding to humor her a bit. There was nothing wrong with a young child's curiosity after all. "I am," he said, leaning over in his seat as if he were about to share some great secret with the girl. "Would you like to see my scar?" "Can I?" the girl asked, excited. Harry looked over at the father, silently asking permission. The man looked grateful that he was humoring his daughter and gave a nod. Lifting the fringe of his bangs, Harry showed the girl the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead that had made him so famous. She was suitably odd. "Wow, you really are Harry Potter." Harry's lips twitched. "Yes, I really am Harry Potter. I know all about you, you know." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Do you?" "Yes," Miley nodded her head once. "Mommy and Daddy have told me so many stories about you, and I have all of your books and Daddy reads them to me every night. My favorite is Harry Potter and the Twilight Princess." As the girl began to ramble on about her favorite story featuring him, Harry just managed to contain his grimace. This was one of the reasons he did not approve of those books. Aside from the fact that they were making money off his name without a canute of it going to him, they were not just stories that contained inaccurate information about his life before Hogwarts. People like this little girl actually believed they were true. Children and possibly even some adults really believed that he did all of those things. They were not just telling lies, but building up an image of him that did not match the real him. Those books were setting up expectations he could not meet, and Harry did not like that. Plus, children like this girl were going to be awfully heartbroken when they finally learned the truth. There was nothing worse for a child than having your dreams destroyed. Harry knew that from experience. Harry Potter. Looking up, Harry found himself very thankful when he saw Emily Smith standing in the doorway that led further into the hospital. "Looks like it's time for my appointment, so I'm afraid I must leave you." The girl looked awfully disappointed by this, but perked up when Harry ruffled her hair in an almost brotherly gesture. He would not be keying babies anytime soon, or ever, but that did not mean he wouldn't show kindness to a child. "You be good for your father, okay?" As the girl promised she would be a good girl, Harry cast a wandless finite on her hair, changing it back to what he assumed was her normal honey-streaked brown hair. He ignored the odd look her father cast him as he strode towards Emily Smith. "You know, I should probably report you for using magic outside of school," Emily said, smiling as she led Harry through the door and into a long corridor filled with numbered doors that started at 100 and moved up from there. Emily Smith was a mildly attractive young woman. She wasn't very tall. Harry reached her shoulder. Her hair was long and dark, nearly as dark as his own, and her eyes were a light blue. They were almond-shaped and set on a lovely face with a small nose and full lips. Harry's eyes flickered to those lips for a moment, before discreetly slipping down to her bustline. He was unsure whether to be thankful or curse the fact that her beasts were hidden from view by the overly large Medawizard robes. "Harry, Harry blinked, snapping back to reality. "Yes. Are you all right?" Emily asked, her eyes staring into his. "You seem to be a bit distracted today." "Yes." Harry took a deep breath, calming himself. Now was not the time to get distracted. I am fine. Emily did not look convinced, but decided not to inquire further. She soon led him into a room that looked very similar to a normal doctor's office in the Muggle world. In fact, the only difference he could see was they had a cabinet full of potions instead of pills, and there were several magical devices that whirred and croaked. Those definitely did not belong in a regular non-magical hospital. Please take a seat, Harry. Emily used his first name and no title now that they were not in a public setting. Harry did as suggested while the young woman set about getting quills and parchment. Now, to start, I want you to know that anything we find out and discuss here today will not leave this room. All meta-wizards take a magical oath to never betray their patients' confidence, so you do not need to worry about any fans discovering your medical records or something of that nature. That's good to know. He actually hadn't thought of that, but now that she had mentioned it as a possibility, he couldn't help but shiver. The thought of rabid fans, or worse, one of those reporters for a magazine like Teen Witch Weekly, getting their hands on any personal files pertaining to him were not pleasant. Thank you. You're welcome. Emily sounded amused. Walking over to where he was sitting, she set a piece of parchment down on the table a few feet to his left. Then she brought out a quill, which began hovering over the parchment after she released it. After that, she grabbed the wand she had set down on the counter and stood in front of him. Let's get started, shall we? She said rhetorically. I want you to just sit there. Try to remain as still as you can. Small movements can interfere with the magic, you see. Of course, Harry agreed and quickly set about relaxing his body so it would not be too tense while the young meta-wizard went about her task. As Emily began swishing her wand about in complicated patterns, a large and complex series of runes began glowing on the examining table he was sitting on. A good deal of them Harry recognized as Nordic runes, like Soliwo and Fehu. But there were others he did not recognize. They must have been a language he was not familiar with. These runes are designed to keep any external influences from befouling the results, Emily explained upon seeing his curious look. As well as to keep your own magic from leaking out so that we can get a more accurate reading of your magical index. And what is a magical index? Asked Harry, now curious. This was not something he had heard of before. Magical index is the term associated with how large a witch or wizard's magical reserves are based upon what is called the Merlin power scale. It's a very generalized way of cataloging the size of someone's magical core. The more magic you have, the larger your core is, metaphysically speaking at least, since a magical core is not something that can be physically measured. So essentially it tells you how strong a person's magic is. Harry asked for clarification. This was interesting. He had always wondered how strong he was compared to others. He knew that his magic was stronger than most, even the 7th-year students he had met did not seem as strong as him, but he did not know just how strong he was beyond abstract concepts of power. Not really. Emily did not stop casting even as she spoke. A soft green glow soon covered Harry's body. The pen hovering over the parchment began writing. It tells us how large your reserves of magic are by collecting and cataloging the excess magic that all witches and wizards release when their magical core is full, for lack of a better term, but it does not give an accurate account of how powerful someone is. Power and the size of your magical reserves are two different things. Think of your reserves as the well from which you draw magic, and your power is the amount of magic you can pull from that well at any given time to cast a spell, and you'll understand the difference. I see. Harry mused over her words. He did understand what she was talking about. It was a fairly simple analogy that did the task of conveying what she wanted very well. It also explained why these runes were here. And that is what these runes are for, I take it. They are keeping my magic from going anywhere so you can get an accurate estimate of my reserves. Yes, that's it exactly. Emily seemed pleased by the conclusion he came to. When a witch or wizard's magical core is full, they are always releasing a set amount of magic into the air based on how large their reserves are. The more magic you have, the more magic you release when full. This magic then dissipates into the atmosphere and becomes one with the world. Which would explain to Harry why places like Hogwarts, Diagon Alley and Rue de la Magie felt so magical. All those witches and wizards wandering the area releasing magic that became one with the atmosphere around them was bound to leave a lasting impression. Emily soon stopped casting as the spell became complete. The glow surrounding Harry brightened for a second, before dying down. At the same time, the quill stopped writing and moved off to the side where it lay down as if dead. Picking up the parchment, Emily read through the information there, her eyebrows getting higher and higher into her hairline the further she read. Harry watched, curious as to what it contained. Is there something wrong? Emily looked over at him, startled, before shaking her head. No, nothing's wrong, she assured him, smiling a bit shakily. When he raised an eyebrow she spoke again. I'm serious, there is nothing wrong with you. In fact, you are in perfect shape. Then why are you so surprised? Asked Harry. He did not give her a chance to respond. It was a rhetorical question, and he already had a hunch. I take it you are surprised by my magical index rating. That is one thing. Yes, Emily took a deep breath, as if preparing herself to say something she herself was having trouble believing. Checking someone's magical index is an important procedure that must be repeated yearly because a witch or wizard's magical reserves grow yearly as they use more magic. Or they should. It's important to note how quickly or slowly their reserves grow because if their magic is not growing properly, it may lead to their magic stagnating or could be a sign that their magic has been tainted or poisoned. Harry remained dutifully silent. He knew that she was going somewhere with this, and that whatever she was about to tell him needed context for him to truly understand the significance of what she was saying. Plus, he would not like it if someone interrupted him when he was giving someone important information. I have been doing these yearly checkups for many years, Harry, for both young children and adults. She took a deep breath. She was about to drop the bombshell. In all my years, I have never seen a magical index this high from someone so young. Even most adult witches and wizards do not have an index as high as yours. I see. Then it was as he suspected. Would it be possible to know what my magical index is? Also, is it possible for you to tell me what the average magical index is for context purposes? Yes, I believe that's doable, Emily nodded after some thought. So long as I do not give away someone's actual information, I should be able to tell you what the average index ratings are. To start, your magical index is 56,301. That's divisible by 7. It is at that, Emily nodded. 7 was a very powerful magical number. Along with 3 and 13 it made one of the most powerful numbers when enacting magic rituals or casting spells. Harry wondered if there was any significance with that in regards to his magical index. That is the size of an above-average adult witch or wizard, which can range from 40,000 to 75,000. Average witches and wizards have an index of about 30,000 and usually fluctuate between around that level, but never really get any higher. The really powerful witches and wizards have a magical index rating that can go above 90,000, though such power is very rare, nearly unheard of. Most children your age only have an index ranging from 10,000 to 15,000, with the more powerful children ranging anywhere from 16,000 to 25,000. Harry gave a noncommittal nod as he committed the numbers to memory. He assumed the above 90,000 range was where wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort were located on the Merlin power scale. They were really the only ones who could possibly have reserves that large. It looked like he had a long way to go before reaching their level, but he was still very pleased to hear he was around the level of an above-average adult wizard, even if he was on the lower end of the totem pole. Emily, I believe that is the first time you've called me by my first name. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. She was right. In fact, it was the first time he had called anyone older than him by their first name. How strange. So it is, he would deal with whatever that meant later. There were more important things to worry about. I was wondering, since my magical index is so high, do you think it could affect me in any way? You mean like adverse side effects? She asked, her brow furrowing in thought. Not necessarily, Harry corrected, I mean in general. You know how children at a young age have bouts of accidental magic that can affect the environment or people around them, like changing their hair color or making objects float. Yes, Emily looked curious. She was obviously wondering where he was going with this. Well, what if my magic is so strong that it has actually affected my body? You said that I am in excellent physical condition, yes. I did. Emily brought the parchment back up to her face again and reread what was on it. Aside from getting a read on your magical index, I also checked your body for any symptoms of possible magical viruses. They can affect any part of the body, so MetaWizards must get a clear medical scan of all your body's systems: the nervous system, the circulatory system, the respiratory system, musculature and skeletal systems. Every possible area of your body is given a thorough scan to ensure there are no irregularities that may be caused by a magical disease or dark curses. Harry nodded. Magical diseases were quite deadly. The dragon pox epidemic that had swept through the magical world in the 20th century was proof of that. Even though there was a cure, several witches and wizards had still died before treatments could be administered. The only place where I can detect any kind of taint is the scar on your forehead. Unfortunately, I am unsure if my readings on your scar mean anything. No one else has ever survived the killing curse, so I have no context to base my findings off of. Harry raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the taint, but did not know anything beyond the fact that it was there. Perhaps she could tell him more. And what did you find out? Only that there is dark magic lingering around the scar, Emily replied. I am somewhat surprised that there is still so much dark magic around it, but it's as I said, for all I know this could be natural for someone who survived the killing curse to have. Curses like that are certainly powerful enough to leave lasting impressions. So there's nothing wrong with it. You mean aside from the fact that it's leaking dark magic like a sieve? She asked rhetorically. No, nothing that I can detect at any rate. It is more than likely just the lingering taint from powerful dark magic. Harry sighed. It looked like she knew nothing about his scar either. He wondered if there was anyone who could determine whether or not the taint in his scar was harmful. Is it possible that my magic is boosting my physical attributes? Asked Harry, getting to the crux of why he scheduled this appointment. Like, say my magic affecting my muscular system. I have always been very active, and exercise a lot, so perhaps my magic has been enhancing the effects of my exercise routine, making my muscles stronger than they would be otherwise. That could be possible. Emily had a thoughtful look on her face. Most times when a child does accidental magic, it's usually a case of the child experiencing a high level of emotions, often negative emotions, and is generally a form of self-defense. Sort of like an autonomic reaction, the magic responds to their emotions without the will of the child. She looked over at Harry, her eyes alight. It was clear she was getting excited by where her thoughts were leading her. But your magical index is so high, and likely has been above average for your entire life, that the leakage has literally been enhancing your body to beyond human levels. She paused. Tell me, when was the first case of accidental magic that you remember? Wow, that was a loaded question. His first case of accidental magic was when he was about 2 months old, when he accidentally levitated his mother's favorite vase because it was shiny and dropped it. Not something he was willing to share with this woman, as it would cause too many questions to be asked. I don't know. Harry shrugged and decided to go with a half-truth. I've had strange things happen to me for as long as I can remember. I've transfigured objects that were thrown at me, I caused a lot of objects to vanish or float, I turned my grade teacher's hair blue once when he insulted me. Harry paused before deciding to drop a bomb on the woman. I do specifically remember one incident when I was 5 where my cousin was chasing me and I apparated onto the roof of my relative's house. Accidental apparition, Emily whispered excitedly. And at 5 no less. She nodded to herself. Yes, it is very possible that your magic is simply so strong that it actually acts as an enhancer to your body. I've noticed on your scans that all of the systems in your body are working at peak performance. Your lungs can intake more oxygen than most humans and are extremely durable. Likewise, your circulatory system seems to pump blood through your body much more efficiently than any other system I have ever seen, and you produce more blood vessels than anyone else I know. Both your muscles and bones are incredibly dense, incredibly strong. She gave him another look, this one calculating. If it were not for my scans, I would assumed you were not human because of how strong your body is. Of course, that just proves this theory. Your scans state that you are 100% human. Not an ounce of creature's blood in you. which can only mean that you are right and that your magic is actually enhancing and strengthening your body beyond what should be possible for a boy your age." The woman was practically quivering with excitement. This could change everything," she whispered. "Everything we know about magic and the body can be tossed on its head. This could easily revolutionize the way we see magic. I would like to ask that you refrain from mentioning any of what we've discussed here, or writing about it," he added. At her disappointed look, Harry decided to toss her a bit of a bone. "At least not yet." She looked up at him. "I have actually long suspected that my magic was responsible for the way my body turned out, but until now have never been able to prove it. If you would like, I was planning on writing a book about magic and its effects on the human body, and I was thinking about possibly asking you to sign on as a co-author." He had a twofold reason for doing this. First, any book he wrote right now may not be taken seriously. Even though he was Harry Potter, heir apparent to the ancient and most noble house of Potter and the boy who lived, he was still only 12. By having Emily Smith, a well-known and widely acknowledged metawizard who knows more about magic's effects on the body than most, help write his book, he was ensuring that it had credibility to go with his fame. Because if someone like Emily Smith was helping to write it, then it must be true. The second reason was much simpler. By allowing Emily to write this book with him, he was making her work famous through him, meaning she would be very grateful to him and would be more willing to help him with something should he need it. It would be a good idea to have someone in St. Mungo's who owed him a favor. "You would ask me to help you write a book about this?" Emily sounded surprised, shocked even. "Of course," Harry smiled. "Ever since we spoke at the New Year Gala, I have been thinking about coming here for this very reason. I have not had the chance to speak with you until now, and did not want to ask you this through something so impersonal as a letter." He looked at the young woman and saw her eager expression. "Would you like to take part in this with me as a co-author?" "Hook, line and sinker. I would love to," Emily burst out. She blushed a bit when she realized she had actually squealed, but quickly regained her composure. "Excellent," Harry said, matching her excitement. "In that case, I'll send along all my notes on what I have discovered so far and all the theories and hypotheses I've come up with. It will take a little while to get them in order, but they should be sent to you before it's time for me to go to Hogwarts. Read them over, write some revisions and let me know what you think. If possible, I would like to have this book published in 2 years." 2 years, Emily frowned. "That's awfully ambitious, Harry. This is some serious theoretical work we're getting into. Not to mention we're entering undiscovered territory here. I think this will take a lot more than just 2 years. Maybe even around a decade." Harry's lips turned downward. He had been hoping to get this book out before graduating. It would have looked good on his resume. "I guess we'll just have to see how well we can do," he responded diplomatically. "We won't rush this. I want our work to be accurate, but I do hope it will not take as long as a decade." "Of course," Emily smiled. "You're an ambitious young man. We'll see what can be done to speed this along without rushing our research." She looked over at the clock on the wall. "Speaking of rushing, it looks like it's time for you to go. I'm already running 15 minutes late to my next appointment." "All right," Harry stood up. "I'll see you later. It was a pleasure speaking with you, as always." "Bye, Harry. Nice talking to you too." Emily saw Harry out the door, and the young Potter heir began making his way out of St. Mungo's Hospital. As he left and walked into a secluded alley where he would apparate back home, only one thought was on his mind, and it was not about the book he would be writing with Emily Smith. Puberty. He couldn't believe it. He was going through puberty. To be more specific, he was already in the middle phase of puberty when males started having erotic dreams that, according to the medical books he had read, were known as wet dreams and often woke up with an beep known as morning wood. Harry had always known it would eventually happen. Most males start going through puberty around the ages of 11 or 12. He had actually started a bit earlier than most, 10, but the only difference was that he had begun releasing gonadotropin-releasing hormone, or GnRH, earlier than normal. The last thing he had expected was to start waking up with a pitch tent in boxers and a mess in his sheets. That particular phase should not have started until he was at least 13. What's worse was that the reason he was beginning so early was because of his magic. His own magic. Harry had always been very pleased with how his physical form was shaped. He was taller than almost all of the other boys his age, his facial structure was just a little more mature and possessing of less baby fat. Most people often mistook him for someone a year or two older than he really was. And he liked that. Even better was how good of shape he was in. While Harry would not consider himself vain by any means of the word, he had always been pleased at how well formed his muscles were. There were boys who were already reaching the end of their teenage years that did not have a body as well formed as his was. While his muscles were not like those of a bodybuilder, they were well built enough that people could actually see the beginning forms of muscle definition on them. He even had a six-pack that was starting to take shape. Now he was beginning to regret how his magic had been helping build his body. It was clear to him that in order to help his muscle growth along, his magic had been releasing various chemicals into his body, including testosterone, the principal say hormone that not only helped build muscle mass, but also increased a male's southeast drive. As much as Harry had enjoyed the benefits of having a body that was fit and looked older than his physical age, he was not sure he was ready to experience all of the issues that came with such a chemical being produced within him in mass quantities. Namely, he was not ready to experience the issue known as girls. As Harry Potter apparated back to his relative's house, leaving the alley with a near-silent displacement of air, only one thought crossed his mind. He was so screwed. Sometimes when Harry was feeling stressed out from whatever was ailing him, he would go out into the garden and tend to the plants. While he was no Neville Longbottom, he was good enough with non-magical flowers that his garden had grown rather well. Helping heal the plants using his magic and digging around in the dirt to soften the soil usually helped soothe his troubled mind when his meditations failed him. He called it physical meditation. Yet not even working in the garden could help soothe him now. After his appointment at St. Mungo's, Harry had met up with Lisa as always. Just because he had come to the startling realization that his puberty had started a year earlier than it should have did not mean he was going to start ignoring his best friend. However, in meeting up with the girl he had known and thought of as a little sister for years, Harry had discovered something that in a single instant changed how he thought of his best friend for going on 6 years now. Lisa had B-yeasts. True, they were not very large, mere lumps on her chest no larger than a pair of clementine oranges, small seedless oranges that are no bigger than a few centimeters in diameter and are often called cuties, but they were there. His friend had been wearing a sleeveless, skin-tight shirt today, and he had been able to see she was beginning to develop in the bust. She had even begun to wear a bra. Of course, him noticing this may have had something to do with the fact that the first place he looked after her face was her chest, but that just compounded onto his problem. Lisa was like a sister to him. Ever since he had developed feelings for the girl, they had been nothing but the love a brother would have for his sister. Or so he thought at least. Since he had never had a sister, he couldn't say for sure if that was what he was feeling. But Harry imagined that if he did have a sister, that was what it would feel like. Now he just felt sick. The mere fact that he had been looking at the person he had for years believed was like a sister to him in a way that was anything but brotherly repulsed him. He didn't even want to imagine what Lisa would think if she ever found out he had actually been checking her out. Harry doubted such an occurrence would be pleasant. A sigh escaped his lips as he realized that not even gardening was going to help him. What he needed was some good old-fashioned exercise. Maybe if he ran himself into the ground his head would clear. Then again, maybe not. It was hard to say. Such a long sigh, a hissing voice reached his ears, causing Harry to perk up. He looked down to see a decently sized garter snake by his feet. It was a long black snake with white scales running along its back. Its yellow eyes were fixed on him. "Something on your mind, amigo?" "Just dealing with some new problems, Gerard. Anything I can do to help?" "Not unless you can tell me how to reduce the amount of testosterone in my body," Harry hissed dryly. "I don't even know what that is." "I know." Harry spent a few more minutes talking to Gerard, who he had named himself after finding the small snake in his garden. He and Gerard had worked out a deal. Harry would let him stay in his garden, provided he was careful not to get caught by Petunia and the other members of his family, and took care of any rabbits that tried eating his flowers. It went without saying that Gerard agreed to his terms. It helped that the snake found speaking with a human to be interesting. After a while, Harry decided to head back inside. It was getting late, but maybe he could get in a good workout that would tire him out enough that he would not have any erotic dreams tonight. Opening the door to his room and entering, Harry realized that he would not be getting any exercise this night. The reason being that there was someone already in his room. A house elf, to be exact. Though, saying the creature before him was a house elf did not really do the being before him any justice, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it injustice. This particular one had to be the strangest elf he had ever seen bar none. Like all house elves, it still had the disproportionately large head, the spindly arms and legs, the pointed nose and the floppy bat ears. It was also wearing a tea towel like most house elves, but that was where the similarities ended. For one thing, the tea towel it was wearing had seen better days. Much better days. It looked like it had not been washed since the elf had begun to wear it. Both the front and back were stained with numerous black marks that looked like ink and food, and Harry even saw red stains that looked suspiciously like blood. No self-respecting house elf would ever wear such a dirty tea towel. Another thing Harry noticed were its scars. Lining the creature's tiny arms and legs were numerous scars that looked to have been made with a whip of some kind. A few even looked magical in nature. He recognized the cutting curse. What did this mean? Were his owners abusive, or were these scars some kind of punishment? Harry could not see all of them being used for punishment. The house elf would have been sold off or freed long before it committed enough horrible acts to be branded with so many scars. Which left abusive owners. That just left one more question. Well, a few actually, but one that he really wanted to know. Harry Potter. The house elf squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Harry absently cast a silencing charm around his room so no one would hear this conversation. He didn't need his relatives freaking out. So long as Dobby wanted to meet you, sir, but you have been difficult to get alone, such an honor it is. Honor's all mine, Harry said as made a small gesture with his hand. A soft, almost unnoticeable squelching sound came from the door behind him as it locked. He turned his attention back to Dobby, determined to get the answer to the question he wanted. What was this house elf doing in his bedroom? Harry managed to just barely maintain his poise as Andromeda Tonks continued straightening out his newest dress robes and just in general fussing over him as she made sure his attire looked perfect. She had told him that it was so he could look the part of a pureblood heir to an ancient and most noble house. Harry thought she was just fussing over him so she could use the opportunity to mother him. That seemed to be what most of the older women he knew did. As annoying as her mothering was, the next few minutes would be incredibly important, and he did not want to bungle this meeting because of something as simple as him not looking the part. I have no clue where you got these dress robes, Harry, but they are some of the most beautiful robes I have ever seen, Andromeda was saying as she smoothed out a small wrinkle in his collar. Harry almost absently ran his hands over the soft and comfortable fabric of his robes. The dress robes he was wearing were one of the pairs Perenelle had bought him in France. They were a dark green in color that almost bordered on the black, but would lighten up whenever the light hit it at a certain angle, making it look like his robes had shimmering lights on them. On the front right B East was the Potter family's coat of arms and motto stitched into the fabric in incredible detail. Harry could understand why Andromeda was so impressed by his robes, they were made to impress. They had also cost a small fortune. Imported from France, Harry said absently as Andromeda finally took a step back and studied his outfit and posture. Technically, he wasn't lying. From France, you say? Andromeda murmured as she eyed the clothing with a speculative gleam. I can definitely see that. The French have always had a flair for clothing we English just don't possess. Now, she adopted a more business-like tone as opposed to the casual one she had been using. Harry straightened. You remember what I told you when dealing with Nathaniel Greengrass. Be exceedingly polite, only make small talk about issues regarding open policies within the ICW, and do not state any opinions unless asked, Harry recited dutifully. You needn't worry, this meeting is too important for me to jeopardize by doing or saying something foolish. Of course, Andromeda smiled, her eyes glinting a bit. This meeting will determine whether or not Nathaniel will allow your girlfriend to be seen in public with you anymore. Harry felt a very small blush creeping up on his cheeks. It was, in all honesty, impressive that his face only had a small blush instead of a larger one like he would have had several weeks ago for someone suggesting anything remotely similar to him being intimate with one of his friends. Or anyone else for that matter. He would have to thank Celine the next time he saw her. Scowling a bit, he did his best to remain calm. It would not do for his body to react like a normal teenage male just before he was to meet with the father of one of his friends, especially this particular friend. Even though Nathaniel Greengrass was not what anyone with a sane mind would call a protective father, sane people would call him the opposite. He was someone who would not let his daughter be seen with a person he did not believe he could benefit from allying with. That was why this meeting was so important. It would determine whether or not Nathaniel Greengrass would allow him to see Daphne anymore. That man was not like other witches and wizards he had met during the New Year Gala, sheep who went with everything he said because he was the boy who lived in the heir to one of the founding 5 houses, or humored him because they felt they could take advantage of him due to his age and relative inexperience. Those people were fools, easy to manipulate and use if you knew how to play to their greed. It was even easier for him because so many underestimated him due to his age. They felt that because he was a child, they had nothing to fear from him. Nathaniel Greengrass was no fool. He would not fall in line due to his fame, nor would he underestimate Harry because of his young age or lack of true political experience. If Harry wanted to get head of the House of Greengrass on his side, or at least convince the man to allow Daphne to be seen with him, he would need to tread very carefully and show that allying with him would bring about more benefits than it would to not ally with him. "She's not my girlfriend," Harry muttered a tad more harshly than he had intended. Andromeda giggled at him. "Of course not," she amended, still smiling with that mischievous twinkle in her eyes. It reminded Harry a lot of the look Sirius Black had the few times the man had visited before he and his parents went into hiding. "She's just a friend who you happen to find extremely attractive." "Yes, exactly," Harry nodded his head, "she's just a—" "Wait, no." Harry's scowl grew as did the red flush on his cheeks when his mind caught up to what he was saying. He couldn't believe he had fallen for such a simple trick. "I do not find her attractive. I mean, yes, I find her attractive," he said, then quickly added. "But it's not like that. Her physical attractiveness is something I only recognize from an objective standpoint." Andromeda raised an eyebrow. "An objective standpoint?" "Yes," Harry nodded his head, "an objective standpoint." "So, you are telling me that you're not attracted to her?" Harry gave a stiff nod. "That is exactly what I'm telling you." "I sense a liar," Andromeda said in a slightly sing-song voice. Harry quickly looked away from the woman, unable to look her in the eyes. He could feel his cheeks heating up again. "You're really not helping me prepare for this meeting with the way you're talking, you know," Harry mumbled a tad petulantly. "Sorry," Andromeda apologized, though from the smile on her face and the tone of her voice, he did not think she was being very sincere. "I'm just trying to get you to relax. You don't want your posture to be too tense, it will betray your anxiousness to him. Nathaniel is a master at reading emotions, and he will find out that you are nervous if you do not relax. Remember, you want to come at him as a confident heir to a powerful pureblood family, not a child worried for his friend." Harry did not know how her teasing him about his attraction to Daphne would help him relax. If anything, it made him more tense. Still, he wasn't going to say anything, if only because he just didn't want to bother getting into a pointless argument over something so inconsequential as to whether her teasing was helping him or not. Right, Harry also ignored the child comment as best he could as he closed his eyes and practiced taking in a few deep breaths. It was unfortunate that keeping his mind clear on a constant basis was a near impossible task. Keeping his composure would have been much easier otherwise. Perhaps as he advanced in occlumency he would be capable of constantly keeping his mind clear of distractions, but for now, he would simply have to make do with what skills in the art he had. "It looks like it's time for you to leave," Andromeda said as she glanced at a small watch on her wrist. She knelt down, placing both hands on his shoulders and looked at him intently. "Remember what I have told you and you'll define." "Don't worry." Harry made sure to give her a look only someone with the utmost confidence in themselves could possess. It would not do to let anyone see how nervous he was. I'm not about to let my friend down now. Good. Leaning forward, the beautiful former member of the Black family placed a small key on his forehead. She, quite thankfully, was not wearing lipstick. Harry had no desire to clean it off when he was on a tight schedule. Good luck, Harry, Andromeda said to him as she held out a small pot filled with flow powder for him to take. Thank you. As Harry grabbed a handful of flow powder, he knew that he would need more than luck to win over Nathaniel Greengrass. He could only hope his intelligence, fame and cunning would see him through this meeting. His friend was counting on him. Harry almost broke character and gave a sigh of relief when he managed to come out of the flow network without a single hitch. No shooting out like a muggle cannonball, no missile Harry, nothing. It was the first time since using that particular method of travel that he did not get himself shot out like those kamikaze fighters from Japan that had attacked the Americans in World War II. He was going to have to find some way to thank Emily Smith for her help. Had she not told him about how he was constantly leaking more magic than his body was able to use, he would have never found a solution to his problem with the flow method of travel. Stabilizing charms, used by mothers on various objects like baby walkers to help keep their children from tipping over when they got carried away or had spikes in accidental magic. They were a rather ingenious spell that kept an object's equilibrium in balance at all times, ensuring they would not tip over from anything less than a purposeful act. The spell hadn't even needed much modification to work on a human, just a small added equation to configure the spell for organic material, his height, body weight and magical resistance. It had been a surprisingly easy equation to make, though that might have been due to him getting some help from Andromeda when it came to creating the arithmetic equation. Taking a look at his surroundings, Harry noted that he was in some kind of lobby. The room was decorated in dark red woods and possessed black marble tiling as well as large, marble Corinthian columns embedded into the walls. It had an air of refined elegance about it without being too ostentatious. Harry assumed the place was designed that way to appear humble while impressing those who came through with its imposing columns. A small crack alerted Harry to the fact that he was no longer alone. A small house elf had appeared in front of him, this one much more pleasantly dressed than the last house elf he had met. Harry Potter, the house elf asked in a refined voice, nothing at all like some of the other members of its race that he had spoken with on occasion. Yes. Master Greengrass is waiting for you in his study. Follow me please. Without waiting for a response, the house about-faced and began walking out of the room. Harry quickly followed as he was led into a hallway with dark green carpeting that looked almost like grass and brown wooden walls that gave the space a more natural feel to it. Knowing he would not get many chances once the meeting took place, Harry used this opportunity to clear his mind. He went through all of the occlumency meditations he could think of, and even ran the gauntlet for meditation techniques Master Wei had taught him. They helped, if only a little. Harry was soon led into a large, open room with many doors and a large set of stairs, the grand foyer. Like the lobby, the floor was made of black marble, while the columns that looked like they were being used more for decoration than support were made from white marble. In the center of the room was a beautifully crafted fountain of what Harry recognized from his studies in mythology as a wood nymph spouting water from a vase in its hands. Several meters from the fountain was a large staircase that split into a T-junction at the end, leading in two opposing directions. The room itself was very large, imposing. At a guess, Harry would have to say it was around 2 stories tall. The white columns against the black marble background made the room look even more intimidating and majestic than it otherwise would have been. The house elf, whose name Harry had never learned, led him up the staircase. They took a left at the T, leading to more steps that ended in another hallway. The walk through this one was much shorter, and soon Harry found himself standing in front of an elegantly crafted wooden door with a crest of a large king cobra standing on a grassy plain with its hood fully extended, the Greengrass family crest. Below the crest was the family motto, Anguis in herba, or, a snake in the grass. It was a very apt motto for a family whose name was not only Greengrass, but which had belonged to the Slytherin house since the family's founding. The house elf knocked on the door. "Master, Herr Potter has arrived." There was a moment of silence. "Send him in." Opening the door, the house elf bowed before Harry and gestured him inside. The master will see you now. This was it. The moment he had been preparing for since sending Nathaniel Greengrass his letter asking for Daphne to accompany him alongside his other friends as they shopped for school supplies. Harry took a calming breath, preparing for the inevitable meeting with the only man he had met so far aside from Voldemort who scared him. He entered the room. Nathaniel Greengrass' study was much different than any of the other rooms he had been in so far. It still retained its intimidating majesty, but it was also very Spartan. Aside from a shelf lined with scrolls and books to his left and the large desk with the bare-backed chair in front, there was nothing in this room to speak of. Harry squared his shoulders as he walked forward with the practiced grace that Andromeda had drilled into him when he asked for her advice on pureblood affairs the first time they had met. He was grateful for his animagus form as well, as it made his already impressive gait even more graceful than usual. He stopped just a few feet from the desk, which Nathaniel Greengrass was sitting behind, several documents that he appeared to have been writing in sitting in two neat piles on his desk. "Herr Potter." The voice was just as dead and emotionless as he remembered it. Harry did his best not to let the chills that wanted to run down his spine at that voice come out. "Lord Greengrass." Harry inclined his waist slightly in a respectful bow, just as Andromeda had told him to do. "I hope you have had a pleasant summer. I hear the ICW has brought forward several progressive laws they are hoping to pass." "They are," was the only thing Nathaniel allowed himself to say as he gestured for Harry to take the seat in front of the desk. Almost as soon as the young Potter heir did so, a feeling of dread welled up inside of him. The head to the House of Greengrass suddenly seemed much more imposing than before. It was only thanks to his acute senses that he managed to figure out what was happening to him. Magic. The chair had been charmed to somehow increase the negative emotions a person was experiencing. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it increased one's perception of dread that many people likely felt when in the Lord Greengrass' presence. Harry suspected Nathaniel Greengrass used this as a means to judge others and take advantage of their distracted state when they were doing business. Harry stilled his mind and pushed back. He would not allow himself to be beaten by such a simple trick when there was so much on the line. "Tell me, Herr Potter." Nathaniel did not look up from his work. "Why should I let my daughter go with you for her school supplies? Why should I let her spend any time with you at all?" This man certainly did not beat around the bush. Harry was very glad he had spoken with Andromeda beforehand and knew the man would do this, otherwise he may have made an attempt at small talk and destroyed any hopes he had of helping his friend gain some freedom. Because while the ancient and most noble House Potter has been reduced to a single member, the name still carries much weight, both within the Wizengamot and magical Britain as a whole. Harry did not hesitate to answer. There is also the fact that the boy who lived as an international icon, known not just in Great Britain but all of Europe for the defeat of the Dark Lord who went by the title Lord Voldemort when he was but a year old. To not allow your daughter to accompany me could stain your reputation for the light families who will see this as an insult to me, as well as the darker families who are wondering why you are not taking advantage of your daughter's friendship with me. Harry was not surprised when Nathaniel Greengrass did not even so much as flinch at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. Not even a facial twitch. The man truly was as dead as people said. "Even if an alliance between our two houses is not beneficial to you right now, given some of the families you are currently doing business with, it is never a good idea to burn down any bridges in this day and age." This was the speech he and Andromeda had prepared for this moment. Ever since Harry had received a reply to his letter, asking for his presence at Greengrass Manor, the two of them had been working on a speech that would convince Nathaniel Greengrass to, if not ally himself with Harry, then at least leave the door open. Alliances in this day and age are never set in stone. Betrayal and backstabbing by people you are allied with who have their own political agenda and desires that run counterproductive to yours is not uncommon. Most battles are fought not with wands anymore, but with words and a combination of blackmail, favors and strong-arm political maneuvers. But I am sure you already know that well, my lord. I do. Nathaniel finally set down the quill he had been using to write with a sigh. He looked up into Harry's eyes, and as those dead blue irises met his own, the young heir to the Potter fortune just barely managed to contain his shudder. "Tell me then, what is to stop you from betraying me if I allow this? What's to say your entire reason for getting close to Daphne is not to use me and betray me at the last second? This, right here, was why Harry had to tread very carefully with the head of the Greengrass family. Anyone else would have never given a thought to this, never suspected that a child, even one as well-learned and intelligent as Harry obviously was, could possibly think up the idea of getting close to a political adversary and stabbing them in the back later. This man would. He would not underestimate Harry because of something as simple and redundant as his age. Daphne, Harry answered immediately. It was only one word, but he knew that someone like Nathaniel Greengrass would understand the implications of what that single word, a name, meant. You care for her? It sounded almost like an inquiry, but Harry knew it was not. I do. There was no point in lying. Lord Greengrass would detect a lie the moment it issued from Harry's mouth. And yet you have not offered a bride price for her, Nathaniel countered, just like Andromeda knew he would. To him, Daphne was nothing more than a bargaining tool to be used and sold off in order to help his house ascend to new heights and grow in power. Because we have not gotten to that point in our relationship, Harry answered. Now came the most important part of this entire discussion. Daphne is someone whom I have only come to know within the last 9 months. I would like to think we have already established a connection, but our relationship remains rocky at best. And before deciding on marriage, I would like to discover whether or not the two of us would work. And there it was, a very small opening. Harry was leaving himself deliberately vulnerable, allowing Nathaniel Greengrass an opening to make a bid at seizing control over the boy who lived along the with fortune of the Potter family by utilizing Daphne's growing relationship with him. It was a large enough opening that there was no way the head of the House of Greengrass could not recognize it for what it was, but small enough that Harry's words would sound more like an accidental slip of the tongue than because of any sort of childish naivety or purposeful maneuvering. Now all that was left was to see if the Lord Greengrass would take the bait. For several long seconds, nothing was said. No noise came from within the study except for the soft breathing of Harry and the man before him. Even then, the noise sounded incredibly harsh to Harry's enhanced sense of hearing. Harry could feel his heart thumping a painful beat in his chest as the silence dragged on. He tried not to let it show, but as this disquieting silence continued, his nervousness began to increase. Perhaps it had not been a good idea to use this particular line. Andromeda had warned him that Nathaniel Greengrass was not the kind of person to underestimate him for any reason. Maybe it would have been better if they had thought up another avenue of attack. Very well, Nathaniel Greengrass spoke out at last. As it is already known that you and Daphne are closely acquainted, I will allow this relationship to continue. Harry almost twitched at the word, relationship. The way he had spoken it almost made it seem like he and Daphne were dating. Which was preposterous, of course. Sure, Daphne was the most beautiful girl he knew that was his age, and they were very close. In fact, thinking on it, he was probably closer to Daphne than he was any of his other friends at Hogwarts. But dating, Harry might be going through puberty, but he wasn't sure he was ready to even think about dating. There were still far too many things for him to accomplish before he thought about having romantic relations with someone. Thank you, my Lord Greengrass. Harry did not let any of thoughts on the matter of relationships and romance be known as he inclined his head respectfully. If Nathaniel Greengrass saw his gesture, he did not show it. Alfred, a soft crack in the house elf that had first directed Harry to this room appeared. Yes, my lord, get Daphne and bring her here. At once, my lord. The house elf, Alfred, disappeared with another soft crack, leaving Harry alone with the head of the Greengrass family. It was a most uncomfortable silence. Several times, Harry had actually thought about making conversation, if only to keep the silence from going on, but each time he thought about doing so, he shut the idea down immediately afterwards. He felt like a coward. It had been so easy to talk with this man before. During the New Year Gala he had spoken with Nathaniel Greengrass at length and not been bothered at all. But here, in Lord Greengrass' own manor, the imposing and dead-looking family head was a truly frightful figure to behold. Which may be why Harry was feeling so tense. The New Year Gala had been a public setting. There was a certain amount of politeness that was expected from people when they were in public, especially during such a formal event like a ball. Even if he had wanted to, Nathaniel was forced to remain polite and conversational towards Harry lest people scorn and slander his reputation for being rude to the boy who lived. Still, even knowing why Harry was feeling much more nervous now did not change how ashamed he was to feel that way at all. How could he prove himself as the strongest wizard to have ever existed if he was afraid of a single man? Harry supposed he should just be glad that his carefully constructed facade had not broken already. He was using every occlumency technique he knew to discreetly keep his mind clear of all thoughts. It was working so far, but Harry did not delude himself into thinking he would last forever. If that house elf did not hurry up soon, Harry feared he might actually crack. A knock came at the door. Harry only just managed to keep himself from revealing how relieved he was. "My lord, your daughters are here." The frown that appeared on Nathaniel Greengrass' face did not bode well for anyone. "Send them in." Harry did not turn around as he heard the door open, knowing that doing so would have been a breach in decorum. Nor did he look when he heard a gasp come from behind him despite his curiosity. He did, however, take notice when none other than Daphne Greengrass walked into his line of sight. Even though his face revealed nothing, her appearance left him stunned and breathless. Was it just him, or did she look even more stunning than the last time he saw her? Her honey blonde hair was the same as it always was, gently flowing down her head and shoulders in waves and framing a face of aristocratic perfection with higher-than-average cheekbones that retained their softness, ensuring that the harsher angles and shadows often found on women with a profile like hers were non-existent. Her blue eyes were the same as always, chips of crystalline ice to everyone except those who knew her. Set in between them was a small, slightly upturned nose that held a gentle curve that made it her lovely features all the more attractive. And below that were her lips. Slightly pink, moist-looking Cupid bow lips. What Harry wouldn't give to claim those lips with his own in. Harry blinked, then took a calming breath. He pictured an image of a vast mountain range within his head and a never-ending blue sky. The beat that had been threatening to make itself known stopped and soon began to deflate. It was pleasing to feel his arousal going down before it could truly become an issue. The last thing he needed was to become visibly aroused by the sight of his friend. Not only would it likely ruin his chances of giving Daphne more freedom, it would also be incredibly humiliating to be seen like that by three people, one of whom frightened him, another who was his best magical friend, and the last who he did not know at all. With his body still feeling quite warm, but no longer in threat of turning into something more, Harry could finish his observation of his friend. She was wearing very light dress robes in a soft blue color that managed to bring out her eyes. Unlike the one she had worn at the New Year Gala, this robe was more in line with normal wizarding robes with the exception that it was obviously much more expensive and made of a lighter material. The material used was obviously silk, or some form of silk. It was too light to be acromantula silk, which left Harry slightly baffled as to the fabric it was made from. Whatever the case was, Harry could not deny it looked good on her. Really good. Because the robes were made out of such a light material they did not do as good a job at hiding her body. While loose-fitting like all standard wizard wear, the material was thin enough that Harry could partially see the way her body was developing. In particular, Harry noticed that Daphne Greengrass was beginning to grow beasts. They were larger than Lisa's, but smaller than Celine's. He didn't know what her size was, but he could tell that she had already started wearing a cloak. Despite doing his best to keep his mind clear, Harry could not help but find himself wondering what else was being hidden under those robes. Harry also wondered if he was damned to check out all of his female friends every time he met one of them from now on. That was not a very pleasant thought. Correction. The thought actually left him highly aroused but also incredibly embarrassed, which was what he found unpleasant, not the thoughts themselves. And all these thoughts and counter-arguments to his previous thoughts were beginning to confuse Harry, who was unsure what he should be feeling or thinking at the moment. Thankfully, no one seemed to be focusing on him right now. Daphne was focusing on her father and her father was focused on someone behind him. Oh my gosh, are you really Harry Potter? Okay, so maybe someone was focusing on him. At the sound of his name being called, Harry turned around and found himself staring at a younger version of Daphne. The only differences Harry could discern aside from a few deceptively small ones like a slight variation in the shape of her eyes, was the shoulder-length blonde hair that was a shade darker than his friend's and the ocean green eyes. Other than that, she could pass for Daphne's younger clone. Which, of course, meant that this girl had to be Daphne's sister. Astoria, Nathaniel Greengrass, voice, while still dead, sounded almost as if there was a small hint of anger to it. Or maybe that was just feeling of danger he was getting from the atmosphere. "What are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay in your room." Astoria flinched. I was in my room," she defended herself. Harry saw her lips trembling. "Daphne had been with me when Alfred came to get her. And so you just decided that you would follow Daphne when I explicitly asked for just her." Nathaniel Greengrass interrupted anything Astoria might have said to defend herself further. Astoria flinched. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her head down as she stared at her feet. It looked like she was struggling not to cry. Harry noticed out of the corner of his eyes that Daphne was looking at her sister with barely disguised sadness and fear. He remembered her telling him how much her sister meant to her. Clearly, she knew that there was something unpleasant in store for Astoria after this meeting. "Go to your room," Lord Greengrass said, his tone not only brooking no argument, but also sounding even chillier than it normally did. "I will deal with you later." Harry watched the small scene play itself out. Astoria's entire body looked like it was shivering under her green wizard robes, her lips were trembling and he thought he even saw tears leaking out of the corner of her eyes. She looked very frightened. It was a little unsettling because she looked so much like Daphne. At the same time, Daphne looked like she wanted to say something to help her sister. He saw her looking between Astoria and her father, worrying her lower lip, as if trying to decide whether or not speaking in her sister's defense would do any good. Then her eyes met Harry's, her expression pleading. "My Lord Greengrass," Harry spoke up. It was out of turn, breaching several rules of etiquette, and could very easily end with all of the work he had put into this moment being for nothing. But he did not like seeing his friend like this, and if possibly ruining his chances of being allowed to see Daphne would stop her from looking so miserable, then so be it. Nathaniel Greengrass slowly turned his head to look at him. Harry kept up a strong, imperturbable front, even as a powerful chill ran down his spine as the man's dead eyes met his. He could not afford to look weak. "If I could make a suggestion." The leaky cauldron was filled with patrons when the fireplace roared to life, the small fire that had been crackling inside morphing into a raging bonfire of bright green. No one paid much attention to the sight. It was not like this was the first time someone had used the flow network inside of the small pub today, nor would it be the last. They also did not pay attention when several people stepped out, though if they had known who one of those people were they might have. The first person to step out of the fireplace was a young girl no older than 10 with dark blonde hair, ocean green eyes and the brightest, most inquisitive smile anyone would ever see on her face. She was soon followed by 2 other people, another female who was quite obviously her older sister and a young boy with messy raven hair and killing cursed green eyes. Harry Potter sighed in relief as he stepped out of the fireplace. Never in his life had he been more pleased to no longer be in another person's presence before. Just thinking about the dead gaze that had been penetrating him for the last 15 minutes was enough to send chills down his spine. What had he been thinking? Causing such a serious breach in etiquette in order to convince Nathaniel Greengrass to let his youngest daughter join him and Daphne as they met up with their friends. Harry did not commit very many impulsive acts. To date there were only a handful of actions he had committed that could be considered either impulsive or stupid, or both. This particular act would definitely go up there as one of the most impulsive and stupid things he had ever done in his life, right next to attacking a troll without coming up with any kind of plan beforehand and jumping on its back in an act of brazen reckless panic. So this is the leaky cauldron. There was a wide smile on Astoria's face as her eyes wandered and her head turned, as if she were trying to take in everything at once. "This place is amazing. Don't run off, Story," Daphne called out to her sister, who looked like she was about to bolt any second now in her attempt to take in more the small pub. Harry looked over at Daphne, surprised to see her smiling so warmly in such a public setting. He was so used to seeing her cold demeanor while in public that this look was almost shocking. Still, If this was the effect that Astoria's presence had on Daphne, then Harry would gladly suffer through the girl's father again. Her sister stopped, then turned to look at Daphne, who was holding out one of her hands. "Come on, stay with me. It wouldn't do for you to get lost." "Right." A sheepish smile spread across Astoria's lips as she walked over to her sister and grabbed the offered hand. "Sorry Daphne, I'm just so excited to finally be allowed out of the house that I sort of forgot you guys were here." "Of course you were." Daphne sighed in minor exasperation, but there was a soft smile on her face that told Harry she was not all that bothered, if she was bothered at all. "Wait," Harry started, bringing the attention of the two girls onto himself. He was staring at Astoria with a look of masked shock. "Are you saying this is the first time you've ever left your home?" "I don't know." Astoria's nose scrunched up cutely as she struggled to remember an instance where she might have left Greengrass Manor. "I think I might have left the house when I was younger, and sometimes I play outside in the back near the gardens, but I don't really remember going anywhere outside our house's boundaries." Harry took a slow, shuddering breath as he thought through her words, and his mind led him to the obvious conclusion that she had never been anywhere public since their mother's death. It was a difficult pill for someone like him to swallow. Harry had always been fiercely independent ever since he turned 5, the year after he had learned to recreate his accidental magic and used it to better his own life. He could not imagine not being allowed out of the house for any reason. It made him that much more disgusted by Nathaniel Greengrass' actions towards his daughters. Harry would freely admit that he could be callous to others, but those were to people he did not know, strangers in every sense of the word, and even then he would not harm them without due cause. He didn't want to know what kind of person you would have to be to treat your own flesh and blood the way the head of the House of Greengrass treated his daughters. "Harry." Warmth encased his hand and a shiver of a different kind traveled down his spine. Harry looked down to see his hand being held by another, much more feminine one. Traveling up the light blue fabric, Harry eventually found himself meeting the slightly concerned eyes of Daphne Greengrass. "Yes?" he asked, taking in a deep breath to control his hormonal impulses. Harry really hoped he would get a handle on those soon, or they were going to become a serious problem. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry said, squeezing her hand once before letting go. He wanted to hold on to it, but felt it would be in his best interest not to do so. Less chance of him causing an embarrassing scene that way. He could already feel his body responding to just that simple touch. "I was just thinking about something." Daphne did not look too convinced, but seemed to realize he was not going to tell her about whatever was bothering him and decided to let it go. "All right, we're running a bit late," Harry began as he started walking. "Our friends should already be waiting for us near the entrance to Diagon Alley, so we'd best be on our way." "Is he always like this?" asked Astoria as she and Daphne walked to catch up with Harry. They quickly caught pace with him, and Daphne made sure to walk on his left, close enough that she could easily reach out and grab his hand if she wanted to, but far enough that they were not touching. "Not always," Daphne told her sister quietly. "Just on occasion." "Huh." Astoria leaned forward to peer around her sister so she could look at Harry. He was walking towards the exit in the back, ignoring the ruckus the people sitting around the tables were making. She leaned back a second later. "Weird. I can hear everything you two said just now." Astoria and Daphne jerked their heads back in surprise. They looked at Harry to see him giving them a mildly amused look. "Just thought you should know that," he added. "Daphne, Harry." It was no surprise to anyone that the first person to greet the trio was Tracy. The girl was the most excitable out of their group of friends. Only Hannah could match the brunette Slytherin in sheer enthusiasm, and she was much more polite than the other girl. Like his experience with Daphne, Harry noticed that Tracy was really quite cute. Her brunette locks of hair framed a pixie-ish face with a small button nose and lightly glossed pink lips. He could not see anything thanks to those blasted robes, but as he knew that girls entered puberty before boys, he could imagine she was also developing like Lisa and Daphne. Damn, this really was going to be a problem. While the other 7 members of Harry's and Daphne's group of friends standing outside near the entrance to Diagon Alley turned their heads to look at the 3 walking out from the leaky cauldron along with their chaperones for the day, Tracy quickly began making her way over to them. There was a large grin on her face, and it looked like she was about to give either Harry or Daphne or both of them the largest hug of their lives. Then she noticed Astoria. She blinked several times, as if trying to figure out why there was a smaller, almost identical version of her best friend standing with the two. She then turned to Daphne. "What's with the brat?" she asked, hooking a thumb at Astoria. Brat." Astoria sputtered indignantly as she took a menacing step forward. Well, it was supposed to be menacing, but because she was so short and cute it was about as menacing as a small puppy. "I turn 10 in a few days, you idiot." "I'm not a brat." "Idiot." Tracy's head snapped towards Astoria, a glare present on her face. "Listen here, you little turd. It's not polite to go around calling people idiots. Especially when it's not true. Just like it's not polite to call someone a brat when it's not true, idiot." "Oh boy," Lisa said as she and the others walked up to Harry and Daphne, who were both staring at the arguing Astoria and Tracy. It was like watching a train wreck. You wanted to look away, but for some reason you just couldn't. "It looks like we finally found someone who's got just as much spunk as Tracy." "You call it spunk," Blaze muttered as he watched his friend argue with someone nearly a head shorter than her with a dismayed expression. "I call it stupidity." Hermione gave a long-suffering sigh as she walked up to Tracy and quickly grabbed the girl by the ear. "Ow, ow, ow, not the ear. Gah, let go, Hermione. Only if you stop arguing with that girl," Hermione told her friend firmly. "Honestly, Tracy, arguing with someone 2 years younger than you. You should learn to set an example for your juniors." "Oh, I'll set an example for her," Tracy growled, "after I smack her around like a yoch." While Harry and Daphne managed to keep the surprise off their face due to their training in occlumency, Susan and Hannah were watching the pair with dropped jaws. "Do you ever feel like you're missing something whenever you leave for a long time then come back?" Hannah asked no one in particular. "Maybe it's just because this is the first time we've all met up together, but I can't help but feel like I missed out on something big." "You're not," Lisa told the pair. Out of the entire group, she looked like she was the most used to seeing what was going on between Tracy and Hermione. "Not really. Anyways, Tracy, Hermione and I have been spending a bit more time together since none of us went on vacation. At least, not for very long. Harry, Neville and Terry joined us too sometimes, but they also tended to do their own thing when we met up at Diagon Alley. We didn't want to go into the new perfume shop that opened up," Neville said to the looks they were getting from Hannah and Susan. Terry nodded his head in agreement. "And only Harry and Hermione wanted to go into Flourish and Blots before we got our book list," Terry added. "Now there's something I never expected to hear a Ravenclaw say," Blaze muttered, earning an eye roll and slight glare from Terry. "Besides, you guys were here for one of the times this happened," Lisa informed the two. "We were." Hannah sounded very surprised to hear this. Lisa nodded her head. "Well, you might have just missed it when it happened. Remember when Hermione's mum took us to that Muggle pool?" "I remember that," Susan blurted out, surprising everyone enough that even Tracy and Hermione stopped struggling and looked at the girl in shock. Seeing all the stares directed at her caused the young girl to flush as red as her hair. "Sorry. Why are you apologizing?" The question came from both Astoria and Tracy, who, upon hearing the other speak the exact same words, looked at each other for a moment, then looked away with a huff. While Hermione and Lisa shook their heads in amused exasperation, Blaze rubbed the palm of his left hand against his face. "I feel like I don't even know her anymore." "What's that supposed to mean, Blaze?" asked Tracy, looking very suspicious by his choice of words. Nothing. Blaze waved a hand in front of his face, as if warding off some kind of bug. Tracy frowned at her friend, but was soon pulled into a different direction as Daphne finally decided to greet the girl properly. "So how was your summer in Italy?" Harry asked curiously. He had not heard as much from his friend, who had spent 2 months in Italy. And the descriptions he had received in the letters had been rather lackluster in their depiction of the dark-skinned boy's time there. "Oh, nothing too special," Blaze said with a dismissive shrug. "Just a family gathering." "Your attention to detail never ceases to astound me." Harry's tone was very dry. "That's about the same thing you said in your letters." What can I say? Asked Blaze, chuckling a bit as he scraped a hand over his head. I tend to be a very detail-oriented individual. Harry rolled his eyes at his friend's attempt at copying him. It was actually pretty good. Blaze even decided to pull out larger syllable words that only Harry would ever use in a real conversation. As greetings came to a close, the group's 3 chaperones decided it was time to get their attention. Clapping her hands together several times, Mrs. Davis soon gathered the attention of the children around her. With an amused smile on her face, she began speaking. It's going to be a bit difficult for such a large group to move around. Therefore, I want each of you to grab onto someone's hand so that none of you get separated. Do we really have to do that? Asked Terry, surprising, as the others had expected Tracy to be the one to speak up and act like a petulant child. I mean, that makes me feel like a kid. Harry had to actually nod at that. He agreed with Terry, though he would not say anything to dispute the woman before them. It may have had something to do with the fact that his hands were already occupied, and the warmth from the skin-on-skin contact was, while not quite distracting, was certainly not helping him any. You were a kid, Mr. Granger said dryly, only to be lightly elbowed by his wife. Terry flushed red. Be nice, she murmured in his ear. As Hermione's father feigned injury by rubbing his torso where Mrs. Granger hit him, Mrs. Davis clapped her hands again to gather attention to herself. Now then, each of you follow Harry's, Daphne's, Astoria's and Hannah's example and grab someone's hand so that you don't get separated from the group. There was a bit of mumbling from a few members of the group, with Tracy being the loudest. Eventually, however, everyone found their hands linked together with someone else's. They looked a lot like a human chain. Mrs. Davis put a bright smile on her face when she saw this. Ah, you guys look so cute. I wish I had a camera. The number of scowls she received from the group was rather astounding, and would have put many people at unease had it not been for the fact that they were coming from a bunch of children. Now, I need to make a quick stop at Gringotts first, so if anyone else needs to make a money withdrawal, this will be your time to do so. She drew her wand and prepared to open the way to Diagon Alley. Now, as the Muggle saying goes, let's get this show on the road, shall we? It was not more than half an hour later that the group left Gringotts with their wallets or purses full. A few of them, like Harry, Daphne and Hannah had brought money with them and did not need to visit their vaults. The rest ended up making a quick pit stop and taking a long, terrifying ride down to the underground vaults so they could grab some money. After that it was down to the first and most important stop of the day, Flourish and Blots. Geez, it's incredibly crowded here, isn't it? Was Tracy's rhetorical question as she and the others waded their way through the large crowd of people jostling each other to get inside the store. None of them had ever seen the place so crowded before. Maybe we should wait until the crowd goes away before we start shopping. You might have a point there. Hannah looked at the large group of middle-aged witches that were literally bumping into each other in their efforts to enter the store. Several people were actually trying to liberally shove others out of the way. It all looked incredibly violent. I don't know how we're going to get in there right now. We could wait until the crowd dies down, Harry spoke up as he looked at the group of people warily. But if we did that, we wouldn't be able to enter the store until 4:30. Why is that? Asked Tracy, turning to look at her raven-haired friend. It may have something to do with the large sign on the window, Daphne stated dryly, pointing with her finger towards the upper floor window. Tracy and the others who had not been paying attention to anything except the crowd all looked up. There on the upper windows was a large banner that proclaimed, Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Are you serious? We can actually meet him. Tracy and Hermione squealed at nearly the same time. Hermione then added, I mean, he's written nearly the whole book list. Of course that's what you're interested in. Tracy rolled her eyes while Hermione huffed. Oh, shush you. Speaking of book list, Neville added, a sheepish look crossing his face as his cheeks became tinged with pink. What books did we need again? Lost your book list somewhere, Neville? Asked Blaze, smirking with some amusement. Neville flushed bright red, but nodded. The books we need are Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. Break with a Banshee, gadding with ghouls, holidays with hags, travels with trolls, voyages with vampires, wanderings with werewolves, and Year with the Yeti. Harry recited all of the books they needed to get dutifully, without even bothering to look at his book list, which was nowhere in sight. Not very original titles, are they? Asked Terry, getting a snort of amusement from Blaze. No, not very original at all. Come on, Daphne, Astoria shouted excitedly over the loud crowd as she tightened her hold on her sister's hand and tried to pull the older blonde girl inside of the store with her. Key word being tried. She was, unfortunately for her, much too small and weighed far too littler to pull her sister anywhere. Hurry up, we get to see a real-life celebrity. Daphne rolled her eyes a bit, but complied all the same. And since her hand was connected to Harry's, it wasn't long before she was also pulling him inside. This had the chain reaction pulling everyone else inside since they were all still connected at the hands. Because they were so small, they managed to push their way through the crowd of people more easily than an adult would. It was still a tight fit though, and several people got bumped into or smacked. OWCH. Hannah tried to rub her cheek, but it was very difficult when she was holding someone's hand. Someone just elbowed me in the face. You think that's bad? Lisa winced as she tried to shake her foot. Someone just stomped on my toes. Ugh, this is so not cool. Damn, greedy old bats. Language, Tracy. Quote. Sorry, is it just me, whispered Terry to Blaze, or has Tracy begun to run her mouth even more than she used to? I wish it was just you, Blaze muttered with a small shake of his head. Tracy, Harry called out over the noise from the crowd as they finally made it past the large crowd outside, catching his friend's attention. His eyes scanned the long line inside of the store that wound its way to the back of the shop. Where's your mother? And where are Mr. and Mrs. Granger? Mum, she's... Tracy blinked as she looked around and realized that her mother was not inside with them. A bit of searching yielded no results until Blaze pointed out Mrs. Davis with the other two adults standing with the other witches that were in line. She was speaking quite animatedly to Mrs. Granger, who was smiling and nodding along with everything the woman said, while Mr. Granger seemed to have a minor scowl on his face. Yep, that's Mum all right, she said dryly. Damn, I'm so jealous she's already in line to get an autograph. Language, Tracy, Hermione scolded her friend. Right, Tracy scratched the back of her neck. Sorry. Honestly, Hermione huffed as she crossed her arms over her chest. Harry noted that it didn't look like she was growing in that area yet, and he could see her figure more clearly since she was wearing muggle clothing, jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Must you swear so much? It's like you've gotten periodically worse throughout the summer. Ugh, Tracy flinched. Smooth, Trace, Daphne shook her head. Real smooth. Tracy blushed. Hush up, Daph. The group soon split up after agreeing to try and get the books they needed separately in the hopes of it making the area around them less crowded and more maneuverable for them. Blaze, Terry and Neville ended up going their own way. Meanwhile, Hermione, Lisa and Tracy headed off to grab their books, then get in line so they could get an autograph from Gilderoy Lockhart. Looks like it's just us five, Hannah said as she looked at the others. Standing beside her was Harry, Daphne, Astoria and Susan. Astoria had tried to make her way to the line, but Daphne had stopped her from doing so. Don't be so impatient, Story, Daphne said. Lockhart's not even there right now. It's not like waiting in line is going to make him come out faster. But I really want to see a real-life celebrity, Astoria complained. You already have, Daphne said dryly, looking over at Harry. Ah, Astoria gasped in surprise, as if just now remembering that Harry was something of an iconic figure in the wizarding world. I didn't mean to make it sound like you weren't famous either, Harry. I just really want to see Lockhart. You and just about every other girl between the ages of 8 and 80, Harry replied with a shake of his head. He didn't know how Lockhart dealt with his own fame. While Harry found it useful, it was so incredibly annoying. He could only imagine how Lockhart felt. Personally, I don't care a single whit for Lockhart, Daphne declared, much to the surprise of Astoria. Why not? Because he's a fraud, Hannah chimed in. It was the first and only time Harry had ever heard her say something even mildly insulting. Astoria frowned while Susan nodded her head in agreement. Really? Asked Harry. My auntie once had a run-in with Lockhart, Susan began to explain. She didn't like the man at all. Claimed he was nothing more than a. Susan's face flushed a bit, but she continued. Fraudulent idiot with no sense of pride and the moral ambiguity of a slug. Pretty harsh words coming from someone so respectful like Amelia Bones, Harry said as Hannah nodded. And if Susan's aunt is the one saying it, then you know it must be true. I still think none of you know what you're talking about, Astoria grumbled before being shushed by Daphne. The group of 5 eventually managed to collect a copy of Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 and met up with the rest of their friends in the line near Mrs. Davis, who was looking even more excited to see Gilderoy Lockhart than Astoria, Hermione and Tracy combined. This is so exciting, Tracy practically squealed. I can't believe we're going to actually meet Gilderoy Lockhart. I don't know why you're so excited, Daphne sighed. Ah, come on, Daph. Tracy whined at her best friend. Don't be like that. I have to agree with Daphne, Terry added while Blaise gave a nod of his head. Maybe it's just me, but Gilderoy Lockhart doesn't seem all that special. His stories are way too fantastical to be real. How could you say that? Tracy sounded aghast at the thought that someone did not believe the books written by Gilderoy Lockhart were true. Hermione and Astoria seemed to be of the same opinion, if their gaping mouths were any indication. Of course everything that happened in those books are real. I think I would know if these books were real or not, Terry sounded very convinced of himself. My parents are authors, so I know a lot about story writing. First off, if this book was about a real-life situation, I doubt the titles would be something as corny and horrible sounding as these ones. They sound more like a poetry story for children than a biographical tale of a real-life event. That doesn't mean anything, Tracy argued, and besides, these titles are catchy. You ever think that maybe that's why he gave these books those titles? I'm beginning to think we may want to keep these two away from each other, Lisa mused to the others, those who had not gotten caught up in the argument. Why bother? Asked Daphne with a shrug. If she's not arguing with Terry, Tracy will just end up doing so with someone else. That girl practically lives for arguing with others, and shoving her foot in her mouth. Besides, Blaise added after he was sure Daphne was finished. It's entertaining to watch these two go at it like that. Lisa looked over at Terry and Tracy as they continued to argue over whether or not Gilderoy Lockhart's books were real or fiction. Standing near them and watching the two were Astoria and Hermione, who looked like they were both siding with Tracy, though the blonde girl seemed a tad reluctant. She had obviously not forgiven Tracy for her brat comment earlier. I'll never understand how those two can argue about anything and everything, Neville said, shaking his head. Harry just shook his head while Daphne spared a glance at the round-faced boy. Fortunately for you, you don't have to. A few seconds later, Gilderoy Lockhart came swaggering out from behind a curtain that looked like it had been set up specifically for that purpose. As almost every female in the vicinity swooned, Harry studied the man and determined in that instant that none of the stories written about him were actually true. The first thing Harry took in about the man was his looks and wardrobe. There was no denying that from an objective standpoint Gilderoy Lockhart was what many women would consider handsome. He had a strong jawline, jaw-length wavy blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Looking at the man, Harry figured that he was what Hitler would have called a perfect Aryan. At least until the psychopathic dictator got a good look at Lockhart's clothing. The man was wearing the biggest eyesore Harry had ever seen. His robes were an atrociously loud color of forget-me-not blue that exactly matched his eyes, and there was a pointy wizard's hat sitting on his head at a garish angle. All in all, the man looked like a showboater, and the way he was hamming it up to the crowd only served to provide more evidence towards that theory. It could have also had something to do with the table Lockhart took a seat at. Surrounding the man on both sides were large posters of himself, all winking and flashing a dazzling smile with white teeth at the crowd. Harry stopped paying attention to the man after that. There was nothing interesting to look at as far as he was concerned. Instead, he turned to Susan and Daphne, who were the closest to him in the line, and began conversing with them. As he conversed with the two girls, and Blaise and Terry joined in on the conversation, Harry took a short look around the room at all the witches and wizards. Despite having never spoken with any of them, he had seen almost all of them at one point or another during his excursions in Diagon Alley. There were only a few he had no memories of. He chalked that up to them being housewives who rarely left their homes or not being in Diagon Alley when he was. Harry. At the sound of his voice being called, Harry turned around and came face to face with Cassidy Fergund. The girl was staring at him with blinking, inquisitive eyes as she realized he was not alone. Harry was focused more on her looks than her expression. He easily took notice of how attractive Cassidy looked today in her soft blue robes and plaited black hair. And maybe it was just him. In fact, he was sure it was just his hormones at work, but the young woman looked even more beautiful than she usually did. It was a struggle not to let his eyes roam down to her bust, which was larger than even Celine's and easily visible underneath her robes. "Good afternoon, Cassidy," Harry said respectfully, keeping his new appreciation for the young woman's beauty well hidden. Thankfully, he already had a lot of practice with that today. "How's work?" "Same as always," Cassidy replied with some amusement seeping into her voice. She eyed the many witches standing within the bookstore and shook her head. "Though we are a bit busier today than we usually are." "Yes, I can see that," Harry noted in a dry tone. He shook his head before deciding to be polite and make introductions. "I don't think I introduced you to all of my friends, have I?" As Cassidy shook her head, Harry took the time to introduce the group he had grown close to. "You already know Hermione." "How could I not?" Cassidy looked at the young bushy-haired girl who was speaking with Tracy and Astoria about Gilderoy Lockhart. While the bushy-haired witch did not come in as much as Harry, she was probably the second most common customer. "Yes, well, the two with her are Tracy Davis and Astoria Greengrass. And these are my other friends, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Daphne Greengrass, Neville Longbottom, and Blaze Zabini." "Nice to meet you all," Cassidy greeted with a smile as the others greeted her in turn. She then focused back on Harry. "Listen, so I've been thinking about that offer you gave me. And have you decided on whether you want to accept it or not?" asked Harry, now fully engrossed in his conversation. "If you can really do as you said, then I'll accept." In that case, Harry pulled out a small envelope that he had brought with him, the same envelope he had taken to keeping on his person every time he entered Diagon Alley just in case he ran into Cassidy. "Take this to the Department of Magical Jobs and Licenses. The process will probably take a while to get sorted out, but with my name and your newts, you shouldn't have too much trouble. When you have done that, I'll send a letter to the goblins asking them to buy out one of the unused lots in Diagon Alley. I'll also send you all the notes I have made on potions as well as a more comprehensive book on how ingredients react to each other." "All right, I'll do that." Cassidy took the envelope from his hand. Harry felt a slight shiver crawl from his hand, up his forearm and bicep, move along his shoulder, before going all the way down from his spine to his toes from the contact. "Thanks again for giving me this opportunity, Harry. I've been wanting to get out of here for a while now, but haven't been able to." "It's fine," Harry waved her thanks off. "I know how difficult it can sometimes be to get a good job. And it's not like this isn't going to benefit me as well. Without someone who managed to get those newts, I would never be able to even think about opening up a shop here." After a few shared parting words, and Cassidy thanking him one last time, the young woman left, the letter clutched in her hand. "What was that about?" asked Daphne, eyeing the young woman as she disappeared into the crowd curiously before turning her attention to Harry. Beside her, Hannah, Susan, Lisa, Neville, Terry and Blaze all leaned forward, interested in hearing about what their friend was doing with that girl. "Sounded like some kind of business proposal," Blaze added with a speculative gleam in his eyes. "Something about a potions shop, I would wager. I plan on opening an apothecary that not only sells ingredients, but also makes more effective than normal potions at reduced prices," Harry informed them quietly, his fingers absently twitching as he cast a small variation of the silencing charm around them. It would keep their conversation hidden from anyone who was listening in, but they could still hear everything being said around them. "Because I don't have control over my family vaults until I reach the age of majority, I've been trying to find ways to increase the money in my mother's vault, which is what I use for all of my non-school related buys. "And so you decided you want to open a potion shop?" asked Neville, sounding very interested in what he was saying. It was not surprising, considering herbology was a field that ran parallel with potion brewing. Many plants and herbs were used in the brewing of potions. "Yes," Harry nodded. "I already have the license to buy out property thanks to a favor someone owes me, but I need someone who has a newt in arithmancy and potions who can get a license to sell and make potions before I can even think of opening my business. Cassidy has both, one of the few who do. Naturally, I offered her the job of running the shop. The store would technically be under my name, but she would be the one in charge. I would have my potions shop, she would no longer be working at a bookstore, and we would both be making a decent amount of money. It's a win-win situation for the two of us." "Bloody hell," Terry swore. "You know, it's a very good thing Hermione's too busy talking with Tracy to scold you for cursing," Lisa commented, her eyes flickering to the trio standing with Mrs. Davis and the Grangers. She shook her head as she saw that they were still talking about Lockhart. How could anyone be so enthusiastic about meeting someone, even if that someone was a celebrity? "You're probably right." Terry also looked over at Hermione, who was watching Tracy alongside Astoria with wide eyes as the brunette made some wild gesticulation about something. "Still, who does something like this? Opening up a potions shop at 12? That's crazy." "It's ambitious," Blaze added his own 2 cents, smirking. "I like it. I guess I can see why most people would think it's unusual," Harry admitted, "but honestly, I just want to accomplish something no one else has managed to do before. Opening up shops and stores when I'm still at Hogwarts definitely qualifies." There were other things he wanted to do, of course, like write a book before graduating and create his own power block amongst his peers so he would have allies after he graduated and took his place on the Wizengamot. But these would have to wait for a while. Even though he could gain allies now, it was still going to be 6 years before any of that would become relevant. "You're certainly well on your way to doing that," Hannah chimed, shaking her head. "Still seems a little weird for someone our age to open a shop." Harry shrugged, as if to say, "That's just how I am." "It can't be Harry Potter." Even though the words were not spoken very loudly, everyone in the entire bookstore heard them. The silence that settled upon everyone there was as complete as the noise that had once filled the area. Harry mechanically turned his head towards the source of the voice, not really wanting to, but knowing that there was nothing else he really could do. There, standing up from his seat and staring at him was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, the person who had spoken. If the look Jeanette had given him frightened him, then the look this man was giving him made him wish he could run as far away as he possibly could. Being stared at like a piece of meat was preferable to the look he was getting now. Harry could practically see the stars appearing in the man's eyes. This was so not good. The day had not turned out as well as Harry had hoped it would. He would have thought that getting to spend time with all his friends in one place after only seeing them sporadically throughout the summer would have been nice, and it would have, if that idiot hadn't ruined most of his good mood. "Man, I can't believe you actually got to stand up there with Gilderoy Lockhart," Tracy complained as they made their way to the leaky cauldron. The sun was beginning to go down, and now that everyone's shopping was finished, Mrs. Davis and Mr. and Mrs. Granger had decided it was time for them to part ways. "That's so unfair. Then you could have bloody well switched places with me for all I care," Harry scowled as he thought of the time he had wasted standing in front of that God's forsaken crowd with Lockhart hamming it up to his fans. Worse still, the man used him, as a means of boosting his already overly inflated fame. Harry would have liked to say that was the worst of it, but no, it wasn't even close. The worst part was that he couldn't do a damn thing to stop the man from using him for his own purposes without either looking jealous or like some kind of petulant child. Because he could not afford to have his reputation marred by someone who was obviously quite popular, he had been forced to endure the man's long-winded and pompous ramblings as he spoke to the crowd, all the while invading his personal space like the idiot had no clue what the term meant. And even that might be the worst of it, as Gilderoy Lockhart had apparently gotten the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, which meant he would be having to deal with the showboater's presence for an entire year. "Language, Harry," Hermione scolded her friend. Sorry, Hermione." Harry ran a hand through his messy hair. "I guess my agitation got the better of me. I don't see why you're so angry, Tracy mumbled with a huff. You got to stand next to Gilderoy Lockhart. And I wish I had been standing as far away from him as possible, Harry returned dryly. Astoria, Tracy and Hermione looked scandalized, like they couldn't possibly fathom why he would not want to stand anywhere near such a great man. I feel for you, mate, Terry spoke up, causing the trio of girls who were goggling at Harry to glare at him. Terry gulped at the terrifying sight. He had obviously not been subjected to such glares before. Perenelle was far more horrifying than these three could ever hope to be. So even the great Harry Potter can be annoyed by some things. Daphne's tone was a tad dry as she spoke. There are a lot of things that aggravate me, Harry informed her. Being paraded in front of a group of people for someone else's benefit happens to be one of them. The group soon entered the backyard to the Leaky Cauldron. As the portal to Diagon Alley closed behind them, they found themselves standing inside of the small, dirty-looking pub. Because it was that time between shifts for people who worked, there were not a lot of people yet, just a smattering of men and women sitting in chairs, sipping their pints of alcohol. It would likely pick up soon, but Harry hoped to be gone before then. Hermione was the first to leave at her parents' urging. Before that, she gave Harry a breathtaking hug that did a very good job of depriving Harry's lungs of oxygen. Thank the gods for magical reinforcement. I'll see you later, Harry, Hermione said as she stepped away. I'll see you at platform 9 3/4, Harry returned. After saying goodbye to the others, and in particular Tracy, Lisa, Neville and Blaise, she and her parents went on their way. One by one, all of Harry's friends left until it was just him, Astoria, Daphne, Tracy and her mother. I guess this is where I say so long. Tracy gave her blonde friend a strong hug. It was good to finally see you outside of school, Daph. Nice seeing you as well, was the response we got. Hopefully, now that my father is letting Harry escort me, we'll be able to see each other more often. That's right, Tracy's eyes flickered to Harry, a mischievous grin on her face. I forgot about that. Just how did you convince her old man to let her and Astoria out of the house? A lot of time and effort, Harry said. Tracy gave him a pout. That wasn't very informative. No, it wasn't. Tracy rolled her eyes a bit at the typical response, before sharing a quick hug. Quick for Tracy at any rate. Harry's body almost reacted when he felt her slowly developing chest press against him through the fabric of their robes. It was only his incredible will that stopped his arousal from becoming obvious. Whatever, I'll see you at the start of the year, okay? Right, stay out of trouble. Don't I always? You don't want me to answer that, Harry, Daphne and Mrs. Davis all said at the same time. The three shared a small smile while Tracy huffed and Astoria giggled. Soon after, the brunette Slytherin left via flow like most of their friends, leaving Harry, Astoria and Daphne alone. Story, why don't you go on ahead and wait for me in the lobby, Daphne suggested. Okay, Astoria agreed. Before she left, the younger blonde turned to Harry and gave him a surprising yet quick hug. Thanks for convincing Lord Greengrass to let me go with you. I had a lot of fun. Harry frowned at the term she used for her own father, but couldn't really blame her for it. Nathaniel Greengrass, from what he had seen, was no father to either of the girls. One he ignored and the other was a political tool. There wasn't exactly any love lost between them. We'll do this again next year, if you and Daphne would like to, Harry suggested. Maybe we can even do more than just go shopping for school supplies. As Astoria beamed happily, Harry locked eyes with Daphne, who was giving him a warm smile of approval. The look made his heart flutter and his body feel like it had been shoved into a sauna. I would like that. Astoria soon left, leaving just him and Daphne alone. This was the first time he had been truly alone with the girl since that night they had spoken in the room housing the Mirror of Her Eyes. Perhaps it was due to his increasing hormones, but Harry had no clue what to say. Fortunately, he didn't have to. I wanted to thank you for talking to my father, Daphne said. Not just for me, but for my sister too. She's never even been out of the house since your mother died, Harry finished. Daphne closed her eyes in pain as she gave him a nod. You don't need to thank me for this, Daphne. Harry looked away, flushing a bit. It was getting incredibly hard to keep looking into those beautiful blue eyes. You mean a lot to me, so don't think of this as something you need to thank me for. I aided you because I wanted to, not because I was hoping you would be grateful to me or something similar. And that's why I am grateful to you. Harry beeped in a breath as Daphne closed the small distance between them and took his hands in her own. Standing this close to her, Daphne's scent was nearly overpowering. It was a lovely combination of vanilla and strawberries that were driving his hormone-charged body insane. It was a miracle that he managed to keep from blushing. Even still, his pants were beginning to feel uncomfortably tight. I know you, Harry, Daphne said, her eyes looking at him with an intensity he did not see very often in the girl. Or anyone else for that matter. In fact, before now, only Celine had ever given him that kind of look. I know you very well, and I know that you understand and embrace the Slytherin way. You don't do anything that doesn't benefit you in some way. Even befriending everyone you know was done for a reason. It was not surprising to Harry that she knew this. Daphne Greengrass had been trained since she was 5 in the ways of pure blood culture and politics. The only other person who was as astute in their observations of him as Daphne was Blaise. I don't think that way anymore, you know. Sure, his friends had not started off as such, pawns to be used in his political plays, but that had changed over time. After getting to know them, Harry could honestly say the 9 people he had gathered around him at Hogwarts were definitely friends, not just pieces in his power games. I know, Daphne smiled. You may try to be cold and ruthless, and you can be on occasion, but I don't really think that's who you are. Harry raised an eyebrow. And who am I? Harry Potter, a good person who's had to grow up faster than most people should and someone I care about very much. As she finished speaking, Daphne Greengrass, cheeks took on a lovely hue of pink. Harry found his breath stolen from him. With the small blush staining her cheeks, Daphne looked even more beautiful than she normally did. Her gorgeous blue eyes were no longer chips of ice, with the small measure of privacy granted to them. They were currently warm enough that Harry felt his legs begin to feel weak just from looking at them. The pink of her cheeks really brought out and enhanced just how silky and flawless her creamy skin was, and matched the color of her lips perfectly. Those lips. Harry found his mouth indescribably dry as he looked at those lips. Visions of the key Celine had given him plagued his mind, only instead of the erotic vampire featuring in them it was the vision of beauty in front of him. He longed to claim those lips with his own, to partake of them and... Harry. Goo. Harry jerked backwards as he realized he had been staring at Daphne for several seconds without speaking. He looked up at Daphne's eyes to see her staring at him with startled, slightly wide eyes. Her cheeks had become even darker than before and her breathing had become a soft pant. It was only then that Harry realized he had been leaning in towards her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Harry's voice cracked. He would have cursed himself for displaying such weakness, moment of puberty or not, but he was too busy panicking over the fact that he had almost keyed one of his friends. I am so sorry. It's fine, Daphne murmured, her cheeks growing an even darker shade of red. I have to go. As Harry watched Daphne throw some flow powder into the fireplace and transport herself home, he used every swear and curse he had picked up in as many languages as he knew within the confines of his mind. He had screwed up. He had screwed up so badly. By the 7 deadly sins and all 9 circles of hell, when was his suffering otherwise known as puberty going to end? I was once more standing within Nicholas Flamel's alchemy lab. The many oil lamps along the walls cast their light into the room, their luminescence casting shadows on the ground. Standing before me was my teacher, who was looking at me with a smile that was 1 part amused condescension, which I had grown used to, and 1 part proud. I could tell he was pleased with my work. Not that I expected anything less. Well, my young apprentice, it has been a very eventful summer. Nicholas Flamel's smile broadened with an almost childish enthusiasm. I am pleased to say that you have surpassed my expectations magnificently. Thank you, Master Flamel. I accepted the praise graciously, nodding my head and allowing a small smile to play on my face, even when all I really wanted to do was bask under the praise. I had never realized how good being praised for your hard work truly felt until after becoming apprenticed to Nicholas Flamel. Sure, I had always been praised by my teachers at school and my professors at Hogwarts, but it was different here. I wasn't learning information I could lecture on in my sleep or simple spells I had mastered wandlessly before even coming to Hogwarts. I was learning alchemy, one of the most challenging magics in the world. According to Flamel, at least. And I can't help but notice that you have once again created furniture, the 20-looking 600-year-old immortal said slyly. His eyes once more glanced over at my creation. A rather nice-looking bed. The bed was a combination of modern utilitarian design and Renaissance-style extravagance. It was a large king-sized bed made with gentle curves that flowed together in a seamless fashion and had motifs of the Potter family crest and motto embedded into the wood. The wood was made of a dark oak that bordered on black. Under the bed, instead of there being a space where someone could hide under if they were so inclined, there were several drawers that could be pulled out. This not only made it easier to put items under the bed, but would also save up space in my room by allowing me a place to put some of my items away that did not involve laying them against the wall or leaving them on the floor. I also looked at my creation, before shrugging. I figured if I was going to be learning to use alchemy to create objects, I might as well create objects that will be useful to me. That was why I had been spending so much time making furniture. While the furniture in my room was nice, it wasn't what I wanted. Even if no one from the magical world ever saw my room, I wanted it to look as nice as the ones I had seen at the Flamel estate. Call me vain, but I had come to enjoy the Renaissance-styled rooms and wanted that for myself. Aside from my sword that I first made, all of my creations to date have been furniture of some kind. My teacher looked amused. I've said it before and I'll say it again, you are the most unusual child I have ever met. I like to think I showed great restraint when my right eye didn't twitch at the way he commented on my age. That, or I was just growing used to the man making jabs at how young I was. And now, my young apprentice, I am afraid our time has come to an end. You have taken what I taught you and applied it to your work. There is nothing more for you to learn from me. It was hard to tell whether Flamel was actually disappointed or just hamming it up. He seemed genuinely regretful that my time learning under him was ending, but at the same time the way he was holding his forearm over his eyes, rubbing them as he sniffled made me think he was just trying to screw with me. To think my cute little apprentice has learned all he can from me in just a few months. Crocodile tears sprang to the man's eyes. I knew they were fake because Flamel never cried. I also sensed him cast some kind of wandless spell, which I am beginning to believe was a modified version of the Augmentee charm. I have, sniffle, never been more proud. I gave a long-suffering sigh and began rubbing my face with the palm of my hand. Just go with it, Harry. Let the man have his fun. It's the least you could do after everything he taught you. One more thing before you go, apprentice. Nicholas' small moment filled with crocodile tears ended as quickly as it began, his face drying up as if he had never been crying in the first place. Definitely some kind of spell. Maybe an illusion of some kind. There are many alchemists out there who claim mastery. You and I both know they are fools who know so little about true alchemy they aren't worth listening to. I nodded my head. Having learned from Nicholas Flamel, the premier master of alchemy for the past 600 years, I could safely say that no one else understood alchemy like he did. Most hardly even understood it at all. You are one of the few alchemists in this world now. We are a small, selective group. Very few ever make it to the point where they can call themselves true alchemists, and only one currently holds the title of master. It sounded incredibly arrogant of him to say that, but I knew he wasn't actually being arrogant and just stating facts. The truth was Nicholas Flamel was the only master alchemist in the world. No one else had accomplished as much, seen as much, experienced as much and learned as much within the field of alchemy as Flamel had. That was the reason I held his praise in such high regard. I believe that you have what it takes to become the second person to bear the title, Master of Alchemy, Harry. It had been the first time I've ever heard my teacher use my name. For a moment, I was actually stunned. Keep working hard, create more circles, and you may begin to understand the true heights that alchemy can take you. Remember this, Apprentice, you have only attained mastery when you can do transmutation without the need to use a transmutation circle. Which basically meant that until I understood how deconstructing and reconstructing worked with each element, principle and all of the elemental and principle combinations, as well as how to direct the flow of my own magic to accomplish those tasks so well, I no longer needed the circle, or as Flammel called them, training wheels, to do my transmutations. I would not be considered a master. I understand. It looked like I truly had a long road ahead of me before I could be considered a master in alchemy. Most people would probably be discouraged by this news. I know there are a lot of people who dislike anything that requires you to put a serious amount of effort into something. Most magical beings are like that. I was not. The challenge presented to me here was one that got my blood pumping. It excited me in ways few things could. Just thinking of the long and difficult challenge that lay before me as I made my way to becoming the second person to ever lay claim to the title of Master Alchemist would be enough to inspire me for years to come and force me to push myself to new heights. My own thoughts were interrupted by the amused voice of my master. If you psyche yourself up any further, you may explode. Coming back to reality, I shook my head and chided myself on getting so focused on my own thoughts. It was a bit of a problem I've always had and something I really should work on fixing. But that was for another time. I showed my appreciation to the man who had trained me over the summer by giving him a bow. Thank you again for agreeing to take me on as your apprentice. It was no problem, no problem. Master Flammel waved my thanks off with a smile. You were a delight to teach. Not many people are so focused and dedicated to learning, especially at your age. You young people are always more interested in getting things done now, than taking the time to learn things properly. It was refreshing to meet someone like you for change. I didn't let his comments on my age bother me this time. Well, not much at any rate. I was simply too happy to truly get upset by his words. Now, you had best be off, Mr. Potter. Your apprenticeship has come to an end, and there is nothing left for you to learn here. I nodded. It was time for me to leave. Giving one last bow, I turned around and made my way out of the alchemy lab. As I made my way to the entrance hall where I would use the portkey given to me to apparate back home, I allowed my thoughts to wander. Summer was coming to an end. There was one more week left before school started. I could not help but feel like this had been a long time in coming. This summer had felt extraordinarily long for just 3 months. This may have had something to do with the fact that I had been using a time turner to travel back in time, thereby extending the length of summer by about half, meaning I had spent more along the lines of 4.5 months instead of the typical 3. But that was a type of semantics I had no desire to GT into. Time travel was an utterly baffling concept, one that I would not be even thinking about until I was well into my magical career. Ari, I stopped mid-step at the sound of that voice, that beautiful, lilting accent. I recall Perenelle once telling me why she still spoke in an accent even though she could easily get rid of it the day after I rescued Celine. I could now say with 100% honesty that I understood why Nicholas Flamel loved it so much. Her accent really was say why. Turning around, I came face to face with Perenelle, who looked even more gorgeous than she usually did. She had put her hair into a ponytail today, making her look even younger than her 20-something appearance, and allowed me to see her slender and graceful neck. Her clothing was much more trendy and in style for women who were in their mid-20s than what she usually wore. I was actually surprised by what she was wearing, as it did not seem like her type of clothing at all. Covering her torso was a Giannis black lace top that was almost completely translucent. Beneath that was a tight-fitting spaghetti strap shirt that conformed to the woman's large B-easts and thin waist like a second skin and left her slender arms bare. She wasn't wearing a cloth, and I could see her nipples poking out against the fabric of the shirt. Her wide hips and small, shapely bottom were being covered by black denim shorts that revealed just a tiny hint of her deliciously tight derriere. Not enough to truly be revealing, but certainly enough that I wished they would show just a little more. The pants were stitched up the sides, adding a strange sense of appeal to them. I gulped as my eyes traveled below that. I can honestly admit I have never seen so much skin before in my life. Her long, lean legs appeared to go on forever. It was an endless expanse of creamy-looking skin that paradoxically did end in a pair of latrice ankle boots with thick overlapping straps that had adjustable buckles on the sides. I'm pretty sure I just died of say why. It did not help that Perenelle seemed to notice that I was staring at just about every part of her body my eyes could see and put on a sinful smile that I imagined she would probably use in the bedroom. From that expression on your face, I take it you approve? She asked, twirling around for me. Was it just me, or had she thickened her accent when she said that? I was honestly surprised that the moan of approval and desire I wanted to unleash did not escape my mouth. For a second, a very long second, I could not say anything. I felt like I had been struck momentarily dumb. Breath, Potter, breath. Why? My voice sounded incredibly choked, even to my own ears. Why are you dressed like? I couldn't even complete the sentence, such was my shock and arousal at the sight before me. Why am I dressed so provocateur? I know she purred that last word out in French on purpose. I just know it. Of course, she acted like she did not notice what her words did to me as she continued speaking. Nicholas and I are going clubbing tonight. She then giggled and gave me a conspiratorial look, as if she were hiding some great secret. Both the sight and sound were some of the most mesmerizing I had in my memory, even beating out Celine. Unlike my vampire friend, it was clear that Perenelle knew how to use what she had perfectly. She had experience. Well, Nicholas does not know we are going yet. She winked at me, but I think I can convince. I am to see things my way, don't you? I absently nodded. Nicholas didn't stand a chance. I had not realized you were into clubbing, I mumbled as my eyes trailed up and down those beautiful legs. I could tell she worked them out. They reminded me of those legs I often see on female gymnasts I saw when watching the Olympics, only not quite as large and bulky. But by the gods were they well toned. I do not do so very often, Perenelle admitted, walking closer to me with a seductive sway of her hips. I was wondering if she was doing that on purpose. It was hard to tell since she seemed to always walk with a bit of a sway. Over, Z's new club looks very interessant and I wish to see what all Z hype is. Ah. Well, I began awkwardly. A part of me was screaming to run away. Another part was telling me that I should push this beautiful creature exuding sexual eroticism against the wall and make her mine. Gods, Lisa's books really have corrupted me. I'll just leave you to it then. Take care of yourself, Madame Perenelle. Just a moment, Ari. I shuddered at the way she said my name. Really, this woman could probably make men cream themselves just by speaking. Before you go, I just wanted to know. By now she was completely in my personal space, close enough that I could smell her heavenly scent. It was a mixture of vanilla and her own natural scent. I couldn't place it, but it smelled spicy. Do you think I'm say why? I opened my mouth to speak, but was denied the opportunity to say anything when Perenelle shoved her tongue down my throat. Harry Potter did not awaken with a sharp gasp of surprise, arousal and a startled expression, nor was the process of waking up long and drawn out. It was merely a shift from being unconscious to conscious. One moment he was asleep. The next he was wide awake. It was good to see some things had returned to the status quo, even if other things had not. Sitting up in the bed, Harry took around the guest room he was sleeping in at the Crofts. While he let his eyes roam over the rather plain-looking room, his body began to stretch and work out the few kinks he had gained while tossing and turning from last night's memories' erotic dream. A quick look outside confirmed it was still fairly early. Sol had yet to truly rise over Terra's event horizon and was just barely peeking above the buildings. Only the splash of light pinks and purples signified that the sun would soon break out across the sky. Deciding that now would be the best time to get up and shower, he did not want a relapse of what happened when he had slept over at the Crofts during Christmas break. The young Potter heir stood up and began making his way towards the bathroom. He did not even bother looking at the mess he had made of his sheets. Simply waved his hand and magically cleaned them. After taking a quick shower filled with cold water, Harry returned to his room and got himself dressed in normal, non-magical clothing. A pair of nice-fitting black jeans, a dark green t-shirt with a king cobra imprinted on the front and sneakers. He looked outside of the window again. The sun was beginning to rise. He must have spent more time in the shower than he had realized. Knowing Mrs. Croft, she would already be up and cooking breakfast. Deciding that the best course of action he could take would be to wake his most likely still heavily sleeping friend, Harry made his way out of his room and towards Lisa's room. As he stopped in front of the door to his best friend's room, Harry knocked on the door just in case his friend was actually awake. "Lisa," he called out, knocking once more. "Lisa, are you awake?" He waited for several seconds. When no answer came to him, Harry opened the door and quickly slipped inside. The room inside was dark. Lisa had covered the windows with her blinds, preventing the rays of sunlight from streaming into the room. A quick glance confirmed nothing had changed since he had last been inside. It still looked incredibly girly. Posters of her favorite boy bands hung on the walls. The bookshelf filled to the brim with romance novels was there too, as well as the desk and chair he and Lisa had spent a number of times sitting at while he helped her study for a test. Then there was the bed. He could see the softly breathing form of his best friend laying in it, his enhanced vision picking out more details in the dark than any pair of human eyes should be capable of. Making his way over to the bed, his footsteps silent as he walked on the soft carpeting, the young raven-haired child found himself staring at his still sleeping friend. As was the case on most times he had woken his friend up, Lisa had kicked the covers off some time during the night and was now laying on her back in the center of the bed, her arms stretched wide and her legs spread out as if she were trying to cover the entire bed by herself. She was wearing a cute pair of pink pajama bottoms and a Hello Kitty shirt with string straps. The left string had, at some point during the night, slipped off her shoulder and was showing a bit more skin than it normally would. Harry gulped as he let his eyes wander the expanse of smooth-looking skin. Gods, Lisa was adorable even in her sleep. How weird was that? And what was it with every girl he knew being so utterly bewitching? Shaking his head, Harry quickly got over his moment of teenage hormones, which had been getting much easier to do as time went on, and made to sit down on the edge of the bed. Lisa shifted at his weight, but did not move or otherwise give any signs she had noticed his presence. Reaching out with a hand, Harry gently removed a strand of long, brown hair that had gotten in his friend's face and tucked it behind her ear. "Lisa," Harry said, using his normal voice as opposed to speaking softly. He had finally gotten over that weird human habit of speaking in a hushed whisper that most people had when waking others up. "Lisa, it's time to get up." "Ing," a strange noise issued forth from his friend's mouth as she began to wake up. Not at all that unusual, all things told. Lisa often made strange sounds, especially when waking up. Harry didn't know why. He figured it was a strange quirk. Besides, he thought it was cute anyways. Brown eyes eventually fluttered open and blinked several times as Lisa's eyesight adjusted to the darkness of the room. She looked around for a second before her eyes landed on her friend. "Harry." Lisa was stopped from saying anything else with a long, loud yawn. Acting on nothing more than instinct, Lisa's arms stretched out over her head while her legs began stretching as well. Harry's lips twitched as he watched. This girl really was too cute for her own good. "Good morning, Lise," Harry said. Lisa blinked at the new nickname. Even in the darkness he could see the flush on his friend's cheeks. "I figured I would let you know your mother is making breakfast, so you should probably get ready." "MK, I'll be out in Jew." Lisa's mouth opened widely as she yawned again, stretching the vowel out for a good number of seconds. "Just a minute," she finished, smacking her lips a few times. Harry stood up as Lisa made to sit up on the bed. As the girl blinked her eyes blearily, a hand came up to cutely rub the sleep out of them. "I kinda wish you were the one cooking breakfast," Lisa mumbled for a second as her hand absently went the strap that had slipped down so she could pull it back up. Obviously, his friend was not fully awake yet. "I always love your cooking, and since this is the last day we'll get to see each other until Christmas," she trailed off a bit, not wanting to continue that line of thought. "Sorry to disappoint," Harry joked, trying to lighten the mood. It worked, partially at least. Lisa cracked him a small smile. "Anyways, you should get ready. I'll meet you in the dining room." G.H.T. It was not long after Harry made his way into the kitchen and helped Mrs. Croft set the table that Lisa came walking in looking much more refreshed. She gave Harry a grateful smile that caused a most unusual feeling to well up in his chest. It felt like a hummingbird were beating its wings in his chest. Lisa's books often called the feeling, butterflies. Harry ignored the feeling as he had done every other time he felt it recently, and sat down next to her just as Lisa's parents came in, Mrs. Croft with plates of pancakes and Mr. Croft with a cup of coffee and the morning newspaper. Breakfast that day was not nearly as bad and dreary as it was the last time Harry was set to leave for Hogwarts. He and Lisa managed to keep up light banter without needing to force the conversation. His friend was even laughing and giving him genuine smiles instead of those watery I might cry at any second smiles he had received from her last year. It seemed like she had grown accustomed to him being away for several months. Harry was not sure that was a good thing, but felt that so long as his friend was hurting less it couldn't be bad. The morning was made even better because not only did Mr. Croft simply pretend he did not exist, which was a right sight better than the man's usual baleful glare, the bank manager also had to get to work early. With his newfound thoughts on girls, Harry was actually beginning to wonder if Mr. Croft was just being one of those overprotective father types some of Lisa's stories contained. It actually made a lot of sense in retrospect. Lisa was a very cute girl, as he could most certainly attest to. While it was still a year off for most people, other boys would no doubt begin noticing her in the same way Harry had. That still didn't explain why Lisa's father was being rude to him though. This had been going on ever since they had turned 10. It wasn't like Harry had even thought of Lisa in any capacity other than a best friend until this summer. Maybe all fathers just became overprotective of their daughters once they reached a certain age. Time passed very quickly, and before long, Harry found himself feeling a sense of déjà vu as he stood in front of the door leading outside with Lisa standing in front of him. Well, this is it. Yeah, Harry wondered if it was the curse of all people leaving the ones they cared about to have no clue as to what they should say. You would think that after already having gone through this once, he would have been able to think of something, but no, words just seemed to fail him. Fortunately, Lisa was not at a loss for words. I expect you to send me a letter at least once a week. Harry cracked a grin as Lisa crossed her arms under her chest and gave him an imperious glare that left no room for argument. Leave it to his friend that the first thing she would say to his leaving was a demand for letters. For some reason, it made him feel better that she could still remain herself this time instead of looking like she was about to break down and cry. I will. It was not unexpected when Lisa hugged him. He knew it was coming. Yet it did not diminish the thrill he felt when she pressed her body against his. He really was beginning to enjoy the feel of Lisa pressing herself against him while he held her in his arms. Gods be damned hormones. You'd better, Lisa mumbled in his ear before taking a step back and giving him a smile. She definitely looked better than their last goodbye. Harry did not even see her tear ducts beginning to form water. As Harry stared at his friend, a strange impulse came over him. One he acted on before his brain caught up with him and told him he should not do what he was about to do. Leaning forward ever so slightly, Harry pressed his lips against his friend's cheek, enjoying the momentary contact of her skin on his lips. At least, until he realized what he had done and reared his head back as if he had been struck in the face by a stinging hex. Harry stared at his friend in horror, all the blood draining from his face as the opposite happened with Lisa and blood began rushing to her cheeks. The blush that began as two small dots on her cheeks soon spread to the rest of her face, all the way up to her scalp and then down her neck. It would not surprise him if it even extended well past her chest. Smoother words had never been spoken. As Harry tried to get his brain to reboot without success, Lisa raised a hand to the cheek he had just keyed. Harry. The words jolted Harry into action, an action he would forever be ashamed of until the day he died. Harry Potter ran away. Gotta go. I'll see you later, Liz. Hey, wait, Harry. And with that, Harry ran out the door and onto the street. Because of this, he missed Mrs. Croft's, "Aw, how cute." However, he mostly certainly did not miss Lisa's shout of, "Mum," right before dissipating with a slight crack. Hormones, they truly were the bane of his existence. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.